Say one thing for the Asian Le Mans Series, wherever you go, you know you're going to get the weather, because after the heat and the humidity and the sunshine of Sepang in Malaysia, welcome to the United Arab Emirates, welcome to the Dubai Autodrome, and welcome to another hot afternoon with 4 hours of racing about to get underway. It's a circuit that's just over 5 kilometres in length, and it was a pretty dusty one in qualifying this morning, and that gave us plenty of drama, not only in terms of one or two cars going wide, but also, sadly, a rather damaged car as well that's had to be withdrawn from the entry. And lots of drivers talking about how the circuit was changing lap after lap as a little bit more dust or sand was dragged onto the circuit. It's going to be a fascinating race, that is for sure. Race is, in fairness, really, because, of course, you've got the GT3 fight to look for, you've got LMP3, and up at the very front, LMP2. It really does promise to be fascinating. Who knows whether we're going to get safety cars, as we did in Malaysia, and who knows, given it's a much more cramped pit lane here, how that's going to pan out as well if we get a sudden raft of pit stops and everybody needs to come in all at the same time. We're also, of course, heading towards, after this race, the midpoint of the championship. We'll have done 3 races and 3 to go. So there are some teams coming here in desperate need of points. There are others trying to consolidate a good start to the championship campaign in Malaysia. We've got some new drivers this weekend and we've got some new teams coming into it as well. So there's an awful lot to look forward to over the next 4 hours of drama in Dubai. And your guides for it are going to be Ollie Gavin and Graham Goodwin.
Thanks very much, David. It is indeed warming up dramatically down on the grid, and we've seen this through the week. Quite cool when we arrived here in the United Arab Emirates, but the forecast, Ollie, is for temperatures to rise through this weekend. He's absolutely right there about track conditions.
Oh, it is. Yes, it's been one of the things that everybody's been kind of battling with over the last week, and the wind direction change today has thrown something else into the mix. So those drivers are going to definitely be dealing with some slightly different conditions as they go into the car for their stints. The guys here on the grid just taking their spots. They're going to be the bronze drivers. They're the guys going to be starting this race in all the different classes, and we're looking forward to it. Absolutely.
Sad news that we hear that the number 82 car in the hands of Charlie Samani in trouble in qualifying. That car too badly damaged to continue this weekend. The team, though, working on getting a car sorted for Abu Dhabi. So that's 2 damaged cars, I'm afraid, before we've actually got to race action. But it's going to be tight. It's going to be interesting. There's going to be twists and turns, not just in the track, but in the strategy as well. And that's the beauty of this 4-hour format with 3 classes.
Yeah, it is. It's going to be spectacular, I think. You know, Dubai is a great racetrack. It's something that everybody really loves and enjoys getting here. But it's going to be an exciting 4 hours of racing, multi-class racing.
Well, you've been round here already this week doing the tracking shots at slow speed. You've been commenting, though, on a rapid lap. And that rapid lap is going to come courtesy of the Pure Racing car. And Ollie's going to take us around a rapid lap here of the Dubai Autodrome.
Here we are at Dubai Autodrome, 5.39 kilometres, 16 turns on board the Pure Racing number 91 Oracle 07 chassis, coming down here into turn 1 about 275 k's an hour, spotting the brakes into turn 1 about 125 k's an hour, a little bit of understeer there, missing the apex, but then through into turns 2 and 3. It should be flat out in a P2 car, but I think that left front is a little worn here. On to the brakes through turns 5 and 6, threading the needle there, then on to the lowest part of the racetrack, turn 7, around about 105 k's an hour on the throttle, up through the gears and into turn 9, 130 k's an hour, bank corner, trying to use that banking. Got the Manthey Porsche in front, just got to be careful of that, just giving out some room as we come up through the gears to the fastest part of the racetrack, but 280 k's an hour, top speed, into turn 10, quite bumpy here, bumpy on the brakes, down all the way through to first gear, 65 k's an hour, spotting that apex. Then through into turn 11, got the Lambo in front of us, trying to see which way side of the track he's going to go. Then we're going to go by him on the left, and then hard onto the brakes again, all the way down to first gear, turn 12, 85 k's an hour. Good traction off of here, tricky with that exit curb, don't use too much of that. All the way up through the gears again, about 265 k's an hour, through turn 13, and then trying to straight line it on the brakes into turn 14. Really bumpy on the brakes there. Bank corner again, all the way down to first, 80 k's an hour. Should be flat through turn 15, but I think that left front's a little bit off on the P2 today. And then into the final turn, turn 16. and trying to roll the speed through there, using a little bit of exit curb, and that's another lap of the Dubai Autodrome.
So that was a lap around the Dubai Autodrome. It's going to be quick for the LMP2 cars, slippy but quick. Those early laps, Ollie, with the dust all over this track, are going to be tricky with the cold tyres. Remember, no tyre warmers in the Asia Le Mans series in common with all other ACO series. What a challenge it's going to be.
It is. That first lap really is going to be something, and we've seen here the way the layout of the circuit, coming through turn 1, 2, 3, and then in that 4, 5, 6 section, it really funnels down, and that's usually where the action really happens. Cold tyres, everybody's got to really be on it, giving people some room. You can only lose the race there. You certainly can't win it.
That's exactly what Charlie Samani was telling us about. We're going to be going now back a few weeks, back to Malaysia, and the opening 2 rounds of the Asia Le Mans series at the fabulous Sepang circuit. Great start for race 1 in the bright sunshine. Giorgio Roda fending off Patrick Byrne in the teal-coloured AF Corsa number 50 car. Alex Malikin looking up the inside of the Pure Racing car, but around the outside, Alexander Matchell in the other Proton car. As Patrick Byrne manages to get his way to the front at this stage, but there's drama behind the two Inter-Europol Ligiers catching each other out, and then further dramas as Steve Brooks took out Antara Sau's number 10 car and damaged to one of the AMGs. Frustration for the young driver waiting to get aboard that. The damaged 16 preventing the 91 from getting to its pit box, but it was a fantastic turnaround for the debuting RD Limited team run by Romain Dumas, and a fabulous finish to this race. Mathieu Vazevière, Christian Vautier, toughing it out with one of the finishes of the season in any race, and certainly endurance racing. Thousands the difference, and a win on their racing debut for RD Limited. Ultimate winning in LMP3, and Car Guy, the 57 car, as the 22 car ground to a halt, taking a win in GT in race 1. That was the post-race congratulations between Mrs. Brodo and Dumas. Race 2, and a little bit of a shake-up in the grid, but again Giorgio Roda getting away. As the AF Corsa car again looking to get to the front, couldn't quite make it. Roda this time fending off the attack. 26 from Breton Racing running off the circuit, allowing the Ultimate car to the lead, which it would not lose for the remainder of the running. Big accident though for Uchida-san, taking out the Lamborghini and putting both cars out of the race. And another problem for the Breton Racing car, as AF Corsa and Pure Racing going head to head. At this stage it was the number 91 car that took that position. Big dramas though for the Saturday race winner from RD Limited. They'd recover though after replacement bodywork, and then the rain came. It would be a call on tyres on a track that was getting wetter, getting drier. Big action in LMP2 as the 25 car took the lead. Melter Jakobsen it was, doing battle with Laurence Her, as the team just looked to get to grip with really tricky conditions, but the 25 car would tough it through as the conditions overcame the opportunity to race under red flag. It was a win for Algarve Pro Racing.
So that brings you up to speed, if you like, with the story so far, and the third race of the season is going to be getting underway very shortly. And there's one constant in all of this, and it's Giorgio Roda on pole position. It's 3 out of 3. It's arguably 4 out of 4. I know we haven't got to tomorrow's race, but his second best qualifying time was good enough to give him pole position for that as well. So he really is the qualifying king, and we'll talk to him in a few moments' time. First, though, let's have a look at how he did it and how our other pole sitters did this morning in qualifying.
And 2 qualifying sessions headed by the GT cars, and a big field of, varied field of GT3s. It was indeed the 28 car from AF Corsa out there in the early running of a 15-minute session. 81 championship leading car from Winwood. The AMG also getting stuck in. Second place on the grid for Rinat Selikov, Max Wiese in that 28th third, but it would be Dustin Blattner, the first of what would be 2 pole positions this weekend for Kessel Racing, and the American really making himself a name for himself amongst the bronze drivers in this GT class. The bad news, though, would come for another Ferrari. It would be Charlie Samani being caught out in that tricky section, finding himself over the curb and powerless as the car careered into the barrier. That car parked for the rest of this weekend. In LMP3, third place on the grid went to Alex Bekantsov, the number 7 Graf Racing Ligier. An all Ligier LMP3 class here this weekend. 26 from Breton Racing continued good form from the Czech registered team. And it will be Jens Reiner Moller that starts the car. Mark Patterson will start the race, but it was Thomas Kiefer in the number 49 high-class racing car. 2 second places at Sepang. They're looking for a win with the addition of the rapid Kiefer. That looks very much in prospect here. Whilst in LMP2, dramas for the AF Corsa car number 50. That was still, though, managed to finish second in the order for this race. Pure Racing in the hands of Alex Malikin would be third on the grid. 50 car, as I say, second, but pole position, as we've already heard from David, would go to the number 22 Proton Competition Orica in the hands of Giorgio Roda. Another double pole here, following up the 2 he scored as well in Sepang in December. Congratulations amongst the Proton Competition team and getting ready for the race.
And I'm stood with the qualifying king, Giorgio Roda, who clearly has lots of doppio espresso in the morning. 3 out of 3 in these qualifying sessions.
Actually, I got 3 coffees. Yeah, qualifying went really well, double pole position, so we're starting front row today. It's going to be really tricky because it's really sandy. The wind is changing direction actually every 5 minutes, so the track is completely sandy. You know, we are in the desert, just a few buildings around, but it's going to be tricky with the traffic because as soon as you go outside of the line, we get the tire not really cleaned, so we need to be safe and not playing stupid things. So race is 4 hours, we have 4 hours, so we need 4 hours to win the race, and let's try to finish as we're starting, so P1.
But it's a busy grid, it's a busy track, lots of corners, lots of things can happen.
Yeah, it's really busy. I mean, LMP2s are a lot of cars, some LMP3s, but GTs, it's so many cars, and the first things when the other brands in the GT cars are running, it's a bit tough because sometimes they see you and they move around, but you don't expect them to move, or sometimes they don't even see you. So you never know what they're doing. And I usually try to be safe and trying to be on the safe side because it's not a sprint race, it's an endurance race. So we need to bring the car at the end and the checkered flag, and let's hope to do it as first.
Excellent. Day started well. Let's hope it carries on in the same way. Giorgio Roda, best of luck. We'll let him get on board then in readiness for the first of the 2 races that we have this weekend. In the last 2 or 3 minutes, just standing on the grid, the wind suddenly picked up, and exactly what Giorgio was describing has happened. Lots of the sand dragged onto the circuit, so it's almost got the effect of dry rain, if there can be such a thing. And the drivers, Ollie, I guess, are going to have to really treat every lap as a fresh one, aren't they? In as much as they can't guarantee necessarily what the grip is going to be like, because it might be different from the previous lap with this wind, with the sand being dragged onto the circuit. Absolutely,
yes. And Giorgio was speaking a perfect sense there, talking about how to approach the start of this race and talking about it being that 4 hours and an endurance race and something that you can only really lose the race in that first hour, and just being smart.
That's a little bit of a drama for our third place car on the GT grid. The AF Corsa number 28 should be starting in third place on the grid in GT in the hands of Max Visa, but that is on pit lane. So that will be a late start to the race for...
But it is going to be tough. It's going to be extremely difficult for all of these drivers starting the race. You know, it is going to be tricky conditions. That wind direction, we could hear it in the mic there that David was holding, blowing around, and we were also. I was out just looking across the circuit, and the dust is coming in, and the sand is coming in, and you know, it's really going to be something that every driver is very much aware of and dealing with.
Yep, and my friend Kia, I can see on the grid there, together with Stefan Rettel, amongst the senior management responsible for putting this championship together and keeping the ladder of endurance racing alive. Again, about this dust, this sand coming onto the track, once you've got those tires dirty, how tricky is it to get them cleaned up?
Well, I think here this weekend it's very much about the track has got rubber on it, has rubbered in, and it's getting back to that line and sticking on that line. It's when you start to stray much from that then it really starts to become a big issue. Just having a chat with Matt Bell over lunch, and he was talking about how once this circuit rubbers in, as long as you can get the car back to that racing line, it's usually not bad. And I also spoke to Richard Leitz, and Richard Leitz was saying, you know, some of the best grip and the best performance and balance he's had from his car was most probably the very first laps he did here in the week. But I think what's key is that there's certain cars really work well in the cooler conditions, and certain cars work well in the hotter conditions, and we're just going to have to see how that works out with these different cars, different strategies, different drivers liking the car in different ways.
Yeah, running our way through the grid, Alexander Matchell is suiting up, and Alex wasn't here until yesterday, I think.
Yeah, we saw him quite fresh face come in, and it was a bit of a last minute call, but delighted to be here and here for the rest of these.
He is indeed,
these
so he will complete the season now. Pure Racing, we can see the 91 car ahead there. Change for them, of course, here. Louis Delatraz on testing duties in the United States, so it's Julian Anslauer, Porsche factory driver, joining Pure Racing. That is great stuff alongside Harry King and Alex Panikin. So that is absolutely one to watch.
Yeah, definitely.
29 degrees now in the air. You can see how stiff the breeze is. 49 degrees on track. Is the 83 car, always a team to conjure with. Francois Perraudot, just he's won everything in Pro-Am racing in recent years. With him, Mathieu Vazevier and Alessio Rivera. So that's another team that's going to be tough to beat. Well, that was LMP2. Let's switch on down to LMP3, the oldest swinger in town at Sepang, aboard the number 49 car. What an inspiration. David Addison is with Mark Patterson.
Mark Patterson starting on pole position in LMP3, and finally you can split the load a bit more. You've got 3 drivers this weekend.
Nice to have 3 people show up who said they would. Yeah, and we've got a very good driver in Tommy, who, you know, first time ever in an LMP3, but he learned within those beautiful practice sessions, he learned how to control it, and he came out P1 in both races on the qualifying. It was pretty admirable.
Temperature's a bit more bearable here than Malaysia as well.
Yes. This this doesn't feel like temperature compared to that. Wow, that was something.
It's going to be a tough race, though.
I think it's going to be a very tough race, and we, you know, as long as so far we haven't had a spin or hit a wall yet, so, but a couple have, and so you can see there's a lot of risk in making small mistakes, so we just got to keep the mistakes low and keep our head to the tarmac in front of us.
Good luck, Mark.
Thank you, David.
Well, Mark, I think did he just turn 73? But he's as fit as a butcher's dog's personal trainer, that boy. It's staggering. Absolutely amazing.
Yeah, absolutely extraordinary performance there in Sepang. He was an absolute Iron Man. Two guys in a car there. That was really tough stuff, and he did a brilliant job.
Absolutely extraordinary. Grid is beginning to clear.
Lottery.
Absolute lottery. That's the selection panel for the Le Mans 24 Hours in there. That's
okay.
But nice long lines of endurance racing cars here. Breton Racing, Jens Muller, Griffin Peebles, Theo Jensen aboard the Breton Racing car. Another car, one to watch. Some emerging talents aboard that. Another car with a change of driver this weekend. They won last season in the Asian Le Mans Series before embarking on their European adventures. It's been a great place for them to learn. Somewhat more experienced team in LMP3 Graph Racing. Danielle Frost from Singapore, James Winslow, Alexander Bekantsov, an experienced and race-winning crew aboard this car. There's Graph in unfamiliar colours. Normally would tend to see them in the French national colours, and equally unfamiliar colours for Inter-Europol are the BWT pink, multi-shades of pink colours. Tim Kresick, Daniel Ali, De Decker for the 34 car from the Racing Bakers in Poland. Tim Kresick it will be to start the car. And then RLR M Sport, the number 15 car, Nick Adcock, reigning European champion, Ian Aguilera, moving up from the Ligier European Series, and Chris Short, another switch of drivers here for the team, now based on the same premises as, but still a separate team from Vector Sport. number 15. Well, let's just pop down for a quick chat that happened just a few moments ago with the pole sitter in GT. Dustin Blattner is with David Addison.
Dustin, great job in qualifying. Now the hard work begins.
Yeah, exactly. I think in the beginning it'll just be a matter of keeping a little bit of distance from the LMP2s and just hopefully keeping the traffic behind in my rearview mirror.
Best of luck.
Thank you.
So, red car's ready to go. Just hearing, by the way, in my right ear from David, that 28 car, Ollie, looks like maybe a bit of a miscalculation about fueling for that car. They couldn't release the fueling hose and missed pit out.
Yeah, that's a tough one, and that's a drop of the ball there from the team. And sometimes those situations, they just, they pop up and you can't cover it off. But yeah, frustration for them, I'm sure. But just got 4 hours, can still rescue it. It's not over. Let's be smart.
It's going to run full green. There'll be no dramas.
Oh, no dramas.
No dramas, no cautions, no nothing. It's I barely wonder why people kind of watch. I'm kidding. It is
action-packed.
It is always action-packed. If you've not watched an endurance race before, tuck in. Do make sure you've got some beverages and some snacks available.
I've got mine.
Yeah, I know you have.
Yeah.
Yep. And I've never seen a bottle of cream soda that large. But the reality of these things are, it is, as David said at the top of the show, 3 races within one, and all sorts of battles for those that just want to collect the points that maybe they missed out in the Sepang. Those that want to defend, they really do. And it's going to be all action from the off.
Yep.
Cool heads needed.
Definitely cool heads, smart. Got to be listening and thinking all at the same time, which is sometimes hard to do. Maybe even speaking as well. I know drivers are very much like binary at points. Put the helmet on, really get in the zone, and don't necessarily take all the instruction they're being given.
Watch this team, the 87 car from Origin. They were super quick in Sepang, had some bad luck getting involved in the shunt with the LMP3 car, the BWT liveried car that we saw a little earlier. But I think that car could be quite something to watch. And Rima Jafali, by the way, the Saudi female driver in this car, the number 19 car, cracking performance in qualifying from her.
Really strong, absolutely. Yeah, we were walking in with Johnny Adam, and Johnny was talking about what her journey and where she's come from, what she's looking to do, and the plans that she's got. And here this weekend, she's really hit the ground running and really enjoying the Aston Martin. So great to see. Looking forward to that.
1 minute board is now being shown. All drivers starting these cars that I can see are the bronze drivers, or at least one of the bronze drivers aboard those cars, with one exception, and that is silver-ranked Patrick Byrne. We saw this at one of the races at Sepang.
Yeah, and I didn't really get it when they did it there in Sepang, but...
You've done it again?
Yeah, they have.
So the idea here is for Patrick Byrne to get ahead of Giorgio Roda and try to gap him. The problem, Ollie, all too often at the beginning of an endurance race is tends to breed a caution or two.
It does, and Giorgio's really fast.
Yes.
And I'm not sure Patrick's as quick as Giorgio. But let's see. I haven't seen much of him this weekend, but Giorgio has been absolutely on it.
I'll say again, what we've seen from Giorgio Roda through the European Le Mans Series this season and now into the Asian Le Mans Series, it's not just his one-lap pace, which has been amazing against his peers, but he's getting to be he's going to be quicker, he's going to be significantly more consistent. Look at the dust.
Yeah, we saw that from the BMW pulled away, and then look at Giorgio who's just driving off. That is not smoke from the back of the car, that is just dust being kicked up. That's the sand that's been blown on the track. Let's see what this does, but I'm sure that everybody's going to be very, very keen to get to their racing line as quickly as possible and try and stay off that inside line going down into turn 1, and then the whole way the pack jostles and gets itself into position coming through 3, 4, 5 and that funnel down to 6. That's the real pinch point, and that's where everybody starts to go one by one.
Just a quick word about this facility here at Dubai Autodrome. In the time we've been here with the Asian Le Mans Series, they've been building facilities, building friends locally, and lots more families arriving now, and there's trouble here for the number 8 Dragon racing car. That is
local team
Todd Coleman, and he's not getting that car moving. Could this be dramas at the very start of the race?
Yeah, the medical car there just waiting and wondering what to do, been waved round.
Shaking his head.
Yeah, Todd Coleman will be frantically trying to get that car started. They might have to do a complete reset.
Power
on
cycle.
The power cycle there, and that can take some time. But he's rolling great.
Excellent. That's good news.
Good to see.
And then goes the 28 car released before the number 8.
They would have been waiting to see if he was going to get going, and they must have just said, okay, let's release the 28.
Yeah, they've been waiting for the green lights. There's change in the regulations nowadays, by the way, which means that you don't now lose the lap, which was the case until last year.
Okay.
So that is a change. It's absolute racing. And he's I think, describing exactly what Todd Coleman has done wrong there.
I don't know.
It's all about pedal sequences quite often. That's so much dust.
Yeah, there is a lot. I'm not short of a full start sequence in the 296.
Just to complete the point, they've been a fabulous place to come to for racing, at a point where racing needed them, with Southeast Asia pretty much locked down for a couple of seasons. Decisions being made now in full consultation with the teams about what the future shape of the Asia Le Mans series will be. It looks set to be a choice between coming back here or going to other friends in this country at Yas Marina. We wait for that decision. We wait for the organisers to consult with all of these teams and listen to all the points being raised. But looks like we're on the way back to Thailand next year, and then Malaysia again in 2 weeks following that, before Christmas. UAE will, by the look of things, continue to have a part to play in the future shape of the Asia Le Mans series, and that's to be celebrated because it's been a great place to come racing for the last 5 years. Cars coming through now on their second formation lap, trying to get heat into those Michelin tyres. Michelin tyres, of course, for all of the cars on this grid.
Yeah.
Valued series partners.
Yeah, absolutely vital for those drivers to be getting all that energy they possibly can into the tyres. I know there's a number of teams who are wanting a cooler race, some teams wanting a warmer race, and it certainly seems that the Porsches are wanting a slightly warmer race. There's certain teams that are worried about degradation and how the tyres are going to last for a stint.
I was talking to a couple of the guys over lunch, and what they're saying is there could not be, across the week, two tracks we've got this weekend and next, two more different tracks in terms of the characteristics for tyres on those surfaces.
Yeah. Oh, back into the pit lane. 28.
Has he got a further problem? Can they not get fuel in this car?
Maybe a fuel alarm, or there's something they've seen in the data that they would have pulled him in with.
Not been a great day so far for A, of course, has it?
No, not at all.
Let's go through this grid. Working our way down through the LMP3s. Going straight through. Maybe he was not released.
Yes, it must have been. So it must have been. There must have been something they had to readdress. Well, they're holding him at the end of the pit lane now.
Well, get to take a close look at this astonishing array of GT cars. This grid, as we said earlier, put together by the Asia Le Mans series, ACO, LMEM, and SRO, and it's a formula that has really worked. Fair degree of industry and media cynicism about that relationship, but they've kept it together beautifully, and keeping the Asia Le Mans series and the GT World Challenge series apart and supporting teams' growth in the region. And it's been great to see old friends and new coming back at international class racing, and it's a real mixed bag. Yes, lots of European cars and teams and drivers, but increasing numbers from this region and from Southeast Asia too.
Yeah, so this is a problem we're just watching here now. The car that's near the back of the GT field is only just coming through sort of into turn 12, and the start of the field is coming into turn 14, and so everybody's just getting ready, lining up side by side here. All of the preparation would have been done. It's now waiting for the lights to go out and get racing.
Itchy trigger fingers and itchy trigger feet on the throttles for all of these racers. In comes the BMW safety car. The field under the control of Giorgio Road with the 22 Proton competition car. Patrick Byrne ready to go next to him. And we've seen it get very busy indeed, both races at Sepang. What dramas lie ahead, we're about to see. As they come down towards the row of red lights, those red lights will go out. Now, and away we go for round 3 of the 2024-2025 Asia Le Mans series. It is 2 wide, almost 3 wide as Alex Malikin looks to try to get up the inside. Giorgio Roda, though, is toughing it out. Around the outside is coming Alexander Matschel. And also around the outside, the DKR car I saw there.
There's a spin, just the exit there of turn 1. A couple of cars off P3s.
It was Graf and High Class, and also off the track and back on. It's the number 3 DKR car. It is slippery out there.
It is, and I think the P3 car's got a little bit caught out there. Cold rear tyres, and around it went. As the cars all bottling up to come into turn 5 and 6. But it's clean and clear for Roder at the front.
It's a Proton 1-2 as well, because it looks to me to be Alexander Matchell that's made his way through to second place.
Oh, looks like High Class has got himself going again. It's there in the GT class.
That was ultimate.
Oh, sorry.
That was caught up and delayed by that. Has been dropped back into the GT field. So we'll wait and see who's most going to win.
Yeah.
So it is Proton competition 1-2, then Pure Racing, then AF Corsa, then up the inside. Naveen Rao makes a move on Francois Perrodo. So the Nielsen Racing car moving up to 5th, and then comes through this horde of GT3 cars. Matchell under pressure here from the silver rank driver Patrick Byrne, takes the curb, loses a little bit of momentum, and it's then a drag race down the next straight.
Yeah, looking just to get everything warmed up and going here. Drivers are still trying to feel their way out and who they're racing against and how it's going to work. Coming into one of the trickiest points of the track, very, very bumpy here for all the P2 cars, but they're all through it nice and cleanly.
Yeah, everybody is rolling at this stage. 4, 5, 6 wide.
Plenty of sand.
Yep, it's the Iron Dames and our Qatari crewed Herberth racing car side by side. It's the Qatari car that comes out to the good now. Sarah Bovey being shuffled back.
Not so close.
My apologies, not Sarah Bovey, is it? Celia Martin.
Yeah, and it's been passed around the outside. Oh, just a tiny bit of contact there. But they're all through relatively cleanly. It's fraught, it's wheel to wheel, it's door to door. Just got to be smart here. Just have a bit of a breathe. Don't do anything rash. Coming down into turn 1, it's still 2, 3 wide, squabbling over this bit of tarmac. A flash of the lights there from the Manthey car.
Just looks like someone's emptied a sack of Hot Wheels cars down there, doesn't it? Fantastic stuff.
Great.
But yes, a little bit of wheel banging, yes, a little bit of door banging, but for the moment, with the exception of a couple of semi-rotating LMP3s that have both recovered, we go.
Yep, and there may be a few of those team managers wiping their brows and going through that.
Change for second place. Alex Malikian has passed Alex Matchell and is pulling away, and it is Matchell under pressure now from Patrick Byrne.
Yeah, Byrne will be wanting to get by. You can see the cars porpoising and bouncing there on the bumps on the brakes into turn 10.
Naveen Rao has made further progress past Georgios Kolovas.
Yeah. Naveen has made a good step forward, over this weekend. He just needs to drive, and once he does drive, he really does take some good performance steps. And so the team have got real high hopes for him. Yeah,
brand new era for Nielsen Racing and for Naveen Rao, co-owner, I believe, now of that team.
Yes, absolutely.
That's great news for him and
fantastic.
For them.
All the GT cars, it's like they've got respect for one another, but they're wanting to race and race hard here. There's wheel to wheel, but everybody's most probably going, okay, 4 hours. Absolutely. Be smart. Don't throw it away.
That's Ruben Giovanni, by the way, getting wheel to wheel with the car collection, the surviving car collection car. We lost the 21 car earlier in the week of Bashar Mardini. So 19 and 12 getting together, and again Ruben Giovanni looking for the outside this time around the white and red Porsche. Can she make that stick with advantage? Got good speed, and I think
she's not going to get it done. There. Not quite there, but can she wall of death it all the way around the outside? She can. She's got the inside now for 15. Nicely done.
Both of the APR, the Algar Pro Racing cars together, 20 leads 25. That is Crichton Lantudis ahead of Michael Jensen. That is Crichton moving forward at this point.
Yeah, they were relatively even, I believe, these two cars.
Yep. Fred Porter just dropping back behind those two cars in the RD Limited car.
Yeah, Fred's not been as comfortable, it seems, here this weekend as he was in Sepang. But we'll have to see how they go as they go through this first stint, get things up to temperature. Oh, it's close quarters there between the P3 car and the Ferrari 296.
Well, in that the first exchanges, we had 4 LMP3 cars dropping in amongst the GTs. The quickest of them, Louis Stern, one of the replacement drivers of the Ultimate car, the double race-winning car from Sepang, is recovered back up to 16th, but still is behind the lead 2 GT cars. The other 3, which are the 43 into Europol car, Steve Brooks, Craft Racing's number 7, Alex Bekantsov, and Mark Patterson are way down in the GT order, and it's a hard fight back now because those GT3s, Ollie, on this track are mighty fast.
They are. Giorgio Roda, textbook start really. Got away, got clean, got a nice 2-second gap now to Alex Malikin. So, you know, he's just been smart and really just delivered on what, well, what Proton would have wanted. Indeed,
the grab car leapfrogging around the GT3 traffic. Rima Jafali, having gone by that Porsche, has driven away from it, by the way. So good start from the Saudi female driver. She's up now into 30th place, 15th in what is now a 27-car GT class. We'll have more cars back for Abu Dhabi.
Yeah, it's fraught and frantic in the GT class. All kinds of manufacturers up there really shuffled the order quite nicely, but Dustin Blattner in the Kessel Racing 74 car pulling away nicely.
He is indeed 2 seconds for the good in GT, and his next challenger is that recovering Ultimate Ligier. It is the Breton Racing car, by the way, Jens Möller, that leads in LMP3, and he's got a second's advantage over Tim Kresick in the 34. That is the pink Inter-Europol car, and RLRM Sports' Chris Short, another new driver this weekend, is the 3rd car in that top 3. DK Engineering, Georgios Kolovos, looking to try to get onto terms with Naveen Rao here. Francois Perot is just letting that happen.
Yeah, I think Naveen's started quickly, got himself going, and he's just trying to settle into a rhythm now. Yeah, delivering this, I think they're going to go about 24 laps, I think, 23 laps on a tank of fuel before they have to come in for a stop, and he'll just be thinking about, okay, how can we get the time done here with Naveen, and being smart with everything and trying to just get him back into racing and back into that rhythm of being in the Oreca 07 and delivering a consistent performance.
Indeed. So Naveen Rao at the moment, good solid start to his race, passed a couple of cars, which would be great news for him and his confidence. It's important, particularly for these bronze ranked drivers, to just have confidence of the car they've got underneath them, particularly on a track with such limited grip.
Yep. And they'll be learning that, they'll be picking that all up, you know, as they're going here with only 4 laps into the race. And it will be just sort of just feeling stuff out. Just can I drop a wheel on this curb? Can I use a little bit of that tarmac? Can I, if I place the car just a little bit over that curb, what happens?
Here's the lead battle in LMP3. Meanwhile, it's another one of our veteran drivers, Jens Reiner Möller. Been around in sports car racing for a quarter of a century, and he leads Tim Kresick in the Inter-Europol car. So Breton Racing from Inter-Europol with RLR in that mix, and then a gap before we get to Louis Stone, who's now cleared the GT battle. Meantime, at the tail end of the LMP2 battlers is still the 2 APR cars. We saw this in Sepang, formation running for much of the bronze time, and Fred Pordad, I think, is beginning to catch those 2.
Yeah, and I think actually if he managed to get by them, I think he could pull away. It's sort of like they're almost tripping one another up, and they're too busy watching the mirrors and looking at what each other are doing rather than just focusing on eyes forward.
Let's take another look at the start here. It was cracking stuff from Giorgio Roda. Patrick Byrne getting alongside. Alex Malikin looking to see if he could try for a leap up the inside. There's no way through there, but it was Alexander Matchall that was the man on the move up to second. And what happened here? It was a twitch from Mark Patterson. I think he might have damaged, you know.
Yeah, I think he was. I think he was actually, he had some contact there. Breton car actually
front right.
Yeah. Left front to their right rear of Mark Patterson's car.
But I wouldn't be remotely surprised. Mark Patterson is not making terribly much progress up the field, and I wonder if he's carrying a problem.
Yeah, it looked like it was hard enough to cause an issue. And 3 wide down into turn 5, into turn 6.
Well,
it is that.
That was the recovery. And that was the recovery of Mark Patterson. It took a while
to get going.
With the 28 car coming out of pit lane.
Correct, yeah.
Still, now we have the battle. It's a closer battle now for LMP3 because Tim Kresick is catching Jens Möller.
Yeah, maybe Tim's gone back, looked at the data, thought about what had happened, because he looked pretty disgruntled after qualifying, and he was sort of, didn't really come together.
Yep.
And maybe he's just managed to sort of like learn on a few different spots and just tune the driving style. Maybe they made a little bit of a change.
Yeah, just noting Mark Patterson, by the way, has dropped back behind the final GT3 car. I think he has a problem, but he's still out there and running. I'm sure they'll be trying to work the issue from pit lane as best they can, understand what the problem is. Can he fix it within the car? What do they need to put together to fix it on pit lane? Reduce the time there. Giorgio Roda, by the way, a string of fastest laps of the race. He's now 2.5 seconds clear of Alex Malikin, and Malikin pulling away from Alexander Matchell. So replay, this is the Prime Sports Lamborghini up the inside of our initially troubled Dragon Racing Ferrari, but that car has made a good recovery, by the way, up to 22nd now, and that is the 28 car that started right at the back of the field and is still at the back of the field because that's a battle with Takeshi Kimura.
Yeah, he doesn't seem very happy, Takeshi Kimura. It's not really coming together for him. But as coming down into turn 10, we've got the two APR Algarve Pro cars just swapping position there.
Yeah, that's Michael Jensen
getting by. Yeah, nicely done.
Dane on the Greek, and immediately Crichton and Tudis under pressure from the RD Limited car. So
Crichton doesn't look very happy in that, and I think as we were just talking about maybe a lap or so ago, that if Fred could get past, I think that he'd be able to get away and catch up to Michael Jensen.
It's not got the kind of attacking stance it had a couple of laps ago, has it?
No.
Somewhat defensive, and you'd expect that with a great big Orica in your mirrors, but through he comes to complete lap 7.
And Fred's just looking to line him up and slingshot off the corner. Can he get the toe now down into turn 1? I'm not sure he's quite close enough, and he's just got to maybe just bide his time a little bit more. That's too far back.
Meantime, it's another fastest lap of the race from Giorgio Roda. First lap in the 149s. He's now 3.5 seconds clear.
Yeah, and I'm not sure AF Course have done the right thing here. Patrick Burns not making the impression that he needed to, and maybe they would have been better off switching, keeping their driver line up in the way that we were thinking they were going to do it.
Yeah, putting Jeremy in from the start. But he, by the way, is a driver that knows this circuit, has done Ferrari Challenge here.
Oh,
trouble.
Oh, there's smoking, and or is that?
Or is it just dust? That's the problem.
It's going slow.
Well, it's the McLaren of Optimum. It's a 77 car, isn't it?
Yeah.
So that is Morgan Tilbrook.
What's the issue here? Is there something on the right front?
Yeah, he was very good in qualifying.
Yeah, he did a great job. They got high hopes for this weekend. The circuit suiting them a lot more than Sepang did. Oh, is this Kimura-san just looking, or just spin there? 35 car.
That's the ultimate car. Yeah, Louis Stern having joined the back of the. It's just over the curb.
Too much curb. Yeah, just unhooked the rear. Around it went, kept it out the wall. Nicely done. And it's just okay. Now he's going to have rather squarer tyres than rounder tyres. He's going to deal with that for the next hour or so.
Well, having passed the GT3 leaders, 77 a replay.
Running off, are they going parking up? It doesn't quite look right.
The tyres look.
Something is not quite right about that.
All 4 tyres look to be inflated. So it's worst news is it's not the tyre.
No, but it's very, very slow. Electrical issue, fuel pickup.
Okay. Is that still,
rolling through?
Is that still dust?
It looks like it. I think that is still dust. But Giorgio Roda continues, and he's now 3.5 seconds clear of Alex Malikin.
And in traffic for the first time. So another phase of sports car racing, endurance racing, comes in with just 15 minutes gone, as he's now caught the rear of the GT field. It's taken him 7 laps to do it.
The sister car is passing just around the outside. Just open the wheel there, just giving his teammate a little bit of room.
Yeah, both cars run by Proton.
Yeah, Claudio just gave him the room there and let him through turn 11. It's up to Kimura-san just to navigate his way through that nicely.
Takeshi Kimura, experienced gentleman driver. GT3, GTE, race winner in both.
Fred Pordad still looking for a way by. Left and right.
Michael Jensen, by the way, 6 seconds up the road from this pair now, so I think you're absolutely correct. Crichton and Tudis, something about...
It's just not right. It's just not happy.
There's something going on there, isn't there?
Yeah.
In the meantime, so the middle pack in GT.
2 C's.
It is 2 C's indeed. This is the battle for 6th between Tony McIntosh, Abdullah Khalifi in the QMMF by Herbeth car, the Qatari run car, the 46 And then the number 10 Montai car in the hands of Antarasau. We did say, didn't we, there were an awful lot more teams and drivers from Southeast Asia and the Gulf region coming forward, and there's 2 examples right there. Antarasau looking to the inside at his Qatari friend. Well, I think they're friends.
Saying, no, you're not coming by. Tyre stop here. I'm not sure Optimum are able to diagnose exactly what's happening there. They've got the tyres off, but no tyres to go on. I don't think that certainly wasn't the problem. So let's see what. Going in the garage.
Can tell you that the car 49 high class racing, and it will be for that incident at the start of the race. Mark Patterson is going to get a 10-second time penalty added to the next pit stop for causing a collision.
Ooh.
So Mark is recovering, beginning to recover up the field a little now, but that's going to put him right back.
Pace, really.
Side by side again between 2 Porsches, but it's 2 completely different Porsches, oddly enough, from the same teams. It's well, it's Antarasau, sorry, it's one of the same Porsches, but it's the other Herberth car, the 99 car, with the 2021 winning crew aboard that car, championship winning crew here in the Asia Le Mans Series. Ralph Byrne, the bronze driver, it is the wheel at the moment, but we've got the Renault twins to come, Alfred and Robert.
Yeah, very close. And are we seeing something here that's happened with the McLaren, or are we just 3 wide down into turn 14?
Yeah, car collection, Blackthorn and Optimum. 3 very different cars indeed.
So yes, the 77 car's gone back in the garage, and they're taking a look at it wheel to wheel coming into turn 16. Oh, and the Lamborghini, they're taking advantage of the Tsunami car sort of trying to see off the Ferrari, and the Lambo just came through on the inside, and there's the 28 taking advantage and making great progress.
Yeah, much better race so far for the Prime Speed Sports Lamborghini. Really struggled in Sepang after some logistical problems with spares for that car. An upgrade kit for that car as well did not arrive in the form they expected.
Yeah, just some classic example there of multi-class racing. And here's the wheel-banging Tsunami car alongside the Dragon racing car. That was pretty aggressive there, and that's not going to do the toe links any good.
Yeah, in the middle of all of this, we've got some recovering Mark Patterson and traffic.
Yeah. You know, this is a classic example of multi-class racing, and all these 3 races all happening at once, and P2s, P3, GT all having to exist and try and shuffle through and not lose time and still race the guy that you're racing.
Absolutely. All sorts of factors in play here, Ollie. A little bit of needle from races past, I'm sure. There'll be friendships made and lost in this sort of racing. This is a battle, meanwhile, for LMP3 in the lead. Breton Racing's Jens Müller under pressure still from Tim Kresick, who's playing a waiting game here.
He's done a good job, Tim. He's qualifying looked frustrating, but he's really been smart and just clicking the laps off and playing that sort of, as you say, that waiting game, trying to find the chink in the armour and find his way past the Breton Racing car.
Rema Jafali, by the way, continues to try to push further up the order. She's now looking to get onto terms with, where is she? She is for 13th place. It's the number 2 Climax Racing AMG ahead. The Chrome car.
And actually, Giorgio Roda has had his lead completely cut here by Alex Malikin. He's just not been able to get through the traffic in the same way Alex has, and he's just done the 91 pure racing car just seems to be that little bit better in these conditions right now. So he's
well, it's the first time the cars have encountered traffic, so maybe a little bit surprised. Let's go down meanwhile to see who David Addison's got with him down on pit lane.
Graham, this is a bit like a sort of general catch-up, really, on a few things. 77, in the background to where I am, that has a sticking left front brake. They're not sure why, but that's why the car is in the box, the Optimum McLaren, and they're trying to sort that out. You were right about Mark Patterson. It is left floor damage, a legacy of the incident at turn 1, so that's why his progress has been a bit stilted back up the field, but as you were just saying, he is starting to get there. The other element of all of this, just to try and finish the story off, number 28 Ferrari. Okay, so we knew it was going to start from the pit lane. but it left the pit lane and came back in. That was, if you like, a safety lap. Race control said, yes, you can go and do a lap, get some warmth in the tyres, but you still must start from the pit lane. Now, because they were having this refuelling drama, they weren't on the grid in time because the pit lane closed. Because they effectively missed the start of the race, they weren't on the grid in time. They will also have to serve an extra minute by way of the penalty on the first pit stop. So they're in for a long afternoon.
Oh dear, oh dear.
Wow.
That's what a tangled web they weave. There's a lot of paperwork involved there.
Yeah. So that little mistake has really unhooked their whole race.
One pit stopper that David may have noticed briefly, Deco Engineering have been on in and out of the pits. Georgios Kolovos, the number 3 car, drops down to 10th place. So yes, sports car racing, fantastic.
Always something to talk about, and this is the lead battle in P2 coming down into turn 1. Alex Malikin is putting big pressure on Giorgio Roda, and Giorgio, I think, looks like he's a little rattled here, trying to get through the traffic. And Malikin is just looking for pick his point, just sizing him up. A little bit of traffic there with the 46 car in front, and Malikin just looking to thread his way through, get it done before the squeeze of 5 and 6. Done that nicely. Yeah, he's driving the car well. He certainly has taken to the P2 car extremely well. And I was talking to Tom Ferrier, TF, are just running a little bit of support here, and Tom's out here, and he was saying how, you know, a bit of contact there with the Dragon car. They're having a tough race. Naveen's around the outside of the AF83 car, and they're choosing with left and right to go. The Dragon car coming into the pit lane. It's really action-packed. It's all happening out there at the moment. Alex Malikin coming through turn 10. He's just looking to get back onto terms with Giorgio Roda. Dragon's in.
Yeah.
Again, 88, they're having a tough time of it.
Aren't they just? They're right at the end of pit lane. Marco Pulcini, it was that brought the car in and took the car out. 54-second stop. So, did he have a problem? All of a sudden,
maybe David will be able to find that out for us.
Bits and pieces of niggles kicking around here.
Yeah, and it always ends up coming from just a little bit of a snafu with something that doesn't quite work, and just before the start of the race, or is it something that happens just, you know, during those first couple of laps, a bit of contact, and just trying to be as clean and as clear as possible.
So 23 minutes gone so far. Giorgio Roda has recovered a little bit of his momentum. Now he's clear of the main traffic and is pulling away again a little. That gap eking back out towards a single second, but it was 3.5 seconds, so lost a chunk of time in traffic. Alex Malikin right there with him. They've both pulled, what, 6 seconds, 7 seconds on Alexander Matchell, who's got Patrick Byrne a couple of seconds back from him. Naveen Rao next up, then Francois Perotto in the mix there for what is a battle for 5th place.
Naveen and Francois Perotto are really going at it, and just want to be keeping the bodywork on it and not get too aggressive.
Yes, indeed. Still this battle for 8th place overall. Then we've got the LMP3 battle. This is the lead battle. This is Jens Müller just ahead of Tim Kresick. This has been this close now for, I'd say, half a dozen laps or more. So Tim is hanging on in there with the more experienced man ahead in prototypes.
He's doing a fine job.
He is.
Just clicking off his laps.
Yeah, Chris Short, by the way, in 3rd, is 10 seconds back from this battle, with the Graf Racing car of Alex Bekantov further 15 seconds back. One thing to watch if you're not regular watchers of these races is there's a bit of a difference in the way that it works with pit stops. There are 2 time pit stops for LMP3, and then anything more than those 2, do as quick as you like. There is a bogey time they must meet. That is, this is Francois Perotto under attack by, no, he's just passed Michael Jensen. Jensen was ahead, and he's just been repassed by Francois Perotto.
Where did Michael Jensen get by?
Here he goes. Traffic
coming down into turn 10, long back straight here.
Great pass for Michael Jensen, briefly, but I think he was only briefly ahead.
Yeah, but I think Michael Jensen will be putting the pressure on again. I think that car's come alive. I think it's going to be very, very strong. I think once Molt Jakobsen gets in it, who was away for all of the testing and practice, and he had to do 3 laps in qualifying this morning, didn't he?
I think he'll remember how to drive it now.
I think gets it.
Yeah, but yeah, Michael Jensen growing in confidence in LMP2. Not done much lappering there. And again, it's side by side. The ultimate car just bails out of that one.
drifting it back onto the track. And what a feat! Nearly got taken out there.
Nearly got taken out on the inside, on the entry to the corner and the exit by the same car.
Yeah, well,
it's
bit of a charmed existence there, Naveen.
But heads up from him, actually. Yeah. Managed to avoid what could have been quite nasty incidents.
Yeah.
Twice in about 10 seconds. Must something that charmed life at that point.
Yeah.
But good start of the race from Naveen Rao. He's pushing on. His pace is good.
The confidence has definitely grown over this weekend, for sure, which is great.
1.5 seconds back from Patrick Byrne. Naveen Rao back to the Asia Le Mans Series. Did a season with us in the Racing Team India car that was looked after by APR. Prior to that, took the IMSA Prototype Challenge title in, was it 19 with Matt Bell?
Yep. Dustin Blattner here, leader in GT. He's done a very nice job so far this afternoon. 25 minutes into the race, and he's just got a 3.3 second lead, and he's just being smart with it, really. You know, just
flashing orange light in the windscreen of that car. As we pile on the mileage of the laps, 92.85. This is the Ryan Hardwick car, one of the cars we'll be seeing in the FI World Endurance Championship in a couple of weeks' time. And behind him, another cars we'll be seeing in the FI World Endurance Championship. The other Monza car, in fact, for WEC, the Iron Dames. So those two coming together. It won't be these cars, but it will be those teams. It's a similar 911 GT3Rs, but in LM GT3 specification. Marginal differences in both the aero and, for that matter, with the torque sensor package. Helps race organisers to manage performance of these cars. Observe the managed performance of these cars. Roda's still ahead and is now more than a second clear again. So Alex Manikin dropping back a little here, but they're dropping Alex Matchell.
Yeah, he's just sort of come alive again and just switched the tyre on. Maybe got a little bit of rubbish all over them and that sand. And you know, what he was talking about before the start of the race is that, you know, maybe he was just battling with a little bit of sand and dust on the tyres, and he was just dealing with a bit of an imbalance, but cleaned them up and got going again. It's back to about a second, but Malikin's growing in confidence in his P2 car.
He is. So Roda and Malikin pretty much driving away here at the moment in LMP2. Breton Racing and into Europol, Muller and Kresick doing a similar job in LMP3.
Fred Bourdad here is desperately trying to get by Crichton Lentudis, but it's just not happening. And every which way he goes, and they're now in the midst of this GT battle, and wheel to wheel, and there's Fred. He's desperately trying to get past the car collection car around the outside. Can he do it? I think, yeah, he's got that done, but you know, Crichton's managed to get away, and there's another 5, 6, 7 car lengths that he's stretched on him there. Oh, a bit of contact.
Another car between, another car between, another car between. It's a leapfrogging game, isn't it?
Yeah, the driver in front is always looking to use the traffic as a pick, you know, just try and squeeze a car in between, and that was always the instruction that I was given from my crew chief, was like, try and get that car in between, use them as a pick, try to disrupt the car that's just there chasing you, and that's exactly what Crichton's done. And Fred is now maybe 1.5 seconds back, and certainly 2 cars in between.
It is part of the skill sets in the GT class, of course. It's keeping your head down, keeping the speed up, keeping the consistency while being passed.
Yeah, picking your points, being smart, not taking those low percentage moves, always sort of trying to be that calculation that you have to do the whole time in the car as the driver, and where you're passing and how you're placing your car, what you're reading from the body language of the car in front, what it looks like it's going to be doing, and how confident ultimately the car is being driven, you can then start making your decisions on where you're going to pass and how you're going to pass the car, and the likelihood of that driver seeing you as you're making that pass. All of these things go into the sort of melting pot of how you build your pass on that car and how you go about your race and racing in multi-class racing.
And let's not forget, as we stand at the moment, there is one driver on this circuit that is not rated as a full amateur driver, and only one in the 44, and that's Patrick Byrne, who's a silver rank driver, but he's not a pro driver.
Right.
But 43 of these cars are in the hands of bronze drivers, and with that said, remarkable.
Yeah, it is. It's fantastic to see. And everybody's, you know, respectful, knowledgeable, now sort of driving with great skill, and really on top of these machines, which are really, really hard to drive at times. And you know, very powerful, a lot of grip, a lot of downforce, have to be driven in a particular way. The P2 cars in particular, there is a definite driving style that you have to apply, and if you don't, then the car can be really tricky and hard to drive and aggressive and not nice. And so getting it in that window is all important, really, really important.
So the numerical majority of this field, of course, GT3 cars. Sarah Bovey looks on the Iron Dames pit, and the beauty of this class, Ollie, has been variety and depth.
Yeah,
and that the science of balanced performance, sometimes derided, but frankly,
I'd never want to do it, would you?
No, one of the huge successes of modern motorsport has been to provide the opportunity.
Anti-cars sizing up, the climax down the inside, deep on the brakes there. 14 gave them the room, nicely done. Yeah, recognised that was the corner, that was the Manthei's corner.
Guelu cedes the position to Ryan Hardwick, but to complete the point, given the opportunity.
What's happening there with Iron Dames? They're looking to make the move as well. No, not got the move done. DKR coming up behind, coming up the inside there. Yeah. Again,
makes that move through.
Nicely navigated.
And that, again, that's a great example of the problem, isn't it? You've got two drivers ahead in their own battle, and you've got to get by. And he was by himself, Kolovos, in the DKR car, but as we've seen elsewhere in LMP2, we've got battling pairs and trios.
Jafali here is looking to put a move on Celia Martin as they're coming up out of turn 9. She got a great run, real slingshot all the way by. Got the deal done even before the brakes.
Impressive stuff. It's been a great run so far from Rima Jafali. Now up into 12th place.
Just overcooked it a little bit there on the brakes. Didn't need to go in quite so deep. Left herself a little bit exposed here for Celia to come back into 12. She's having to go defensive. And as she overcooked the braking just a little bit there, no, she's good. She's managed to get it across the apex nicely, and now it's getting a head down, eyes forward, and focusing on that climax car in front.
Indeed. Seems to me like Rima Jafali is enjoying her time in this Aston Martin Vantage, the 2024 version of this car.
Yeah, we were talking, weren't we, just a little bit earlier about, we walked in with Johnny Adam, and he was saying about how, you know, she's just really taken to the Aston Martin Vantage and really enjoying it, enjoying her time back in the race car, and he was really impressed with her performance and looking to build on that in today's race.
Yeah, Johnny down through the years, particularly his British GT days.
Wide there from. This is
still the battle for 8th, isn't it?
Crichton and Fred going at it.
Absolutely. Just about saying about Johnny Adam, you know, the number of bronze drivers he's brought through to be the best part of them, the best version of themselves they could be. Here's another replay.
This is the best chance Fred has had, and Crichton was defending robustly, deep on the brakes there, outbraked himself, but managed to get it around the outside, and Fred just couldn't quite deliver the pass.
I think he just gave himself a moment. Here is the lead battle, and it's back now to under 0.3 of a second. So traffic again appears to have played a part.
Yeah, Malikin's done it again. He's keeping him honest. I thought Giorgio was just going to drive away, but Alex Malikin is really done it. Oh, Fred's finally got through.
Yeah, he's done it.
Nicely done, Fred. Can he just nail it here? Just nail it, and once you've done, through 11 into 12, get the braking done for 12, and you'll be able to just drive away.
So Giorgio Roda still leads, but just now by tenths from Alex Malikin. 13.5 seconds to Alexander Matchell in third, so that pair has just kept the pace up. And this is still our lead battle, but it's in traffic and it's drama here.
Oh, around the outside. Oh, deep. Malikin's gone very deep there, and he had really on the dust and the dirt. And we were talking about the rubber build-up, and you know the line that you need to run on. He was definitely offline there, so he's going to have a couple of tricky corners here. Just back up the braking a little bit. Don't go in too deep. He's just drifting it in a little bit there, and both of them I think are struggling with a little bit of pickup.
He just washed out a little bit there off the apex, didn't he? But here they come round towards the end of this lap, and it's a battle very much alive for the overall lead, 35 minutes in.
Just looking here at the gap, though, between these two. This was close here as it came through turn 9. Had to go deep there, and the Lambo had to sort of check up and really close off the corner to give him the room around the outside. But I'm just looking at the gap here between these two, 22 and 91, and then Fred Pordad in the 30 car. Championship leader. They're over a minute behind, Fred is.
Pace.
So,
and he comes. And he comes. Giorgio Roda dives for the pits from the lead of the race, and the number 22 car, Alex Malikin, will go through and be our second leader this afternoon.
That's early. 18
yes, it
laps.
is.
I thought they were going to go more 23, 24.
Now, what is the story here?
There's 19 laps completed.
And another battle. This is DKR and the recovering Georgios Kolovos. He's now going by Krytel and Tudis.
Yeah, Crichton's having a tough afternoon in the 20 car. Just doesn't seem to be clicking for him.
Yep, two Greek drivers together on track.
Yeah, because the DKR car's already been in for a stop, hasn't it? It had an early stop.
That's the move.
Yeah, you can still see all the dust there, and you can also see the little bits of rubber pickup there. That will make the braking point just that little bit trickier and tougher as you come then through turn 22 here.
Fueling there. We're going to have two drive-through penalties meanwhile for the number 2 car, which is the Climax Racing car. And the number 12 car, track limits. 12 car is the car collection Porsche of Bashar Mardini. So those two cars will be coming down pit lane for a drive-through penalty. Meantime, side by side, Patrick Byrne up the inside of the other Proton car. Can't make that stick.
Yeah, Patrick Byrne just trying to go up the inside there of Alexander Matchell. Matchell was, yeah, defensive, but not over the top. Just using all the road, like he's allowed to do.
Indeed. And been a steady run from Alex.
Yeah, again, he's been impressive. You know, hardly any time or preparation before the weekend. He's just jumped straight back in, and it's just, well, the jacket fits, I put it on, and away we go. Yeah, great.
Loves this car. We see Alex in LMP3 machinery as well, but another of these gentleman drivers that's just glowing reports about this Oreca 07 Gibson package.
Yeah, and once you've learnt the style and the way to deliver the lap time, so many of the bronzes absolutely love driving this car, and they keep coming back again and again and again. Gives them a lot of satisfaction. Here's this is Malikin on.
It's full green running, isn't it? We're not a million miles outside the window, so I'm surprised it's this early.
Yeah, maybe he's just expecting 1 or 2 more laps. The 11's gone deep there. And that was a risky move with the Dragon car there. I could sort of already see that the Dragon car was sort of telegraphing where it was going to go, and that was a sort of like a low percentage move there, but he's got away with it.
So at this moment, this is the lead battle. Alexander Matchell leads the motor race with Alex Malikin on pit road, and Patrick Byrne right with the German.
Yeah, I get the impression that Patrick could stretch his legs and get away if he could get past the Proton car. And is this going to be the opportunity? It doesn't look like it.
And then in the background is Naveen Rao and Francois Perodo, the next battle. So that's 3rd and 4th right now, and that's nose to tail as well.
They've been going at it the whole race, those two, haven't they? Maybe we'll have a bit of a look at that battle, because it does look pretty intense. And,
can tell you, by the way, it looks to me as if in the pits, Pure Racing have taken the position from Proton Competition's 22 car. Alex Malikin is ahead of Giorgio Roda.
Maybe a short fuel there, just to get the track position. Maybe they believe. Oh, Byrne is looking to size him up. Alexander Matchell, can he get it done around the outside? Is he going to go late on the brakes? No. Patrick's just got on the brakes a little bit earlier then. Maybe he's looking for the the toe down the front straight, or are they going to be pitting this lap themselves? No, Patrick's pitting this lap.
Patrick is, yeah. So into the pits from second place, Alexander Matchell continues in the lead. This is the delayed 28 Ferrari.
27 car. Yes.
This has been a good stint here from Max Visa. He's from the back of the field up now into 14th place.
Yeah, just right on Andrew Gilbert there. Again, Andrew's enjoying his racing at the moment.
May well have some more penalties to come. Watching the warnings coming in for track limits, and there's one or two significant names amongst them in the GT class. And indeed, it's Rima Jafari that falls foul.
Ooh.
And she will get a drive-through penalty in the number 19 Blackthorn Aston Martin from 11th. Hadn't quite made it through to the top 10, but it's going to plummet back down again.
Yeah.
40 minutes gone.
I think we were looking for a change in position there between the Optimum car and the 28. I think just going backwards and forwards a little here.
Naveen Rao on pit lane as well. He's the latest to stop. Still, Alexander Matchell is leading the race now. He is due a stop at some point soon, though, from Francois Perraudot, from Michael Jensen up to third on this pit stop cycle, and confirmed that Alex Malikin is the first of the cars that has served a routine pit stop and is ahead of Giorgio Roda.
Yeah, let's see how that goes. That difference is about 3.7 seconds. Patrick Byrne just ahead there of Fred Pordad.
Yeah, no driver changes in the pit stops we've seen so far in LMP2.
That goes to show that's how far back Fred was, being held up behind Crichton Lantudis. You know, and there's Patrick Byrne's done his stop.
Ahead of Patrick is Giorgio Roda.
Yeah.
So that gap has been compressed.
Let's see how this all shakes out. And they get going again. You see the same set of tyres for a lot of these guys. We do know that degradation on the Michelin is a big part of what's going to happen today, and the team's going to have to run with this.
Here comes the leader, Alexander Matchell, as out comes Rima Jafari from her drive-through penalty. Also in is Francois Perraudot and Michael Jensen. So just a couple of LMP2 cars still to pit. Fred Pordad is one of them. The other is Crichton Lantudis.
Yeah, so these guys are a little bit more on the schedule that I was expecting. They've done 22 laps with the 2 laps of going to the grid, or coming from the grid to the green flag. You know, there's the 24. So we just have to see how that shapes out for a normal green flag running. But this is the gap now. Alexander.
It will be the 1, 2, 3 at this point, because here come the pit stoppers currently behind this group and recovering back up this field, although well out of sequence is that number 3 car.
Yeah, it is.
Georgios Kolovos was an early stopper, but he's made good progress here and he's with the lead group.
He is, but he's going to be stopping again in about 10, 12 laps, I think.
I think that's right. So Pure Racing lead the race, the number 91 car in the hands of Alex Malikin. Giorgio Roda now 4.5 seconds back, with Patrick Byrne filling his mirrors, Georgios Kolovos right with him, and Fred Pordad right there, but owes us a pit stop.
Yeah, Georgios Kolovos will be back in again in about 11, 12 laps.
LMP3 meanwhile still Jens Müller, but has now pulled away a little from Tim Kresick. Alexander Bekantsov about 9 seconds back from the pink BWT liveried car. 16 Winwood Racing car in the hands of Sergei Stolyarov is the latest car for a drive-through penalty for track limits. Kessel Racing's Dustin Plattner has led this race pretty much from the start and has held a pretty steady 3.5 second lead. There's a change here. This is a change for third place. Georgios Kolovos makes his way past Patrick Byrne.
Yeah, is Patrick just dealing with that sort of slightly heavier car, full fuel on that older tyre, and battling with that. Let's see if he can respond. So Fred Pordad is
now pits. Now he pits.
Now he pits, yes. From 5th place.
Yeah, so just waiting now for Crichton Lantudis, who may well follow him down pit lane this time around. There goes the RD Limited car. But there are minimum driver times for the bronze drivers here. So I think from memory, it is 2 full stints they need to do.
Yes, it is, yeah.
And just watching, Chrysler Tudis has not yet completed the lap, so we'll wait and see whether or not we do see him on pit lane. To complete the picture, and he does follow him down pit lane, so that will be the final routine pit stop for LMP2. So Castle Racing's Ferrari leads the Winwood number 81 car, our championship leaders, so a good run for them again. Then it's the 87 Origin Porsche Podium, Steve Janssen, the Get Speed AMG. So Ferrari, AMG, Porsche, AMG. Tyres ready for the number 30 car.
Yeah, take thing. Wave down, off it goes. I think that was just a precautionary thing.
Yeah. And again, for newcomers to endurance racing, you're limited in terms of the fuel you can carry in the car. So those stints are pretty predictable. But you're limited too, Ollie, in the number of tyres you can use.
Yes, and we're on board here in the number 10 car. This is Terracao, I believe.
Yep.
Yeah, be interesting just to sit with him for a bit of a lap. Coming through, this is turns 4, coming down into 5 and 6, taking a lot of curb there. Whoa, the car had a big snap as he went across that curb. That was lively, wasn't expecting that.
He'll have to pull over in a moment, get a ticket to get back in.
But he's coming into 9 now, and he's looking to really get on the gearbox of the AMG Mercedes that's in front. And it's just all about the different lines you can take through that bank corner and how he can work the speed coming up and into turns 10. Oh, he's gone deep. Got too deep on the brakes there, and the Herberth car's going to go through. So he's lost a spot there as he was looking to size up the 2C's car, and it's the Herberth 99 car. Ralph Byrne on board
Yes,
there?
it is. Yeah, it's a 3-car battle for 6th place between the 2C's cars and these 2 Porsches. Yeah. So cracking stuff, Montaras out. He's had an odd time, hasn't he, in the Asian Le Mans Series the last couple of seasons. He either has an amazing run.
Oh, God, he's been
just
so unlucky.
Dire.
Unbelievably unlucky. Poor guy.
It's, you know, you
Car's
almost feel
written off somebody else's accident.
Absolutely.
Just
meteorite strike.
Yeah, exactly. Bolt of lightning. You know, poor guy. It's so nice. Always smiling.
Always smiling.
Yeah. Saw him at lunch, didn't we?
We did indeed.
Yeah, great guy.
Hopefully we're smiling after lunch.
Oh, let's not talk about the food here.
It's
a sore point.
Literally. Pure Racing lead the race, 3.8 seconds now, Alexander Malikin.
You might have just seen on board there's a screen that's there in the middle of the screen as we're looking at it, and there was a big red arrow that appeared on it. That's the radar that is on all. Also, we've got a change here.
No, it's not quite a change, but it is Tim Kresick caught back up to the Breton Racing car, Renz Renault Muller. Now they've got LMP2 traffic, so Muller has got his mirrors full, looks to give room to the Orica, but did it well there.
Yeah, all that momentum. Now run that through and off of this final corner. You get a great run down into turn 1. That's it. Looking to get the pass done. It was always looking coming up in position to turn 12. Gave him the room, but didn't quite get it done. And they're side by side here. Cool. But I think we need to be watching now down into turn 1, because I think Tim's going to have another run at him. Oh, he's just leaning on him a little bit.
Doesn't quite get it done.
No, he doesn't.
There's traffic involved there as well. Frantic
dragon
stuff
in the middle. Yeah, it was a tough one.
But the lead battle, this race matters too. Remember, LMP2 for the overall, LMP3 and GT.
Yeah.
3 races in 1, 3 very different classes of car.
And the P3s do look edgy. They really do as they're coming down here. Tim's looking to line him up. The Breton car coming down into turn 1. A little bit. The Dragon car got in the way. Just in the middle. Oh, contact. Yikes. That was not needed. But again, that bit of racetrack, they all want to be on the same bit.
Yeah.
That tends to be a bit of a problem.
Looking in the background, by the way, this tussle is allowing Alexander Bekantsov to get involved here. He's just 3 seconds back now And that's a gap that's come down dramatically. So this is going to be a 3-car battle very soon.
Oh, and Tim's getting hung out to dry by the Dragon car. Oh, that's a tough one. And he's been with this car.
With him. Bekantsov's caught him.
Yeah, he has, because I think there's been a bit of backwards and forwards here between the Dragon car. He's on board with that. Todd Coleman. Yeah, because that was the same 2 cars that were together all the way from turn 1 all the way around to turn 12.
Yep, just spotted Richard Bradley there on driver coaching duties, I would imagine, aboard.
Yeah, with Tim.
With Tim
I believe, yes, he is. And he might be pulling his hair out a little bit. What's happened just in this last lap or so.
That's the other part of this, isn't it? We love it. We are keen observers here. The fans love it in the grandstand, but in the garage, the level of emotion and involvement and investment in this
people
off the
are
clock.
So invested. It's unreal.
You think there's drama and emotion on the sidelines of a kiddies football game? You've not seen anything like the inside of a garage, a sports car race.
Steady, I'm not sure you can quite compare it. The kiddies football games do get
hairy,
out of control from personal experience.
Alex Malikin, by the way, as we're watching yet another battle in GT, as we will be for the next 3 hours, 9 minutes, 15 seconds and more. He's now 7.8 seconds up the road, but Georgios Kolovos is with Giorgio Roda for second place, right there. Patrick Burns dropped back a couple of seconds in that battle.
Roda's not liking the
trouble.
That bodywork.
There's debris all over the place.
Yeah, that's not happy.
Now that
is the 8-car Dragon. And it's, I think this is, I'm trying to pick it. Where is it on track?
Todd Coleman. It's double yellows.
Oh, it's 6, turn 6, 7.
Safety car. Now, has there been another vehicle involved in that? That looks to me to be a rear bit of bodywork from an LMP3 car. And there's trouble with the 99 car as well.
Yeah, that's turn 16.
Safety car has been called. Pit entry has been closed. Just before we saw that, by the way, did see just popping up the Tsunami RT car will be getting a drive-through penalty, will not serve it under the safety car. So we've not seen what happened here, but safety car's been called out. The 8-car of Todd Coleman in trouble, and there is...
here we go, replay. And this is...
that's just the 99 car losing it by himself.
Yeah. Last minute call to go in the pit lane, maybe? I don't think so.
That was way too late.
That was a very late call. Now, very lucky here, 81 on pit lane.
Would have made it just before the safety car was called, you would hope, unless they certainly...
Well, it's certainly not a Mosley service. They've just got in. It's just
same with RLRM Sport, by the way.
So this is...
he's been off to the inside.
Oh, he's lost it to the inside and smacked the wall.
It's that legality panel is not from the same incident.
No. Wow, he's had a left rear, lost the left rear, and he's smacked the wall on the right-hand side.
He has.
Driver's right, or left as we're looking at it.
Well, the bad news for RLRM Sport, they were lucky to be on pit lane, but now being held and awaiting the safety car crew.
Yeah, this is the other part, and it's just very random how this works. And you know, you can be on pit lane, and then you can sometimes roll your way, and then other times really not.
There's one plus side here for RLR, which if that wasn't a long pit stop, it is now.
True. Okay. Yeah, I suppose. Yes. So once all of the field has gone by, they'll be waved out.
Yes, and then then we don't give wave by, do we? Oh, it's overheating.
It's very hot. Yikes. Yeah. That needs to get rolling, otherwise it'll be terminal. That's our GT Championship leader, isn't it? 81.
It is.
Yeah, Coy's.
That's the other Dragon cars. They're just getting rid of.
The Dragon car has clouted the wall there on the right-hand side, coming into turn 5 and 6, and it is a loaded, fast right-hander that you're coming through, and that left rear is really cried enough, and it just gives up.
Great
He's looped it into the wall on the right.
Great example, by the way. I mean, we often get questions from fans watching the race and trying to understand why it is that race control will make the choices they do. You could see the sight line not great coming into that incident, zone, and pretty hairy for a recovery crew.
Very much so.
You know, with car to be recovered, potential barrier damage and debris, safety car's the right move here.
Race control would have seen exactly where the car was and how it had ended up in the wall, and the contact it had at the speed it was going. So then the damage that was likely to be done to the car and the ability for it to be moving or get moving again, almost zero. Okay.
Todd's out the car. That's good news.
Good to see.
He'll be walking to the medical car and will make his way, no doubt, to the medical centre to be checked over.
Yeah. So this resets a lot of those battles, and a lot of those gaps. And it brings a lot of cars back into play, because there were some pretty big gaps there. The likes of 74 Kessel Racing are going to be pretty unhappy with this, because they had got such a nice lead and really controlling the race, but have to reset and go again.
Yeah.
Malikin in the lead in P2. He had managed to really stretch away a nice gap to Giorgio Roda, some 7 or 8 seconds. He seems to be getting on with those second stint tyres a lot better than Giorgio.
Well, let's take a bit of a look back. We are 56 minutes into this first 4-hour race here at Dubai. Let's take a big look back at the events of the last 56 minutes. Starts with Giorgio Roda from pole position. Under pressure from Patrick Byrne to the outside. Alex Malikin looking to get to the inside. But the car to watch with none of those three. Watch the black and white Proton car of Alex Malikin going through into second place. But the dramas came amongst the LMP3s. There was a big twitch from Mark Patterson, and that set off a series of events amongst the LMP3s, the GTs. Mark carrying damage from there. It was bumping and boring as the LMP2 cars sorted things out. It was Proton 1-2, Georgios Kolovos taking a somewhat unconventional line, but doing well from it. Naveen Rao too, managing to make his way up through the field at that point. At this stage though, all 44 cars would be running. GT, its usual melee at the start of an Asia Le Mans Series race. Too wide here. Behind Dames and the QMMF Herbeth car from Qatar. And 5 and 6 wide at times, it seemed. The two Algarve Pro Racing cars ran together for much of the first 40 minutes. Then Michael Jensen made his way by teammate Crichton and Tudis. Trouble, though, with a binding or sticking brake for the 77 Optimum McLaren. They are still in the garage as I speak. Then a spin for the double race winner at Sepang, the 35 Ultimate car. That car's moved back up and then back down the field. Another Porsche on Porsche battle. The 46 and the 10 this time, and Tarasau having fun out there. And then under attack from the other Herbeth car, which had its own dramas a little later. Roda and Malikin side by side as they came through traffic. Giorgio Roda's hard-won lead in ashes as he struggled to get by the traffic. And then side by side between Naveen Rao and Francois Barodo. Gianluca Roda watching his son, trying to make his way through. Barodo and the 25 car of Michael Jensen battling away as well. Jensen would be briefly ahead, but the Frenchman would retake the place as traffic sorted itself out. And then an off-track moment for the Ultimate car, kept it together but almost collected the Nielsen Racing car of Naveen Rao on the way in and on the way out. 92 and 14. The Monsai Porsche, the Climax Racing AMG getting involved there. And then it's Fred Pordad, after what seemed like 3, 4, 5 weeks, looking to try to make his way by Crumpton and Tudis. He would eventually make it stick. With the 91 car of Alex Malikin managing to get through the pit stops ahead of Giorgio Roda, then pull away before the current safety car, Georgios Kolovos, on a recovery drive, but out of sequence, going side by side and taking third position from Patrick Byrne. Behind the battle for LMP3, it was a side-by-side contact between the number 8 Dragon Racing car. The car would be in major trouble soon afterwards, and that was the incident. Tom Coleman into the barriers on driver's right, out of the race with heavy damage to the Dragon Racing 296. And mercifully missed by everyone around him. That incident brought out the safety car, the first intervention of the race. As we complete this look back, we are 30 seconds away from the end of the first hour of 4 here at the Dubai Autodrome. Ollie.
Yeah, it's been fraught and frantic.
Pure Racing lead the race, 28 laps completed, 2.9 seconds ahead of the Proton competition. Number 22 car, D-Car Engineering set third, but are out of sequence the 50 AF Corsa car fourth. In LMP3, Breton Racing, Graf Racing and Inter Europol, their 34 car, the pink car, that is a 1-2-3 that's nose to tail. Kessel Racing's Dustin Blattner has dominated, but this safety car period will not be serving him well. Origine's 87 Porsche up into second, Get Speed's AMG third, and the Qatari run QMMF by Herbeth Porsche up into a fine fourth place by keeping it clean, keeping it out of trouble and out of the pits.
Yeah, fine work, and there's a lot more action that's going to come here, but we've had some fine tussles and wheel-to-wheel, door-to-door battles, both in all three classes, really. I'm just interested to see how, at the restart, once we get going, that the likes of Malikian and Roda and Kolovos are all going to be at that restart, and likewise with all the P3 runners, can Tim Kresic, get the deal done on Jans Renault Muller?
Well, that's our running order. That is the field. And most of those battlers have got cars between them. Just looking there, there is a car between the first and second place car in LMP3. So there's going to be a little bit of a rear gunner. Concern about barrier damage. That is Eduardo Freitas, not our race director here. He's advising in race control, seeing whether or not we need barrier repairs here. If we are in the need of barrier repairs, could be quite the gap, and that looked to me like there was direction being given that some remedy is going to be required.
Yes, yeah, it looked like he was looking at his phone about who do I phone next?
Yeah.
Who have I got in my contact list?
Absolutely.
Who's got JCB?
Good as our Roz.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah, you can see the impact. That is a big impact, Ollie.
Yeah, it is. It is. It's taken quite the blow. And I wonder if Dragon are already looking at this going, that chassis could well be done. And are we going to be missing a Dragon racing car tomorrow?
Well, bit of hashtag wait and see.
Yeah.
But for now, we're under safety car. We're under 3 hours left.
As a driver at this point, you're trying to get information from the team. You're sort of like wanting to know, okay, when's you know when you last stopped and when you're likely to be stopping again, but then you're wanting the information from the team. Okay, how much longer is this safety car going to be? And it's not a particularly nice environment to be driving around in, I have to say. It's quite hot, it's quite unpleasant. It's just not a nice place to be during a long extended safety car period. So these drivers will be looking and asking for different answers from their main point of contact.
Potential drama, by the way, for a team that looks like it might have been in for emergency service. That's the Prime Speed Sports Lamborghini. And that car did drive through the debris field caused by this, but that car, 42, in the hands of René Hermena Malmazak, is under investigation for not respecting the red lights at pit exit, and there's a heavy penalty coming if that's the case.
There we go.
So that car down in 24th position in GT, 41st overall.
So the reason why they're out there investigating and looking at that barrier so closely is because they need to get it ready just in case that there is another incident in exactly the same spot. They have to get it back to the standard it was at the start of the race to make sure it's completely safe and secure.
Well, we like to be culturally inclusive, and on that basis, David Addison has gone all the way down pit lane and found someone from Scotland to speak to. He's with Johnny Adam.
Yeah, Graham, it's another day, another championship, another set of co-drivers. Still an Aston Martin, though, for Johnny Adam. I didn't know whether to start with welcome back to Asian Le Mans, or wasn't Rima doing really well early on? I think we'll go with that, because she had a really feisty first few laps.
Yeah, she qualified so well, 6th today, and it looks like we're 3rd for tomorrow. But yeah, unfortunately at the start we got sort of moved out of position off track and we lost like 10, 12 positions. But our pace is good on the long run, and hopefully we'll be lucky with the way by this time by. So yeah, a long way to go yet. So it's been really good fun racing with Rima and Charlie this weekend, and if we can sneak a result today or tomorrow, it's a nice, worthwhile exercise.
how much of your weekend is spent thinking about Johnny Adams racing, and how much is spent helping her?
I think I've done about 12 laps this weekend. Yeah, it is, you know, especially, you know, this type of championship, ELMS and WEC, it's a Pro-Am customer championship, and the bronze qualifies, they do the lion's share of the driving, so ultimately, in my eyes, they're like BOP. So yeah, it's about coaching them, and Charlie's driven really well so far, so hopefully we'll get a bit of luck later on and see where we end up.
Fingers crossed. Good luck. Thanks, Johnny.
Thanks for that, Johnny Adam and David Addison. Pit stops have started, 3 laps under the safety car, and pass around beginning here.
Right.
But there are dramas, and I'm sure David will be on this like a rat on a chip without a shadow of a doubt.
Never heard that analogy.
Lane under the red lights, but that car's back in the pits. That is our championship leader, the 81 wheel.
Yeah, it is, and that's a big blow for them. Wondering exactly how this is going to work out for them, and if they've got able to look at that car. But we've got the RLL car going into the box.
Remember, that was the car that was smoking at the end of pit lane.
Yeah, it was, and most probably it's something to do with that, because there was a lot of steam.
There was a lot of steam. That's not great
and
news.
It's never usually good when you're seeing steam coming from a racing car.
No, that car had dropped back with the Adcock at the wheel as a result of that pit stop. Here come the gaggle of cars that have made it through pit lane and back out. Will rejoin the queue. Yeah. Safety car has picked up the full LMP2 battle here. And then I think we're going to have seen, just trying to see the LMP3 cars behind as to whether there's still a car between our leader and second place. Almost got there.
Yeah, there's this the RLR car in the box.
He's staying aboard the car for the moment.
No, he's
or
not.
Or is he? He's out.
He
Done.
had all of the body language of, I'm getting out.
No.
Yeah, and that looks like that is done.
I think that's terminal.
Yeah, and I think that the steam has cooked the motor. Certainly they'll need to refresh the cooling system and recharge it, and I don't know how easy that is to do on one of these LMP3s.
Well, Ligier here with full spares support, so fingers crossed that can be done. These things are pretty modular.
Yeah.
So this is the safety car train. We're 7 minutes into the second hour. We're waiting to find out just exactly what's going to be required by way of repair.
You could also see from that long shot, it was quite sort of hazy looking to the buildings further on. And that's just the dust and the sand that's kind of in the air at the moment. It's like we're in this sort of mini sand dust storm, and it's causing a few issues for these guys.
Well, I think we're going to find out exactly what's going on at RLR, because David Addison has hot-footed it down to RLR Sports.
So speedy, so speedy.
He's with Nick Adcock right now.
Nick, big disappointment. What's happened?
Well, Chris was complaining of a back issue, so he cut his stint to the minimum of 50 minutes. They plugged me in, and we have been struggling a little bit with high water temperature. So when I got in, the safety car was called, so I had a red light in the pit lane. I switched the engine off because I didn't know how long it would be, and I saw in my mirror this great big cloud of smoke, and a water pipe has burst. So, well, it's fixable, but, you know, we had to wait for it to cool down and put it back together, so, you know. Very rare for these cars to go wrong. I've probably done more racing in these than anyone else, and I can count the fingers of one hand how many times these cars haven't finished, so...
One of those things. And I suppose by the time it's cooled down, you'd have lost so much time, you might be able to get out and salvage a few points, would you?
Yeah, there's only, 7 cars in the class, so it's worth getting back out there. So, yeah, that's motor racing.
Well said. Fingers crossed for you. Thanks, Nick.
Well, we've got a red flag. That might help them. That could be this. That could be a saving grace here for RLRM Sport. This will be, I'm sure, for barrier repairs.
Yes, there we are. We're just seeing that now, and we're just seeing the incident here again. Todd Coleman had lost the rear of the car, and he'd gone into the wall on driver's right or left as we're looking at it now. Big contact.
That, by the way, was the Lamborghini I was talking about running through the debris.
Yeah, and yeah, that's a big impact, and that guardrail is damaged significantly. That we're gonna have to have brought the red flag out, and we've got all of the maintenance crew down there working on that barrier to get that going.
Worth saying, by the way, we saw the damage to that barrier, and there will be those that say, well, the barrier's still there, but the barrier has done what it was designed to do. It's absorbed that energy, but it's deformed that barrier. It will not do so again.
Exactly.
Should they have the same incident, and what we can't see is the damage to the support behind it.
Yeah, exactly. Whether it's in the ground where it's mounted or whether it's all the other pieces that are attached to that. It's very complex, and it's really quite the system that all has to be sort of joined together. And you've got to make sure that you sort of go back to the very base to make sure the foundation is correct before you can say that everything is secure and rightly put together. Yeah. So that's what they'll be doing right now to investigate that fully.
Under the red flag, the cars will, in order behind the safety car, stop on the start-finish straights. Not sure what they'll do here with the cars on pit lane.
Now, are RLR able to work on their car under red flag?
I don't know.
Maybe David can find that out. But I would say no at the start of it. But let's see. Because once they're parked up on the grid here, none of those cars
they're in parc fermé.
Yeah, they're in parc fermé, so they can't be touched. So I assume that same applies to everybody in pit lane and even in the garage. So, National Lottery, there we go.
Yep.
The lucky balls.
What's your number?
Number 4, generally.
I did check, by the way, and you definitely don't meet the height restriction for that ride.
Damn. Anyway, next time.
Need to be taller. There's the world's most pointless red flag there being waved.
Yeah, I think we've got the message. But
it's good exercise.
Yeah. So.
Red flag, and the clock, of course, will continue to tick down. So, sorry, we've not got racing to bring for you at this stage. That red flag has come as a result of an incident just a few minutes ago for the number 8 Dragon Racing Ferrari of Todd Coleman. Todd walked away from that car. This is one of the stars of the race so far. Dustin Blattner in the number 74 Castle car, not headed to this point in this race. Got to the front, stayed there.
Yeah, he's done a fine job. Yeah, the crew's just coming out onto the grid.
I think you're right in saying they're allowed 1 crew member.
They are, and they're allowed to take out minimal equipment, you know, batteries, and if there's particular cooling equipment that can be carried, you know, like one of those blowers, to if there's a particular piece of the car that they need to get cooling on immediately. But drivers will be allowed to get from their cars, as we've seen from Todd Coleman. They'd have been told that by the team on the radio. And
a drink. Obviously, we can see that it's going to be very warm in those cars. Yeah. Heat soak from those cars will be enormous.
Yeah, I was actually talking to Naveen Rao just yesterday in regard to how it was at Sepang, and he said it was really, really very warm in the P2 car. And by the end of his stint, he was really struggling, really struggling.
So, under red flag, cars on pit lane. So let's. We're going to have David Addison, I think. Is he already on pit on the pit straight and picking up drivers? So 26 car there, leading LMP3, and it is the Graf car right behind it.
Go in and change the tires, so I lost some time there, unfortunately.
And this is a strange situation to be in. You know, the race is notionally still on, the clock ticks, but you're stopped, you're out of the car.
Yeah. At least it's not sunny here, so it's we can chill a bit. But yeah, definitely there was a bit of chaos, so. It's good that everybody is, good and no one got hurt. So, yeah.
Tell me about the circuit, because drivers all day have been talking about the sand and the wind and the fact that the surface changes one lap after another.
Man, we've been struggling like crazy the past 2 days, and today especially it's very sandy because there was a lot of wind last night, and especially now. So, as soon as you're out of the racing line, you pick up a lot of dirt, and it's just very difficult.
Marco, best of luck for the restart, the resumption of the race. Let's see if I can take my camera with me, and we'll go and try and doorstep Dustin Blattner, who is probably sick of the sight of me after qualifying and on the grid. But how is it going up until the red flag?
I think it was going fantastic for me myself. I mean, I think we were slowly, steadily building a gap, and then, I'm just unaware of the circumstances that are happening, so...
I think it's just barrier damage, so hopefully it won't take too long, and then you can get back to racing.
Okay, yeah, that'd be great.
Yeah. Car all good?
Yeah, everything's good. I mean, as obviously with tire degradation, I mean, understeer, oversteer starts to show itself. So overall, track is nice.
Excellent. Best of luck for the resumption of the race, Dustin. Let's keep walking because inevitably you've got the cars now on track, and one driver that was being discussed early on was Naveen Rao, and remember Ollie was talking about the more mileage he does, the faster he gets. Let's see if we can interrupt a conversation. Naveen, sorry, you don't have to stand up for me. It's all right, you can stay there, but how's the race going?
Going pretty well. I feel like I got some good positions at the beginning. Drove a very clean race, no real mistakes. Yeah, I think we're just running our strategy.
Tough out there? You sound a bit out of breath.
Just hot. Like rolling around slow. We don't have any airflow, so it just gets really hot in the car. Just heat soaked. So yeah, it'd be nice to have a little more AC in the car, maybe. But but yeah, I'm all right.
It's one of life's imponderables. Drivers always want more track time. Here you are as a bronze, given lots of track time, but then people moan that it's hot and there's no air, and you can't please some people.
I'm not moaning, just commenting. Explanations.
Perfect. Everything else, all good?
All good, yeah. I think the car's finally dialed in. We got a pretty good setup on it now, and yeah, I think our tires are actually staying under us, which is, a big thing.
Excellent. Enjoy this cool air while it lasts. Let's see where else we can go to on the grid. Alexander Matschel, who, as you've been hearing, was a sort of late booking to all of this, and he's got a big grin on his face, so you're clearly enjoying the race so far.
Yeah, sure, really. I'm enjoying the race. I think I was P3 more or less the whole race. I had a small mistake in the beginning. I hit a pit limiter because actually I was P2. Okay, stupid mistake can happen. And I'm only here in the short term. 2 days ago, I didn't know that I'm here, so I think in this short preparation, everything's fine. I should be at the birthday party of my daughter, Louisa, and not here. No, I'm now here.
So you have to get a trophy as a present for her. You have to be on the podium.
That's my goal. Otherwise I cannot come home. Yeah, so I try to do everything.
Now, how is the car? How is the race?
The race is a little bit exhausting at the moment because the car with the heavy fuel and let's say the bad tires is not easy to drive at the moment. I'm sliding a lot, but it's okay. I think I soon can go out, but I'm not sure what is the strategy now.
We'll wait and see. Good to have you back, Alexander. I hope your daughter enjoys her party. Let's keep walking towards the front of the grid. I know we're going to have to do a U-turn eventually and get to GT land, but let's see what else we might be able to find further down towards the front. Drivers all out of cars and trying to get some cool air where possible. And discussions going on. Good spot. Jens, can I interrupt you? Sorry. A class lead as we stand. Things are going well.
Yeah, pretty well. I was really cautious in the first 25 minutes with my tires because in Sepang I was too quick in the beginning and too slow in the end. So I was trying to manage my tire. I did it very well. We are where we should be, but very unlucky with this safety car and red flag because I had a good lead. But okay, we did it first time. I can do it the second time as well.
Put the pressure on yourself here to do it again.
Yeah. Let's see. This time I think we have a very good chance. I have two very good teammates, two young ones, 17 and 18. So let me give them in the first position and they do the job.
The start in LMP3 was quite busy with a bit of contact and a couple of cars spinning.
Yeah, I was a little bit surprised that Mark didn't leave 5 cars gap to the LMP2. So I just need to follow him. And he was trying to outbrake me, but he was in the dust, and then he locked the wheels, and then he touched me a little bit. Yeah, but no harm. So it's okay.
You can carry on. Excellent. Thanks very much. Jens Reno Müller then leading currently within LMP3. Now running out of drivers, I think, towards the front. Many have scarpered back to the pit lane if they can. So what I might do is, Graham, just let you run through the order and head in the opposite direction.
We'll happily do that.
And see what I can find in GT land.
Well, you've got a couple of rampant old stages across at the pit wall with Michael Jensen and Kreitel Tudis if they're anywhere close. But the order as they stand behind the safety car and under red flag now, Alex Balikin leads the race, the number 91 Pure Racing car. This red flag, by the way, brought out by barrier repairs after impact from the number 8 Ferrari. Driver Todd Coleman stepped out the car and will be reviewed by the medical centre, I'm sure. Proto Competitions number 22 car led the race at the start of the race with Giorgio Roda. That car now sits in second place from DKR Engineering's Georgios Kolovos. The number 3 car, though, out of sequence with the rest of the lead pack. AF Corsa 4 and 5, Patrick Byrne and Francois Perraudot, and Michael Jensen is the 6th place car, the number 25, and I think that might be either Michael or Crichton and Tudis that David has managed to pick up on the start-finish straight, David.
Crichton and Tudis it is, who I managed to stop from a conversation. How is the race going in this slightly unusual circumstance that we now have stabbed on the pit straight?
The red flag, the race was good. I don't think there were many incidents. Only we have now the GT, I think the barrier is destroyed. So we have a red flag, but it's okay. It's a good race. I think it's smooth, not many incidents. Personally, I had a good start and then I dropped off a little bit, but now we're all together.
Okay, you say you dropped off. Was that you, the car, or what was going on?
I lost a lot of time with the GTs, unfortunately.
So in the traffic?
I had to be braver.
Very honest. Good luck for the resumption of the race. So Crichton and Tudis holding his hands up to the fact that it was traffic and he needs to be braver next time around. Talking of GTs, that's where I was heading. Graham.
Excellent. We'll crack on with the LMP3 order. That is Breton Racing. We had David speaking to Jens Grenomuller a little earlier. Graf Racing right behind him in the queue when we restart with Alex Bekantsov for Graf Racing's number 7 and into Europol's number 34, Tim Kresic, after a great run and pressurising Jens Müller for much of the first hour, then dropping back behind the Graf car as things wound their way out. Celia Martin here talking to Sarah Bovey. So the 2025 bronze for the Iron Dames, talking to the 2024, 23 and 22 bronze for the Iron Dames. And it is going to be with the GT battle that David is going to kind of end up here, but that has been led, as we heard earlier, by Dustin Blattner, the number 74 Kessel Racing car, Ollie. And what a run from him. It's Beaujoin in the Origine 87 Porsche behind him, but for me, one of the runs of the race so far from Dustin Blattner.
Yeah, Dustin's done a great job, really, really fine work. And Kessel Racing, again, have executed nicely. And, yeah, I think the two teammates that he has in Dennis Marshall and Ben Tuck to jump in to finish off the running, those two will do a fantastic job as well. And I think that they're in a great spot. Yes, this red flag has come at a tricky time, you know, for them. And they've certainly lost some of that advantage that they had, but I certainly think they'll definitely take the position that they're in, and also how fast their car's been. It's been very good.
Well, back down to the pit straights and this line of cars. David Addison this time has caught up with the Get Speed crew. It's Steve Jans, the number 9 car, lying 3rd in GT. David, with you.
Steve, 3rd as you stand. Could be worse.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, could be worse. We had a proper start. Everything went fine. I mean, I couldn't catch up with the speed with the front guys, but in the end, I can hold my position, and yeah, it's not a bad start.
The LMP3s were doing silly things on the first lap, but GT was all quite calm. It all looked like you all settled into a rhythm.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I spoke to the guys in front of me, and we all had the same opinion that we should try to have a clean race. And I mean, we did a good job. For sure, the first corner is always a bit tricky, but we had a big respect, and I think it was a good way. Yeah.
What's it like in the car? Because standing here now, there's a bit of a cool breeze. It's certainly different from Malaysia.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it's always hot in the car, but it's definitely better than in Malaysia. In Malaysia, it was much more humid, so you struggled more in the car. Now to do a double stint isn't a big problem anymore, so yeah, we can continue.
Now, in a situation like this with the red flag, how much information are you being given from the team, or indeed how much do they know yet?
Yeah, I mean, until now I don't have many information, so the last info I got by my engineer when I got out of the car, so yeah, I still wait. What I heard is that it will not take too long, but yeah, this is the only info I got.
And then you have to get back in, you've got to carry on with the race. You can't do a driver change at this point.
Exactly, yeah, I have to carry on, and then I think they didn't stop the race, so I have to see how long I can continue to drive, because we have a maximum driving time, so but for sure the team will check it.
Excellent, we'll leave you to it. Thanks, Steve. Now, let me have a look elsewhere, see if I can find any other drivers that might be of interest.
Well, I'll fill in a quick gap while you're taking a look, David. Give us a shout when you're ready. I can see a couple of Iron Dames to your left that might be worth a chat. But what Steve was talking about there is under a red flag, there will be a change in some of the driving time regulations. That will be communicated once we know what the delay has been, and the effect is that will be communicated to the teams. And it's going to be quite complicated, so bear with us on that front.
I think the next update is in about 10 minutes. I think it's 45 past the hour that the next big update is going to come from race control.
Breeze is well up now, and great to see people still waiting to the stands and up at the Apex Garden down at turn 14-15.
Yeah. Where
there's entertainment and there's food available.
Yeah, it does look a little bit clearer as well. And hopefully we're going to have less dust on the track, dust and sand. But we'll see how it turns out when we finally get this back under green. And yeah, once we've got all those calculations worked out with the drive time.
Well, we like to bring a cheery face, and we're stuck with David Addison, but we thought we'd add some levity by bringing the smiling features of Van Terrace to the broadcast. He's with David Addison right now.
Yeah, thanks for that, Goodwin. Antares is, as ever, smiling, so that means things are going well, yeah?
Well, we get to be resting here, brew a cup of tea in the middle of, it's a pretty big hole in the wall.
Is it?
It looks like you can fit probably a helmet through it, so it's going to take a bit of time. But I'm sure the guys are working, and I'm just chilling, drying myself up.
Part-timer?
Yeah, I'm not complaining.
How was the race?
It's actually a nicer start than last year. In the last couple of years, I think the standard, kudos to the folks here, I think it's actually, it's improving a lot, and I was actually not expecting such a long green period, so it was a bit tiring. But had fun. Really had some battles. Some good guys. Because our cars are very different, so even though you may have some advantage, pace-wise, in our case, once we catch up to some of these other guys, the aero wash is actually very terrible. So, and I think wear is also starting to kick in. So, in some cases, like we can tell the difference in advantage is beginning to show.
I suppose after race one in Malaysia, anything was going to be an improvement, wasn't it? Because you had a lot of damage there.
Anything that does not require buying a new chassis is, I'll take it. No, I think with what's happening right now and the drive times being adjusted, I think my stint will probably be over. So at least I know I'm handing the team a car with 4 wheels, and all the corners intact.
Well done.
Thank you. My standards are low, but it is what it is.
Good luck for the continuation of the race. Antares, who, as we've been saying, is always a jolly character. It's great to have him in the championship. The same is true of Tony McIntosh for the 2Cs Mercedes team. How's your race so far?
It's going good. Car's really good. Team's been doing great. My co-drivers are, pep talking me in the car, so that's all going fantastic.
Now you're 5th in class at the moment, so it's something to build on when you get going again.
Yeah, for sure. I think my whole thing is just hand over a nice car to Parker, really, and he'll take it from there probably. So as long as I stick around this area, I think I'm super stoked with that.
Keeping out of trouble and just building and building.
Yeah, you can see down the straightaway the haze and the sand, and it's kicking up pretty good, especially in the wind. So you never know quite when someone's going to send it into the corner, and that's when you're going to get into trouble, just because the grip isn't there. And I think I've seen a lot of guys get caught out by that today, is that they look like, I'm doing good, the grip's there, and then you could go through the corner like 2, 3, 4, and it's a different corner just by one lap. So
it's changing all the time.
Yes, it is. Yeah, especially with the wind and the sand blowing around, that's really changing.
It's almost like being on a rally stage, I guess.
That would be awesome. I've never done that, but maybe I could I don't know, channel my inner Colin McRae or something like that. But not in this car, though. We'll see. No, not in this car.
Right, well done so far. Good luck for the rest of the race. Tony McIntosh for the 2Cs Mercedes AMG team. Now we've
I'll fill in a bit of a gap here. We have a little bit of information. There's going to be quite a substantial delay here. It's going to be 30 to 45 minutes, we understand, for repairs. I can tell you the upside is they are putting things on the wall rather than taking things off at the moment. But we'll keep you posted. But it might well be time for a few more chats, David, down on the start-finish straight there. I'm not sure, no shortage of takers, and they'll sort out at some point what we're going to do about the car stock at pit exit. But meantime, people looking for either light or shade, depending on their preference here. Tony McIntosh, very impressive start for him. I have to say, just focused on the fact he's up in 5th place. That's a
fantastic.
Great run from him.
And he's got great teammates to take over from him very shortly.
Well, McLaren have had a bit of an up and down day. The 77 car in trouble, I think, may well be out of the race. But Andrew Gilbert up to 13th place in the Optimum 27 car. He's the latest victim for David Allison.
McLaren is the healthier one, I suppose you could argue. Trouble for the other car. Yours is going okay.
Yeah, it's going fine, I think. Yeah, we had a good first stint so far. Obviously, a lot of green flag running, so which I thought at the start of the race, maybe with all the sand, it would be a bit more challenging the first few laps, but no, it's been good.
One of the difficulties you all had in Malaysia was that the car didn't, or still doesn't, have an air conditioning system. Where are we up to with that?
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to say anything that will compromise me with McLaren, but yeah, no, we should have had an AC system. I think there's some homologation-related challenges, so we still don't have it. But we have these cool vests, which is helpful. It gives us some cooling, but yeah, I mean, hopefully now the sun's gone down, it'll be a bit better. But it's very toasty in the car. And
it's a physical circuit as well. I mean, okay, there's a couple of long straights, but a lot of corners.
Yeah, I would say so. It is quite physical, actually. I'm glad of the short break. I had a bit of a lower back pain coming along on my left side. So, yeah, I would say it is quite physical. Obviously, you try on the straights where possible to stretch out or at least loose the tension. But, yeah, it's a tough race, I would say.
Where do we go from here, then? How much more drive time have you got, or do you not know yet?
I'm not sure actually where this leaves us. Obviously, we came in and did a quick emergency fuel stop, so I don't know how that's going to play out with the strategy, to be honest, now the red flag. But, I mean, I think I've got at least maybe 45, 50 minutes left in the car, something like that, possibly.
So this is a welcome break, cool down a little bit.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, definitely cool down. It was getting very warm in the car, so, yeah, it's a welcome break.
Excellent. We'll leave you to it. More liquid on board. Andrew Gilbert, then, for the Optimum McLaren team.
Anybody else in sight, David?
Yes. If I head towards, hopefully, Sergei Stolyarov, number 16 Mercedes, who's trying to run away from me. Sorry to interrupt you. 9th in class at the moment. Pretty decent start.
Yes, very nice. All good, but I have some track limits. And I received drive-through, and after that I go to 9th position. But it's very nice race, very nice competitions. It's amazing. I think it's best races which I compete.
And really busy in GT, lots of cars to fight against, all competitive.
Yeah. And this is very interesting for me, because all guys are very competitive, and it's interesting for improve our skill, and it's very nice.
Excellent. Congratulations. We'll leave you to your break. Graham, you've got some admin, I think, and while you're doing that, I'll go and see who else I can find.
All sorts of things going on. One thing, when we get David back onto pit lane, we'd love to find out is there's clearly a drama, Ollie, for our championship-leading GT car, the 81 Winward racing car. Now, we saw the RLR Sport car come in. Then we've heard from Nick Adcock what the problem is there. The other car with that car under the red light was the 81 car. That did one lap, has come back into the pits and now appears to be in the garage. So that could be real drama for the championship leading car.
Yeah, it could be. And they're certainly all the way at the bottom of the timing screen at the moment. Yeah, we are under red flag conditions, but it seems that car does have an issue. Unsure of whether they can actually do anything at all to work on the car, and I'm pretty sure they can't. So yeah, just wondering where we're at with that. But I was just going to go back to something that Andrew Gilbert said, and the cooling issues. The drivers here competing here at the Dubai Autodrome. Yes, it is a warm day here, but not like a roasting hot day in sort of the region's sort of temperatures. We can get extremely hot races here, but it is vital for those drivers to stay cool inside the car. You saw he had that sort of like cool vest on that pumps cold water throughout those tubes that was on the front of his sort of like jacket that he was wearing. and that helps to keep his core temperature down. The other way that it's done is inside a lot of the other GT cars is an AC system, and I think that's kind of what he was alluding to, that McLaren have been trying to get this AC system installed in the car, but there's been some crazy reason why not. It's a bureaucratic reason.
I think it's a homologation paperwork issue.
Which is nuts. Completely crazy, in my opinion. Drivers are the most influential thing on the performance of the car.
Stop everything. Stop everything. David Addison's found Mark Patterson.
Whoa.
Who is even going to stand up for me. Now, look, what a difference you can go from one event to another. In Malaysia, we couldn't get you out of the car, and here you are during the race, mid-stint, sitting having a breather. What's going on?
We had a bit of misfortune. An ex-good friend of ours, Jens, we talked about the first corner, and we both had enough room. And I'm on the inside curbing. There's nowhere to go. And he just slams into me. The part I'm grateful for is you got 44 other cars. Not one of them hit me. And there was, I can tell you, it was pea soup for a moment there. I had no idea who was going to hit me, but it could have been half a dozen cars, and everybody missed. That's the good part. And then we caught up a few guys, but
you had to rebuild the race. Did it do much damage?
Very little, thank goodness. The one aero wing on the left front is split, but not off, and not hanging off. So the car was, I thought, pretty surprisingly pretty good. And then I made a boo-boo too on the juice coming out of a first gear corner, down there at 10, and bang.
Round it went.
Yeah, so I gave away another 4 or 5 positions for nothing. Guys that I'd passed. Anyway, you can't win every race, but gee, we were supposed to do much better than this.
Wow. Yeah, it's a funny old world, isn't it?
Welcome to the round world. Comes and hits you in the head sometimes.
Now, apart from that little bit of damage, the rest of the car and the rest of the race, you're okay? I mean, that's it. Just
matching my times are matching my regular fast times, and so there was nothing wrong if we'd been, say, knocked back to 3rd or 4th against some of the good guys. We would have. That's probably where we would have come in at the end of the LMP3 stint, first driver stint.
How hard is it picking your way through GT traffic? Because you'll have your strengths at certain parts of the track, but they will at different ones.
Exactly, and you it's like a cheetah or a lion hunting the warthog. You watch your enemy and see where he makes the boo-boos and capitalize on them. And I bet you there's some GT3 guys I can't pass, but disproportionately at the back of the line, yes, I can pass those people. And so I was getting into the middle of them, and then it was getting harder, and I had to sort of use a long sort of baseball bat and hit them on the head, distract them. It got more difficult. Yeah.
In terms of you in the car, this must be a lot more pleasant than Sepang.
It is. I mean, the heat, even with this equipment we've got, gee whiskers, that was tough. But when Anders and the team manager and everybody, when they tell you it's 2 hours, your head says it's 2 hours, and you don't think about it, and you go and do it. And this is what, 15 degrees cooler, something like that. And a little bit of wind there. This morning when we showed up, the wind was 100% the other way. Okay. So now, now we can brake hard in turn 1 and a little further back in turn 10. But this is phenomenal, depressing for us because we got 2 other good drivers, and it's not fair to them to end up where nincompoop like me leaves them this far back.
You're not a nincompoop, although you are a slightly older Mark Patterson than when we saw you in Sepang. There's a, 73rd birthday being celebrated?
Yeah, in December. And so, 73, and I don't think that had a lot to do with what happened in turn 1. I could have been 103 and that still would have happened, or 23. That was awkward. He's a good friend. I'll talk to him and see if he survives. I mean, see if he can explain what he did.
Mark, always good to talk to you. I should point out as well, no warthogs were injured in the making of this interview. Right, we'll go and have a little look elsewhere.
Do you want to go get Jens and see if you can have a chat to them together, David?
Yeah, we've heard from Jens Muller already, haven't we? But if I can
put them together,
I'll argue it's too far a walk up the grid.
It strikes me that that's a conversation that could be amusing to but I mean, 73 years young Mark Patterson, I continue to be in awe of the standards that he sets for himself and achieves.
Extraordinary.
Whatever happened in turn one, Sepang was quite one of the most extraordinary things I've seen in motorsport.
Ironman performance really was. I think we were walking in, weren't we? And we were talking with the boss from High Class, and he was sort of explaining about how Mark was struggling in the last 2 or 3 laps in his stint, and that final stint that he did there in Sepang. And
his foot was cramping.
Yeah, his foot was cramping, and it was sort of oscillating the throttle pedal so much. That's where the time was lost. It wasn't in Mark not being able to handle the car, or maybe getting a bit. It was just actually down to cramping, the reason why he was losing the time. And it's extraordinary that he's got that sort of will and that drive at 73 to still be jumping in one of these high performance machines, and putting himself out there and performing against people are significantly younger. It's amazing.
In many cases, decades and decades and decades younger.
Yeah.
We've talked before on the Asia Le Mans Series broadcast about his philanthropy, easier for me to say, but he was saying there, I mean...
You haven't been drinking, have you?
No. He was saying there again, this giving that he doesn't stop. He told us there he gave away 5 positions just free.
Just giving it away.
He's all heart. He really is all heart.
So generous.
Just trying to work out exactly what we've got going on there. Someone's unfortunately parked to pick up, so we can't really see. But that looks like there's not heavy work going on at the moment. Is that just... We've been told there will be an update in about 10 minutes' time.
Yeah.
And hopefully we can get racing back underway.
Yeah, hopefully we can within the next sort of 20 minutes or so. Maybe half an hour. That would be great.
Continue, by the way, you can see around the back end of the circuit, there's the exit of turn 16, the hotel on the right-hand side where we're staying this week. But new buildings galore again around here. After the major financial crash of, 15 years ago, there is a huge amount of development back in Dubai.
Yeah, it is. It's really come back on stream, hasn't it? And it's certainly there's a number of new buildings here that we were not here when we were here last year.
Indeed.
So I think David's about to line himself up.
I can see that he's
ready to pounce.
It's Patrick Byrne, I think. Patrick's suiting up, we can see there. He knows he's going to be on TV. He's thinking, he's looking at David Addison, he's thinking, the visual standards that David sets for himself, I've got to match up to that at least. So it's going to be Patrick Byrne. Amazing from at his age. So we're going to be down with Patrick Byrne and David Addison in just a few moments' time.
Patrick Byrne is now all suited and booted for the cameras and well placed when we get the race back underway. Strange thing though, this break, isn't it?
Yeah, it's odd. It's just the middle of the race, come to a pause. I guess everyone gets their breath, a little water. Yeah.
How's it been going though?
It's good. I struggled at the stars. One of my worst starts. I'm usually one of the best starters I can be, and it was one of the worst ones. It just, there's a lot of wind, a lot of sand, and someone dove on the outside. The race isn't won in first corner, so I just gave a little bit off and didn't want to make any contact, and it just choked up a little bit. And the guys behind me, I was just in duck. So catching back up. The grip's just down. It's the pavement is covered in sand, and I mean everything's covered in sand. So it is what it is. We're in the desert.
Sure. The first round of pit stops for one or two teams just seemed to be a little bit earlier. Was that perhaps to get people out of traffic or avoid catching up to back markers?
Yeah. There's a fair bit of traffic out there, and all strategy. Keep a little strategy in our pocket. It is what it is. We have to take advantages where we can take them, and that was a good time. And I feel like it was a very quick. All the boys did perfect. There was no flukes. We took out of here and got in a good spot. So I was very happy with it.
Now, sand aside, what about this circuit? Very different feel from Sepang, for example.
Yeah, I mean, we're in the Middle East, and it's sunny out, and it's quite cooler. Yeah, I mean, everyone's pretty refreshed. We were talking about it. We're on the same suits and shirts as the other test days, and they don't stink. So it's very different from Sepang, where it's 100% humidity, and you're just going. So quite enjoyable. I mean, there's lack of grip a little bit. The circuit is very different. Big, long corners. Sepang is much more of like kind of what we'll probably see in Abu Dhabi, more of like a modern F1 track, if you will, where really, really fast. You have some fast corners and then some big stopping corners, if you will. These are real fast bends. So it's just a little bit of different approach. They're pretty fun, though. Yeah.
This break in the middle of a race, it is unusual. It's not unprecedented, but it doesn't happen very often. What does that do without poking the bear here, what does this do to your mind? What happens psychologically? You know, are you thinking, I want to get back racing, I want some more information, or are you just quite happy to stand here and await news?
Well, I think we'd all rather be racing. You have that adrenaline boost and you stop. But we're not underwater like we were in Sepang, so at least we catch our breath. I mean, and everyone stops, so it doesn't mess with me at all. I'm ready to go anytime, and that's why I'm here. So,
excellent. Good luck. Thanks very much, Patrick. So Patrick Byrne is pretty content about life, and at the very front of the queue is the Pure Racing TF Sport entry. We've ticked off a fair number of them. Next time I get into the pit lane, I will go and investigate that Mercedes. But for now, drivers keeping cool, fans in the grandstand looking at almost a complete grid of cars, and the marshals and the track workers hard at work sorting out these barriers. And hopefully it won't be too long before we can get the first 4 hours of Dubai underway, because of course we have another 4-hour race tomorrow.
Thanks very much indeed, David. Fine work from David Anderson on the pit straight. Still watching the pictures we've got here with work underway and heavy lifting equipment still being brought to bear at the site of the incident earlier. 5 minutes to go until we're promised the next update. So again, to remind us, Pure Racing lead this motor race. Alexander Malikin, don't think there's any doubt we're going to get this race back underway at this stage, Ollie. There's plenty of time to tick by. Alex Malikin taking the lead from Giorgio Roda. It was a switch in the pits eventually between those two cars. Giorgio Roda, a great first stint, and just a little slower in and out the pits and on pit road. That made the difference.
Yeah, maybe they short fueled the Pure Racing car.
Yeah, just 3 seconds quicker on pit road.
Maybe it's just a good stop.
Yeah, the LMP3 battle, the top 3 battle, really very close indeed. Between Breton Racing, Jens Renaud, you heard him there, fending off first Tim Kresick, now Alexander Bekantsov, but feeling very confident about what's to come there.
Yeah, Bekantsov really came back into it as the two, Tim Kresick and Jens Renaud Müller were fighting away, battling through the traffic, and the Graf car then caught up and then took advantage and managed to get past Tim. And that was
it was the battle that really settled it. It was the battle first to second that basically just dropped them back into the clutches of the Graf car. So those 3 are together and in line astern, by the way, in this train. Then we've got the first 2 cars in GT before we get to another 2 LMP3 cars. So the GT battle broken up by some LMP3s amongst them, and then we go down and down and down into GT land. And 27 cars started this race. We've got, let's have a quick look, 25 or so still running. Waiting to find out about the Herbeth car.
Oh no, there's a couple that have stopped, haven't they?
There's 3 on the pit exit, and there's 2 in the garage. 77, the Optimum car, which we know had a stop brake, didn't it? Bounding brake.
And the 8 car caused the incident that we just
correct. 3 cars. Yeah, that car we think is out of the race, and then the 81. The Winwood car, which I know David is going to be chasing down as fast as his legs can carry him, because he's that kind of guy.
Yeah, I mean, he's rapid on his feet.
Astonishing.
Yeah.
I'm amazed he's still in motorsport. He should have been by now picked up something Olympic.
Yeah, I mean, he really is a very athletic man.
You only have to look, really, and the first word that comes to mind is gazelle when I see David. Honestly.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay. Well,
it's not it's obviously not a regular gazelle. It's a slightly bizarre looking gazelle, but gazelle nonetheless.
Well, I wonder how they're getting on down there with the barrier.
That looks... they're putting concrete behind it. They're putting concrete to support that barrier. There is actually, looking at the incident, there was concrete behind the barrier where the hit happened.
Yes.
So are they replacing concrete?
Yeah, that's possible. But it looks like the 8 car was actually on a relatively tight line, it seemed, from the tyre marks that we can now see going into the barrier there. And it looked like he just lost the left rear, and the car looped around and into the wall. That's a big hit. It's a fast hit.
I think we're quite close to completion of that job. Quite close, could be 5, 10, 15 minutes. But
there we go.
There you go. And it is indeed 15 minutes.
What? 16 and a half.
Racing drivers, so protecting.
Yep, well, we're just going to... there we are with the AF.
two drivers with their mediators between them. They're not allowed to talk to each other. It's team orders.
They're passing notes between
them. They are,
yeah.
yeah. It's good to see that it's been done the old-fashioned way and not by text message here. It could turn nasty at any moment. That's those four.
Yeah, I'm still waiting for the Mark and the Jens sort of face-off.
Yeah, SmackDown.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
All right. Well, I thought David was going to find some more news on that, get them together.
No. I think he's backed out of that one.
It's a shame.
He can only sprint in one direction at once. No. But, yeah.
So it looks like they're still putting more of those concrete barriers in place down there at turns 5. Let's see what...
Well, let's look back again, if you've just joined us, sorry, but as to what brought us to this point on the red flag here at Dubai Autodrome, let's look back at the highlights of the first part of this race. Kicked off at mid-afternoon here, with Giorgio Roda fending off cars left, right and to the rear, and whilst Alexander Malikin and Patrick Byrne were trying to get onto terms with the 22 car, it was the other Proton car in the hands of Alexander Matchell that made his way round, and then there was drama behind. Not sure that I recognise the description of that incident from Mark Patterson's words, but I'd like to look at that again.
Yeah.
Meantime, getting sorted out at the front of the race, it was Proton 1-2. Georgios Kolovas had a very wide move there. Naveen Rao getting stuck in as well. Mark Patterson finally getting the 49 car back into order. Side by side here between the Qatari run Herbeth car and the Iron Dames, and then ahead, two more Porsches. The two APR cars, 25 and 20. Michael Jensen and Quinten and Tudis having fun together there. And then the 77 car from Optimum, the McLaren in trouble with a sticking brake. Half rotation for the ultimate number 35 Ligier. It's the double race winning car from Sepang. And Malikin and Roda trying to get this sorted. It was Roda having lost a lot of time in traffic. Malikin almost ready to pounce, couldn't make it happen on track. Side-by-side contact between the 88 Dragon Racing car and Naveen Rao's 24 Nielsen Racing car that almost ceded position to Francois Perraudot. There's further contact as that got sorted through. And then briefly Michael Jensen ahead of Perraudot, dropping back into the turn. And further drama for the 35 car, almost collecting cars on the way in and the way out of the same corner. Climax AMG and the Montai EMA car getting things sorted out. Side by side too between the RD Limited number 30 car, race winner of the first round in the Asian Le Mans Series, and the 20 APR car. With great pass on Patrick Byrne from Georgios Kolovas. DKR slightly out of sequence here, and further brush there between the 26 and the 8. And it was not long after that that the 8 hit the barrier. I don't know whether there was damage.
I'm not sure that there was, but it was a big hit.
But it was that incident that brought out the safety car, then the red flag, and that's the position we're in right now, with about 13 minutes until this race is ready to restart. Here's the order, as it will be when we restart the race. Pure Racing's number 91 car leads the race from Proton Competition's 22, DKR Engineering's number 3, then the two AF Corsa cars, the teal-coloured number 50, and the chrome-coloured 83. 25 from Algarve Pro Racing, 11 from Proton, 24 from Nielsen, RD Limited's 30, and the Algarve Pro Racing number 20 complete the top 10. In LMP2, Breton Racing lead from Graf Racing and Intereuropol's 34. They're the top 3 Ligiers. Then Kessel Racing 74 Ferrari leading the GT class from the Origine Porsche. 2 more LMP3s before we get to the Get Speed AMG. The 46Q MMF by Herbeth Porsche, the 2Cs AMG Flying High, and another AMG from Climax Racing. The top 10 in the GT class completed by the Iron Dames 85 Porsche, the 28 AF Corsa Ferrari that started from pit lane, Winward Racing's number 16 AMG, their other car in deep trouble, it seems. And the number 10 Montai Porsche. That is the top 10. And at the bottom end of the timing and scoring, Optimum Motorsports McLaren in trouble with that problem with the brake. Dragon Racing in the wall and seemingly out of the race. Winward Racing, David, we know, is chasing that one down. And the 15 RLRM Sport Ligier with cooling problem that seemed to be exacerbated by being held at the end of pit lane.
Yeah, this is it's quite a tricky time now for all the teams and all the drivers, just trying to sort of get themselves back in the groove and back in the window and sort of getting going again. You've had this sort of artificial period of just everybody just sort of sat there on the side of the track just waiting to resume battle, and the guy that you've been battling with is just only sort of standing a few meters away from you, and it is a bit of an odd time for all of these guys to then get switched back on again. But yeah, very happy. I'm sure they're all very happy to get going racing again here in about 10 minutes time.
In the case of some of these drivers, they're going to be almost immediately out of the car.
Yeah. So it's literally going to be driving it back to, through the green flag and then back into the pit lane.
Strong run from Naveen Rao, by the way. Impressive from him. This is a new era for him in racing as the co-owner and driver. And that whole different set of skill sets that need to be brought to bear, not least is people are working with and for you that you've got to pay attention to in the opposite direction than maybe you normally would be for normal business.
Yeah.
But I've been impressed with his application today.
Yeah, he's done a great job, and he's willing to learn, wanting to learn, and he knows that more time in the car and more time behind the wheel only brings greater performance and better results, and so that's really what he's focused on. And
Alex
looking forward.
Yeah, Alex Malikin impressive in the lead of this race, and two very strong drivers to come. Well, two very strong drivers to come in pretty much every car. But in the case of Pure Racing, Harry King, he's been just a firebrand in LMP2.
Yeah, absolutely. He's just jumped in and grabbed the bull by the horns and really sort of charging along with it, isn't he? And he's doing a fantastic job.
Yeah, another standout young talent in Julian Anzar.
Yeah, Porsche Penske factory driver.
Yeah, Julian has been known to be a very talented driver indeed for quite some time, but there's no doubt whatsoever his performance in the Spa race at the WEC last season, quite one of the most astonishing runs in a prototype I think I've ever seen.
Yeah,
4, really, 5 passes into and through Rouge and Radeon on other hypercars. You just don't do that.
No, and often drivers like Julien, they have that sort of like moment in their career where they really just shine. Everything clicks. The car is right where they want it. The tyre is. The conditions, the circumstances. It all just comes together, and you just stand out, head and shoulders above everyone else. And all of a sudden, you're then really in the spotlight. And he's absolutely capitalised on that.
He has.
Porsche Penske factory drive now, and he's really put himself on the map.
He has indeed, and ran with one of the priority teams in the 963s at the Rolex 24, but in some stellar stuff there too.
Yeah.
LMP3, potentially interesting note I just saw pop up on our timing screens. Team manager car 26 to race control. Ooh. That is our LMP3 leader. Now,
do you think Mark's gone up there and says, "Oh, I need to see him"?
I need to see him
in front of the authorities.
Yeah. One punch, it won't be that. It will be sorted out. I'd like to see that clip again, actually, because there's a lot going on, and it didn't look to me to be quite the incident that Mark thought it was.
No, I think I'm more on Jens's side than I am on Mark's. But let's see it all again, and we can talk it through.
Yeah, but drivers suiting up, booting up. Oh. Repairs are done, unless it's a very short guy finishing them behind the barrier there, and I don't think it is.
Could be you back there, actually.
It's not me, I'm here.
That's right.
25 car.
Maybe you should go out there.
Getting buttoned down. Yeah, I'm sure that would go down really well. Excellent helmet.
Animal.
Excellent helmet design.
Love that. That's great stuff. Michael Jensen.
Yeah.
Excellent.
How have I never seen that helmet before?
I don't know. It's great, though. What's it say on the top? Live with. Can't quite see the front there, but it's yeah. I'm liking that.
But Michael,
detail.
Enjoying his motor racing. He's another of our reigning European Le Mans Series LMP3 champions. He will be going to Le Mans in LMP2 this coming season.
Yeah, he was smiling yesterday and this morning as well. When he was smiling very broadly when he saw Molt Jakobsen had turned up and actually made it.
And one of the other things, by the way, Michael, one of a number of people in the paddock, amongst drivers and team members here with families and partners. Always delight to see that aspect of this. It's not always possible in a busy year to see the sports car racing families' loved ones at the track. And I know that was always in your time as a driver. Think back to a long time ago now, I know.
In black and white, yeah.
But, you know, that was always a thing at Le Mans with the family.
Yeah, it was. And it was a big part of our year to bring the family and stay in the motorhome there at the track and have the children sort of included in the racing and in and around, you know, the Friday night evening dinner and all the other bits and pieces, whether it's coming to the parade or doing the other bits. It was always fun to have the children there, and obviously my wife Helen was a key part of that.
Absolutely. And then soaking up the disappointment of those 14 crushing losses, and was it just 5 wins?
Just 5, yes. Yeah, always looking at the positives there, Gigi. Thank you for that. Brilliant. Yes. So we are only, 5 minutes away here?
We are. Before we get back running under safety car, we will hear, I'm sure, about what effect that's going to have on driver time.
Yeah, hopefully that's going to communicate to us as well as everybody else.
So. Let's worry less about that, more about what's going on. 5-minute board is being shown, I can see there from the gantry. So cars will be buttoned up, drivers ready to go, and we can go back motor racing. At the moment, under 2 hours to go on the clock.
Where do you think David's gone? Has he gone for a bit of a lie down, do you think, after all that work?
Cars at pit exit, at the 3 minutes, we will open pit exit for you to go on track and reach the queue of the cars on the grid.
There you go. Grant Boursier explains what's going to happen with the 3 cars at pit out. They will be allowed to go round to join the queue and then follow the safety car away from this red flag position.
Just getting an update here on the 81 Mercedes. It's had an ABS failure.
Oh dear.
They are unable to figure out what's exactly happened.
That's disastrous for them,
yeah,
because they came here as the championship leaders. So thank you very much indeed, David Addison. On his way to the ice cream van has found out that Winward Racing with an ABS problem, and that the team and Mercedes-AMG engineers are struggling to find out the core problem.
I'll have a flake 99, David, if you're going.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Sprinkles. Yep. Thank you. So, desperately bad luck for the 81 crew. They will almost certainly not leave. Well, they won't leave Dubai tonight, otherwise they'll be giving up a race tomorrow.
Yes.
They certainly won't go back to the hotel tonight as the championship leaders. So that does throw things really rather wide open. And again, do like these kind of championships where you've not got one dominant force, when you've actually got teams and drivers and cars that come into things. But I don't like to see it like that.
No, that's a really tough deal. And let's just sort of see if they can get on top of it, and those engineering folk down at Mercedes.
3 minutes board on the grid. 3 minutes board on the grid. Pit exit is open for the cars in the pit lane.
Yeah, let's just see if those Mercedes engineers can figure something out and get them back on track.
But the good part of this is they've not lost that many laps here. There's time been lost, but they've not lost those laps. Those 3 cars then at pit exits, and that is the 60 Proton competition Porsche in the hands of Claudio Schiavone. It's Rumi Shafali, who was up to, was it 6th overall in the GT, now down in 18th after taking that drive-through penalty, and Custodio Toledo in the 51 AF Corsa. Rima, by the way, in the Blackthorn Aston Martin. So those 3 cars will come round at reduced speed and will join this queue, and then we will get things underway in just about 2 minutes' time.
Yeah, just as the car was running down there through sort of turns 4 and 5, and where the accident happened, just sort of springs to my mind that both of the incidents that we've had down at that corner, both in qualifying and in the race, have been in Ferrari 296s.
Pit exit is now closed. Pit exit is now closed.
And is that something that those cars are particularly nervous and tricky at that point on the track? Is it the transition from going hard right to then flick it back to the left, and is it sort of that point there that the car's coming unglued and the drivers are really struggling with, and or maybe it's just a coincidence that it's the 296.
Pure Racing, let's have a quick word about those before we get back underway. Pure Racing is the team that is the current reigning champions in the World Endurance Championship in LMGT3, Alex Malikin, who's the man with the brand, and certainly behind the brand here, joining the Asian Le Mans Series and later the European Le Mans Series in LMP2 and taking that step.
Yeah.
Astounding level of ambition and drive and determination here. And we talked to Alex and to Edgar, the team
1 minute
owner.
board, 1 minute board. Please clear the grid. 1 minute board on the grid. Clear the grid.
When I say there's no shortage of ambition, when I say there's no shortage of drive and determination, there have been days when it's not gone their way and they're sitting there in front of a ruin of a car for whatever reason, or they've got laps to make up. There is no point at which they are not driven by going out there to win.
Absolutely, they're taking their business extremely seriously here.
Yeah, whatever they turn their hand to, this squad,
30 seconds before we
take them
resume the race
seriously.
behind safety car.
No doubt. So finally getting ourselves going again here.
Yeah, it's an hour and 55 minutes to run of the first of 2 4-hour races here at Dubai. Thank you if you're in the stands for staying with us and watching. I'm sure you managed to grab a drink and a snack.
10,
and look at
9,
some beautiful race cars
8,
in front of you, but you're about
7,
to see them back
6,
do what they do
5,
best.
4, 3, 2, 1. Race has resumed behind safety car. Pit entry is open.
And running again behind the safety car, and Alex Malikin will be getting himself going with Giorgio Roda directly behind him and just getting everything going again here. The car, and whether it's brakes, tyres, engine, everything, the cooling system, you've got to get it all sort of operating again, and it's going to be a little bit of a cold start here. Not everything would have completely cooled off. The Bartone car is struggling to get going here, and the 46 is being sort of waved by. It's always difficult as a driver at this point to know, can I go by, am I allowed, am I not, what's the regulation? The Bartone car looks like it's doing a bit of a power cycle, and the 46 is just having to go by now, being waved by, and it just needs to be communicated now that the 9 is sat stationary, because you can be blind as the driver coming up behind that the car is sat there stationary. So hopefully everybody's been informed of that and there's no issue here.
It's being very sensible at this point. Sight lines are pretty good. People are doing the right thing, and when they've spotted the car moving to the right, our right, their left, and everybody's going to get by safely, but that car is going to need assistance to get back to safety.
Yeah, and you know, this is one of the things when the car's been racing and running for so long, and then it comes and stops and sits. Can it get going again? Is he doing a full power cycle? Being talked to clearly by the team about what to do here.
That was the car running in third, wasn't it?
Yeah, it won't be
coming
third
into the
now.
red flag. It certainly will not, and that's a horrible way to lose a potential podium finish.
Yeah, and that's going to be tricky to come back from in this. Oh, just a big lock up there as one of the P2 cars going in. Difficult to see which one it was because of the reflection on the sun here.
I think that might have been Michael Jensen.
Again, you're just trying to get everything going, and it really is a problem. Well, the 9 is stuck. Is it stuck in gear? No, it's rolling. It's rolling. Oh, that's a real shame for those guys.
The pit lane is open, so if drive time is done, and that's going to make it back to the pit lane.
It is just through the hole there in the wall.
Yeah, that was luckily placed, wasn't it?
Very luckily placed, and the team will be able to start working on it almost immediately. And yeah, what tends to happen now? Oh, the pit lane's open, so we're getting a lot of P2 run. Everybody's coming in. Look at the pit lane, absolutely rammed. And this is one of the highlights. One of the pieces that David highlighted earlier on was how busy it's going to be in this sort of scenario. So, wonder if David's down there.
So yeah, in comes Alex Malikin, Georgios Golovas, Giorgio Roda stays out, Patrick Byrne is in, Francois Perraudot is in, Michael Jensen is in, Breton Racing stay out, but in comes Alexander Bekantsov and Tim Kresic.
DKR stuck there in between and pulled into the wrong spot, and he's now got to go on the skates to get the car in. There's drivers running everywhere, there's mechanics everywhere trying to fuel.
Lead cars in GT are both in, the 74 and the 87. staying out, 35 from Ultimate, 43 from Inter Europol. They go second and third at the moment, but obviously out of step.
I've never seen the pit lane as busy as this in Dubai. Not during the Asian Le Mans series. There are people everywhere. You've got to be
10,
super careful at this
11,
point.
12, 30, everybody's stopping in GT.
Yeah.
So 40 cars or so are going to be on this pit lane, and there is simply no room. You can see the 49 car there of Mark Patterson, no room at the end.
No, and what's really important here for the drivers to be able to spot their board, and this is one of the things that every team has to have a board that stands out. Is it big? What the colour is it? How does it look? You know, where is it being waved? How is it being waved? All those sorts of things are vital for the driver to be able to stop in the right spot. And this is, this can make or break a lot of people's races here.
Just 6 cars stayed out behind the safety car, but there's cars that have taken a quick pit stop here that will be right there too. Are these 6 going to stop this time around? RD Limited's Fred Pordad currently running second. Now, one quick additional point to make here. We saw the 49 car unable to get to its pit stall. That's less of a problem for the P3 cars than the others because they can take a long stop.
Yeah.
So, yes, they'll have a bit of a rush once they get there, but it's doable. It's less of a major issue than perhaps it would be for a P2 or a GT car.
Yeah, DKR were the ones that were really penalised there. The driver had not really picked where their pit box was, and he stopped like halfway in the fast lane and halfway in the working lane, and then he's in no man's land, and then the team have got to get out there, get the car in the air, on the skates, pulled in, and then it can start fueling.
And it's driver changes galore. Harry King is aboard the Pure Racing car now. Matthias Besch aboard the 11 Proton car. Alessio Rivera is in AF Courses 83. Jeremy Clark, the bronze driver, now climbs aboard the 50, the teal-coloured car. Valerio Rincella, race winner at Sepang, is in the 25 from Algarve Pro. Ollie Caldwell in the Sister 20 car. Nielsen Racing has Matt Bell now at the wheel, and DCAR Engineering has Job van Utrecht, and it's been 2 weekends of misfortune for Job. That pit stop and losing the win at the Rolex 24 to a technical infringement, but having to give his Rolex watch back.
Oh, that's a tough one.
In comes Giorgio Roda, so he comes into a completely empty pit lane.
Yeah.
Fred Pordad leads the race.
Have to see if this pays off for them. And but yeah, I mean, the Bartone car being stuck on the grid at the restart there has penalised a number of teams just because they couldn't get back to the queue behind the safety car by the time everybody then started to filter into the pit lane. So it actually did penalise everybody who was stuck behind that number 9 GT.
And there's a big switch around as well by the look of things in the order in GT. Prototype competition 60 stayed out. Claudio Schiavone briefly led the race, but it's now leading the race. It's going to be 87 Origine Porsche. Hong Ye, I believe, is going to lead this race. Climax Racing's Kang Ling. 2C's Parker Thompson now at the wheel, and Ben Tuck at the wheel of the 74 car, which led coming into that pit stop cycle.
Yeah, it did. I'm sure this worked out for the 22.
You know what? I'm not sure. Yes, Origin do lead the race. They've just gone by Claudio Schiavone, who stops on pit lane now. And Dames, Celia Martin still at the wheel of that car.
Yeah.
Joel Sturm in the number 10 car. He leapfrogs up from 10th under the red flag to 6th place.
I'm thinking that strategy from Proton and the 22 car didn't really work out, and I wonder if that was maybe a miscommunication to
the car that's missed out the most across this field, other than the number 9 car of Get Speed that couldn't restart. Graf Racing, they were second, and they have dropped way down the order. 3 minutes 12 seconds on pit lane for Alexander Bekantsov. He's gone from second to 6th. Must be a problem on pit lane. Now back and running, but Graf Racing clearly had struggles to turn that car around, has dropped behind the high-class racing car, which was itself well down.
Yeah, it's really switched around, hasn't it? You know, we've now got Ultimate in second and into Europol third and fourth.
Don't quite understand why RD Limited have not pitted Fred Pordad. Now he comes in.
He's going to get...
Well, if the safety car stays out, the damage is significantly less.
Yeah, but it's your track position.
So Aaron, 46 minutes to run. The safety car still on track after a long red flag for barrier repairs after an accident that eliminated the number 8 Dragon Racing Ferrari from the race. Todd Coleman walked away from that incident. Get the safety car train building.
Yeah, Fred, the RD car is going to be at the back of this train now, all the way.
Which he was at the start, in fairness. So Harry King leads the race. Pure Racing, the number 91 car, the 11 of Proton competition, the Hansa Matthias Besch. Alessio Rivera in the 83 AF Corsa car is now third. And Jeremy Clark will cycle around to fourth, ahead of Valeria Rincella, Vlad Lomko, the 22 Proton car, Ollie Colwell, Matt Bell, Job van Utrecht, and it's which of the pro drivers will take over in the RD Limited car.
You look at the difference there between what Proton did and what Pure Racing did. Pure Racing come out in the lead, and 22's down in sixth. I think Pure Racing have won that one.
High Class Racing back on pit lane. So Thomas Kiefer had taken that car over. Are they trying to burn 2 long stops under the safety car?
That's possible.
That's a bold move if they do it.
That is. James Allen on board the RD Limited. See how he goes. This was the same strategy they employed at Sepang.
If they do that, what are the advantages? The advantages are every other stop they need to make can be done at pace.
Yeah, literally, as long as it takes.
And they've got little to lose by trying it.
True.
And out they come. That was not. That was exactly. It was a 100-second stop. That's what they've done. They've burned their final stop, and that could save them. What? 20 seconds? 24
Safety
seconds?
car in this lap.
So he's going to have to catch the cue as quickly as he possibly can.
Oh, that's going to hurt. Yeah, because he is right now going through turn 4, and the safety car is coming out of 14.
They're going to lose out here, aren't they?
Yeah, that's not going to work.
More than 25 seconds is lost in doing that. In comes the safety car, and it's going to be the Breton Racing car that leads the train away. Harry King will not be able to pass these cars until the line. He's going to have his mirrors full of Matthias Besch as they start to get the power back down. Alessio Rivera's got a good run there too. And it's going to be game on again with an hour and 44 minutes to go.
So it's going to get pretty spicy here, I think. Harry's going to have the hammer down. And Matthias Besch is certainly known for his attacking style.
Yeah.
He's certainly not one to hold back.
He's not indeed. So Pure Racing from Proton competition, of course, at 3 and 4. Besch on the charge. Harry King, though, dealing with traffic very well at this stage, and he's not got much of it to deal with. This is the last of it.
Yeah,
stumbles a bit there, didn't he? And now he's got a clear track ahead of him.
Yeah, now really now to stretch his legs and just get everything nicely warmed up and going. And yeah, this is, as he was turning in there, he's just put some black marks down into turn 9. He's on the gas. Great to see Harry really unleash the power.
Jens Reiner Müller leads LMP3 behind us, head of Louis Stern. Big gain from the Ultimate team there after their spin early in the race, back up to second place from nowhere.
Yeah, they've really capitalised on that. They had that very sort of long, lazy half spin, didn't they?
That dropped them down to about 5th and almost off the lead lap, so they've done well from the interruption. Into Europol's 34 car is sitting in 3rd place at the moment.
60 was in deep there. Well, there we go with Ben Tuck battling away with the 2C's car. Just got past that, coming into turn 10. Nicely done.
That's 4th for the previous leading car. Warning flags galore, by the way, coming from track limits. Watch for potential penalties coming if that doesn't sort itself out. In GT, it's Origine in the Porsche, Hong Liye, Lin Kang in the Climax Racing car. So 2 Chinese cars, top 2 Proton competition. And the Porsche number 16, Hansa Matteo Cressoni, is 3rd. Ben Tuck 4th. Parker Thompson, the 2C's AMG, is 5th.
Excellent, and this is Silver. Oh, that was rude. Very rude. And Ben Tuck, I think, he's going to be able to take advantage of that. Around the outside at 15, he's going to be able to come back up the inside into 16. What a move!
That was a great move.
What a
fantastic move from Ben Tuck.
Brilliant stuff there, making it stick. He's got Cressoni, who's up behind him. Is he going to be able to tow back by it coming into turn 1? Ben has
looking to cover to the inside.
Nicely done. being smart on the way into turn 1.
Great restart from Ben Tuck.
Yeah, really delivering that very, very nicely and smartly.
Parker Thompson closing in on the rear of Matteo Cressoni, is still stuck behind the number 88 car. 88 car is a lap down on this group.
And, it's going to be quite the battle here with 2nd, 3rd, 4th and 5th. Oh, a lunge there from the Manthey car coming up the inside of the 2Cs. And who's on board that now? That's Joel Stern.
Worked out, by the way, why the Ultimate car had profited there. It hadn't stopped. Now it has, and it's dropping all the way down.
Wow.
So Breton Racing into Europol, the last two standing, if you like, on the lead lap in LMP3 at the moment. Though that may well spring back into action depending on where the pit stops are. But right now we're watching this lead battle overall. And Harry King and Matthias Besch trading fastest sector times at the moment on lap 37. Behind them, side by side, between Jeremy Clark and Ollie Caldwell. Caldwell it is that takes that position. Behind him is the Proton competition car Vlad Lomko. Clark being just cycled back here.
Yeah, Jeremy's going to get sort of caught out here, and it looks like the Matt Bell will also get him as he come up the inside, run down into turn 1. And Clark really got hung out to dry there, one after another, just edged him out, and he's just got to get his head down and focus here to be able to. It's tight there, but he just ceded that to Matt Bell. Nicely done.
Quick bronze driver, but he's like the ginger cat chucked in the lion's den right now.
Yeah,
away goes number 3 car.
Around the outside there. And this is fast and furious here at the Dubai Autodrome. Plenty of action at this restart. We've got the pro drivers on board and cars everywhere.
Indeed. Just under an hour and 40 minutes to go. In come the lead cars in LMP3 will drop down behind the GT leaders. Just the way this is all worked out with the red flag timing. Harry King leads. Fastest lap of the race goes to the Englishman in the 91 Pure Racing car. It's a 1:48.325, almost side by side the 16 and the 46.
Down in 11th and 12th.
Yeah. 1.5 seconds King leads from Besch. Michela almost 5 seconds back. That puts in the fastest first sector of the race so far. He's looking to push. Alessio Rivera trying to push hard to get onto terms with the Algarve Pro Racing car.
In GT we've got Yi and Kang who in for Origin and the Climax car, and I think Ben Tuck is
catching,
closing
not
down.
Slowly. He's 2 seconds quicker than the second place man last time around.
Right.
This is the leader in LMP3. Waiting for time will go now. Incident between cars 10 and 96 at turn 7 is under investigation.
P3 cars who are doing stops now. This is going to hurt them unless there's something that we've not seen.
So back into action. And the adrenaline tap has been immediately turned on full.
Yeah, this is a battle for what, 6th, 5th, 4th, and 3rd.
10, 60, and 96. This group, and it's this group that there's a bit of an investigation about a bit of a tussle earlier, just a little earlier, between the car that leads that trio and the AMG. Fastest lap of the race now into the 1:47.8 is Valerio Rincella, young Italian racer, looked after by another ex-Asia Le Mans Series racer, Marco Ciocci here, looking after his young charge. Proud of his win at Sepang.
Yep.
Marco knows how to race a GT car. Side by side here, 57 to the inside on 46.
There's Casper Stevenson aboard that. They've had a difficult day in the 57, and Casper's doing his best to bring it back to the front. A little way to go.
13th now, and the gap to Ralph Aaron, factory AMG driver ahead, is about a second and a half. Ralph Aaron making, for me, what is a unique move in world motorsport, having been a WEC team manager for Prema 3 years ago in LMP2, is now back to being a factory driver.
Well, Thompson here with Matteo Cressoni battling it out. Two young but relatively experienced guys. Parker's with the Lexus outfit in the United States, the Vassar Sullivan group. Doing a fine job in that.
Indeed. Schiavone watches on as his orange and white car fends off. The close attention's on Parker Thompson's sky blue and pink AMG.
Yeah, 2Cs are really a coming team. They do a fine job. They've got a fantastic setup here this weekend.
They're another team, aren't they, with ownership in the region, Bahraini interests there.
Yeah. So it's an ultimate car.
You know, with the efforts of a variety of race organisers, not least the recent history of the Asian Le Mans Series, huge increase. There's trouble there. Gone wide for the Breton racing car. Is that the door open for the ultimate car? This is the battle for the lead.
Griffin Peebles, very young and upcoming driver who's got in a bit deep there into turn 7. And this must be his first couple of laps in the car, I believe.
Yeah, just out the pits.
Yeah.
So those two welded together and catching them as well. Daniel Trost, with a little more experience in the Graf racing car, is not that far back, about 6.5 seconds back. So this battle gets stuck in. That could well close up dramatically. Harry King, meanwhile, has got the measure of Matthias Besch at this point. He needs to look after the tyres, remember. That's a key part of this form of racing.
But with only 1 hour and 1.5 hours to go, I mean, it's
less of an issue than it would have been.
Yeah, it's going to be less of an issue. So let's see how that unfolds. But it might be that they've said to Harry, right, just get out there, pull the trigger on these tyres and see if we can stretch this lead and make it stick.
Yang Li, by the way, in the Origin Motorsport Porsche, is driving away at the front from the Climax Racing number 14 AMG. Ben Tuck closing on Kang Ling in that 14 car in the Kessel Racing 74, but ahead the Porsche is pulling away.
The Origin Motorsport car will have Lauren Heinrich to do the last stint.
That's quite a name to have in your pocket, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
That's what an emerging talent that young man is.
Yeah, he had a stellar season in the IMSA Championship last year in GTD Pro. And, fantastic championship win.
Yeah, aboard
AO Racing, wasn't it?
It was the iconic Rexy.
Yep.
77 car. Beloved of fans. It's remarkable the job that team has done in engaging with fans young and old. I've never seen queues like it at a merchandise stand.
Yeah, pretty extraordinary. Joel Stearns put the hammer down and he's got away from Matteo Cressoni. There's the Manthey car against the Proton competition car.
Yep, that's he's going with Ben Tuck, dropping back a little against Ben on the last couple of laps, but that could be quite an interesting contest as it develops.
Yeah. See how the cars look after their tyres. The Ferrari's generally been pretty good at that.
Looking at the ebb and flow here, Angela is catching Matthias Besch. A couple of tons here, a couple of tons there, but it's steady. He's pulling back in. Matthias Besch for second place, the Algarve Pro car.
Blackthorn car going pretty well here. Charles Bateman has got the QMMFF way early car under pressure. Oh, this is the battle here for second place. Ben Tucker's got on the back of Kang. Is he going to see if he can get up the inside and get a drive off? And Mercedes has got good power. Has Ben got the right delivery? And he's wheel to wheel as they come down through 13. Has Ben got enough on him? Is he going to be able to go around the outside at turn 14? Super deep on the brakes there.
Wow.
Wow.
What have you put in his cocoa? Unbelievable.
Fantastic move. Round the outside there into turn 14. Just boom, got it done.
Absolutely.
Massive confidence there from Ben Tuck.
And we've seen this all season with Ben. What a step he's taken.
Absolutely, his home at Kessel there, he's really feels so comfortable in the 296 and the Kessel environment, and yeah, he's really thrived there. And it's great to see, and you know, we're seeing another fantastic performance on board.
And by the way, that lap with stellar overtake there, he's still close on the leader. So in traffic, he's still close on the leader. What can he do now? So that's one to watch. 4.5 seconds, 4.6 seconds Ben Tuck back from the Origin number 87. Let's keep an eye on that, because the speed is certainly there in that Kessel car.
It is.
They've nailed that one together very well indeed.
Yeah,
Matthias Besch still being caught by Valerio Ancella.
Yeah, that 11 car just doesn't look that hooked up. And Matthias is dropping back. I mean, there's a possibility that he's a bit of fuel save, looking after the tyre. You know, what's happening with that, we don't really know. We can't get into the absolute strategy of that car, but Harry King has certainly got the hammer down, and he's stretching his legs.
Joining this queue, by the way, Ricky Perret. You can see the flashing lights on the Montai car, the back. This is the first thought form car of Ryan Hardwick, going by the lapped Dragon Racing car, but going with this trio of cars.
Very peculiar as he was on the brakes there, and how he was working, and he's really soaring away at the wheel there. The way that the nose and the rear of the car is moving as he's trying to place it. And maybe Ricciardo's just trying to get some pickup off the tyres. And yeah, another fantastically fast Silva and Ricardo Perro, you know, absolute talent, reflected in who he's driving with and driving for here this weekend.
Team manager car 42 being called to race control.
On Speed Sport.
Yeah. They've had an up and down day in the Lamborghini, haven't they?
Yeah, they have. It's been a tough one. 3 youngsters here, all going at it, all driving different teams, different cars, different sort of operations at different points.
You say youngsters. Matteo Cressoni, how young is he now?
I don't know, I was going to ask you that.
I don't think he's that young. I mean, Matteo seems to have been around for a little wee while. We'll see what...
As we watch Harry King here into turn 1. But he just seems like he's got the measure of this P2 car. Looks at home. And you can usually tell by the way that he's going through the traffic and sort of carving the lap up and the lines that he's driving and how confident he is. Seeing Matt Bell coming through the traffic here. He's coming down into turn 1, 7th at the moment for the 24 car. They were struggling earlier on in the weekend with balance. It seems like they've got a little bit more on top of it now.
Yeah, he's trying, isn't he, to pull the gap on Jan van Utte. Struggled a little bit with traffic there, but then found the gap open up nicely, so he's cleared those 2 cars well. Matteo is 40 years old.
Wow, well, it looks great for that age.
Yeah. So when you say young, you mean younger?
Younger than me.
I'm certainly me.
Parker
James
Thompson throwing up the inside there.
If Parker there thinking, well, if he's 40, I can do this.
He's just been told on the radio, he's 40, come on, let's get on with this. And he has. Good move.
So Parker Thompson now away from Matteo Cressoni. Cressoni now under pressure from Ricardo Perez.
It was a late move, and he really lunged it out there. But you see the way the rear of the car just snakes around. That would have been through some of the dust and the dirt that he had picked up on the tyres. Just managed to get it stopped, time to get it through the apex. Oh, but now he's getting dive bombed. Matteo's getting dive bombed now by the 92 car. And that's Ricardo Perez. And that was a young gun, but with some experience there, knowing where to place his car and how to do it, and dispatched him very quickly. And also, trying to make sure, or trying to see if he could stop the P2 car from passing.
He had to, because he was about to be jumped by Matteo Cressoni again.
In doing that, he's left himself open to Matteo coming back by. And now is it going to be this big drag race down into turn 1, and it's the last of the late breakers, and the Dragon car's getting involved. And Ricardo's going to try and go around the outside here, and I think he is just about going to be able to make it stick.
Oh, is he?
Whoa,
no, he's not.
No, he's not, and he's going to have to give it up. He's going to have to give it up, and it's how it is. And
he hasn't. Oh, dear me.
Yeah.
A P2 car in attendance as well.
Car up the inside. Whoa. Matteo thought that was Ricardo coming back at him, but now Ricardo's going to be kicking himself.
And at this point, we're going to have to retrain the cameras on the battle for the lead, because Ben Tuck, that 4-second gap has gone. It's 1.1.
Wow.
He is absolutely charging.
Flying. Let's see if we can see that battle. But is this Ricciardo's going to have another go here at Matteo? Is he going to be able to get the deal done into turn 10? He's been sizing him up. He does make a very aggressive move on the wheel while he's on the brakes. That'll unsettle it a little and get the ABS really triggered.
Not sure what Nicola Maringelli is doing, flashing these lights at those two cars. He's been lapped.
Yeah.
I mean, he's not been lapped. The car has been lapped, but maybe a bit of frustration there.
Tight line there by Ricciardo, and he just bounces as it comes off the apex curb, and not the greatest drive off, because that would have triggered the ABS, the traction control, and cut a little bit of that torque, and it wouldn't have been a perfect drive off the corner. Oh, and this is the Ben Tuck and the Origin car of, this is Yi, who's on board the 87 car.
This is going to be a change, because Ben Tuck has just eaten up that gap. We'll tell you, by the way, there's another battle underway. That is Matt Bell has caught the number 22 car, Proton Competition Vlad Lumko, for sixth place, side by side again.
Yeah, Ricciardo's got to be thinking, God, when can I get rid of him? He's just, it's like glued to my side or my bumper.
We've all got that one friend, haven't we?
Yeah.
Say nothing.
I don't need to say any more.
I am here.
He still can't get by him. Matteo is driving one of those races where you're like, well, yeah, I know that you're trying to keep onto your position and trying to be defensive, but please just get out of the way. Yeah, tricky.
So, hour and 25 minutes to go. Harry King, 5.5 seconds clear now, and Matthias Besch has stabilised the gap to the charging Valerio Ringella. That's the 1-2-3. Alessio Rivera 9 seconds back from the young Italian, and Ollie Caldwell is closing in on Alessio Rivera in that AF Corsa car in fourth. Vlad Lomko 4.5 seconds back and has been caught by Matt Bell, who will be eager to get by Lomko if he can, because Jan van Uitert is under 2 seconds back. In GT, because the LMP3 is on much further down because of the timing of those pit stops, it is Hong Li or Ya Hong Li leads the race. This is that battle between the Origin Motorsport Porsche and the 74 Kessel racing car of Ben Tuck, who's been on the man on the move since this race went back to green.
Yep.
Stellar stint from Ben Tuck with two astonishing overtakes into the mix, taking significant positions and putting Kessel Racing in with a chance of an absolutely brilliant result here this afternoon.
Yeah, he's just trying to flow the speed through the last corner there. Just gone in maybe a little bit deep. Is he going to be able to flow that momentum off? It just looks a little bit too far back. And often when you catch a car this quickly, you know, you really want to just get up and then get through and by. And Ben's momentum's just been sort of stunted a little bit here.
Ben's got to be careful. He has got a warning flag for track limits now, as have a number of others. But now is the time for calm heads.
Yeah.
Done the work. Now consolidates. And right away we go again. It's Formula Deja Vu between these two Porsches.
Yeah. Diego, the engineer there at Kessel, will be on the radio, being just giving Ben some instruction and talking him through, you know, the best way and where's the most likely spot that they'll be able to get through here. And can he line him up for the pass up into turn 10? Just all about the exit here and how he can get the drive off using all that curb on the exit. There's a couple of P2 cars behind. Is he going to be able to use those to his advantage?
We're looking at the background, by the way, closing now because these two are involved in this tussle. Jules Sturm in the Montaigne number 10 car. So remember, that number 10 car, 10th at the restart. We spoke, of course, David Addison spoke to Antero Sau, but through the pit stop cycle and going back to green, that car has stormed back up the order.
Ben's still looking for the option and the way round and the way through. He likes to drive that very tight line there through turn 12, and is that going to give him enough of a drive?
Not this time.
Off, but can he get in the toe and then look to make that move into 14? He's sizing him up, and is he going to be able to go up the inside here? Not quite enough there, but can he get the tighter line here? No, he's just checked up on that, and it's just going to be how it then, the car performs then through 15 and into 16, and can he get enough of a run?
Nibbling away at every corner, isn't he? He's trying to unsettle the man ahead. Oh, there's a big slide there from Guasoni. That's left the door open for Ricardo Perez. Is it about open wide enough? It is. And the position changes again between the 92 and the 60. And there's 6th place right there. This is Matt Bell with Vlad Lomko.
Is Ben going to be able to get up the inside? No, not quite. Into turn 1.
Porsche went deep there.
It did. And is he going to be able to get the run through? It's tricky to get by as they come down and into turns 3, 4, and then 5.
So tight.
It is. Oh.
Great race. And still watching, by the way, Joel Sturm is catching this pair.
Now
he gets
it nicely
inside.
up in the side. Oh, that was well worked. He'd been working on that for a good couple of corners. Very nicely done. He was working on where to try and undercut him and come back up the inside. And that was sort of through 4, 5, and then into 6.
You know Ben well, okay? He's a driver we've seen do good things and we've seen make mistakes in recent seasons. What has lit the fire underneath him this season?
He's just really come into his own. You know, the cars he's driving, the teams he's been also working with, but then it's also the environment that he's in, and he's just been looking for a chance. He's got the chance, and he's absolutely grabbing with both hands, and this was a perfect example of how he's using all of that knowledge of the 296 and all of his experience now in multi-class racing and how to work the move to get past the Porsche. Fantastic stuff.
Great stuff, and he's made that move, and he had to, because catching up now to the Origin car is Joel Sturm in 3rd place, and he's with the green and white car now. You can see there, pink lights and the deep blue colours of the
He didn't
Monza
give
car.
up the position easily. So
He did not.
No, so I think that Joel's going to have, let's say, a just as tough a battle to get by, but kept it clean, which is good.
Next one to focus on is the 22 car Vlad Lomko, under pressure of Matt Bell, with Jean Bonnet closing in what will be a 3-car battle for 6th pretty shortly if Matt can't make this move. Harry King, by the way, leads the race now by 5.8 seconds.
Yeah,
Matthias Besch is pulling away.
It's been a steady, increase in that lead over all of these laps that they've done since the restart, and Harry's done a fine job.
Bad news, I'm pretty certain, that is for car 60. 10-second time penalty added to the next pit stop, causing a collision. It says X60 on our screen, so I'm going to call that as 60 unless that's corrected. That is Matteo Cressoni. That's going to cost him.
I'm trying to think when that was.
Causing a collision, the number 60 car. Well, we'll wait and see. Sure, the guys in the truck will be talking to race control about which incident that was and whether or not we've got that, which we almost certainly will have. 87 and 10 now. This is the battle for second. Ben Tuck making his way forward and away from the challenge.
Yeah, on board here as we're coming up into 10, and just be looking to see, okay, can I look to make the move up the inside? I don't think so. Joel's just trying to size him up and where's going to be the best spot. And, very experienced Porsche runner and someone that is looking to pick his point. And this is tricky because you're in exactly the same machinery, and so your weaknesses or strengths are going to be pretty similar, the layout of the car and everything, so you're going to have to work a bit harder now to try and pick that point to get by. Coming down here into turn 14, is he going to be able to get that done on the brakes here? No, not quite. Is he going around the outside? Is he going to quickly tuck it up the inside? But that's a risky move.
This is a great encapsulation, Ollie, of the change we've seen in GT racing in the last few years. This is Ye Hongli Ye in the Origin Motorsport car, the cream of Asian Porsche racing here. And behind him, Joel Sturm in the Montai, the cream of Porsche competition. Porsche with Joel Sturm, a reigning WEC champion.
Yeah, and Joel at the moment he's looking to see where he could possibly make that move, but it seems that as he gets into the higher speed stuff, it just switches off the front just a little bit, and he can't quite carve the corner. Oh, we've got a bit of contact here between the Ultimate car and the Inter Europol 43.
That's the Inter Europol and the Absolute car,
Absolute,
isn't it? The 23 car. Who's aboard the 23 right now?
It's Joel going to try and get a run here.
It's Carl Bennett is aboard that car, and that was in the.
Oh, he's going to go up the inside into turn 9. I think this is going to get it done. Nicely done.
Yeah.
Very nice move. Used his experience there and just thought, yep, there's my opportunity. Yes. Terrace.
Do that.
Yeah, very happy. See Richard
And Terrace
Leeson.
is usually happy when he's not standing at the end of lap 1 looking at a smoking ruin of a car.
Or having to order a new chassis.
Absolutely, as he said beautifully there. But
such a nice man.
He is inspirational. You love the passion. You love the passion of the guys who don't have to come and do this on a weekend, but choose to do it, and choose to do it at this level.
So it's going to be interesting to sort of see how this battle commences here between Joel Sturm and Ben Tuck, and how this is going to ebb and flow with the traffic.
3 seconds, Ben Tuck is up the road with a car between them. It's another Porsche between them. I think that might have been the 99 Herbeth car. That is.
Yeah.
Meantime, in LMP3, now Breton Racing lead in the hands of with Griffin Peebles. Ultimate second, Leonardo Colavita. I think that was the ultimate car. Graf Racing in the hands of Daniel Frost. And into your polls.
Yeah, Griffin Peebles has settled into this.
Hasn't he?
Yeah. And
I think everybody's done their long stops, by the way. I think we've only got short stops to come. But 26 car going very well indeed here.
Yeah, 57 in the last lap, and nobody's within a second of that at the moment.
Keep an eye on High Class Racing. They'll be disappointed not to have capitalised here. This is a warning, by the way, for Joel Sturm for contact with the 2 Seeds car of Parker Thompson a little while ago.
We're seeing some more contact. Iron Dames and
the 51 car.
Yeah, it's a little bit rude, just driving straight across the track.
And that was a change of position for 8th. Nora Bovey just been shuffled back.
Harry King coming down into turn 1. And he's still 5.6 seconds up the road from Matthias Besch, and he's kept it pretty consistent.
Yep.
Just clicking off the laps here. See how many laps it's going to be before they're going to need to stop. I think it's going to be somewhere in the region. Let me just get that information. Most probably another 3 laps, 4 laps before they need to stop.
That's a battle, by the way, for 6th place. Vlad Longo still leads Matt Bell, but Job van Uite has now caught them.
Maybe a bit more than that, maybe 5.
Jeremy
5 or
Clark,
6.
meanwhile, has dropped behind James Allen for the final position LMP2. That's 9th. That's gone to the RD Limited car. It's a full minute covers the LMP2 entry at the moment. So we've gone back to green flag racing. That was Jeremy Clark getting bottled up behind the EBM Aston Martin.
Yeah, Jeremy's got shuffled back, hasn't he? He's not had the impact that he did in Sepang.
But it's been bronze against golds and silvers.
Yeah.
And that's not worked. It didn't work there either.
No.
He was very special for a debuting driver in LMP2 as a bronze. Head turning. Strikes me, I think, as it does you. Yes, they've been unlucky about the timing. That's the 9 car coming back out.
So they've got to the bottom of the issues there. I wonder if David can get a little bit of info on that. Here we're on board with the 10 car coming through 4, 5 and 6. Plenty of curve there. You can see just Ben Tuck just up the road. And Joel is driving a nice line, nice and smooth. Just trying to not use too much of the resource, those tyres, and they're going to have to manage those through into the next stint, or it's actually just going to be one stint to the finish now, isn't it? So for all of these GT runners, so be within the next 15 minutes, I would say. So they're going to they'll have a stop.
So Joel Sturm is closing in on Ben Tuck for the lead in GT. That could be quite a race.
Well, it was around about 1.7 last lap, and it's now 1.9. Okay. Not that I'm watching.
4.7 seconds is the lead overall. But Matthias Besch beginning to take a bit of a nibble in traffic. That's Harry King's lead. Pure Racing from Proton. 91 from 11. And 25 Algarve Pro racing car. Their car's currently sitting 3rd and 5th with the 83 AF Corsa car between.
I know, he's just passed him, I think. Oh, it's not, excuse me. No, it's just the other way around.
The other way around. And Vlad Longo still with Matt Bell and Job van Uite in close proximity
Yeah, I was talking with the Algarve Pro guys earlier on in the weekend, and saying Ollie's making good progress. He's still sort of learning the craft here in P2. But yeah, he's certainly...
he's got pace.
He has got pace, and he's got a bright future. So
long chat with him and with Alex Lynn last season, and Alex had some sage things to say about a change in Ollie's approach, about his level of self-criticism, and opening him up to away from where he's been, which is a single-seater mentality, to a sports car mentality. And he says there's been a remarkable change around in terms of his outlook and his pace because of it.
Good. So 20. Oh, was it smoking? Was that just a bit of?
He was offline. Wasn't he?
Offline, yeah.
Was that the McLaren?
Yeah,
yeah, it was just offline, I think.
Did they get the 77 back out?
Yes.
No, they did not. The 77 is
just now. It's been
really?
Yeah, that's out of the pits. 77 is now running.
Wow.
So the only cars that are not running. Get Speed has been back out after 30 minutes, I think, on pit lane. RLRM Sport, that car looks done. 81 Winward car is not re-emerging. And the 8 Dragon Racing car we saw have the incidents on track. Here's the 3-car battle, and all of a sudden, Jan Vanuta loses out quite badly there with the 2 cars in traffic. Gives Matt Bell just a little bit of a breather.
Well, we got him deep there as well, Jan Vanuta.
He did, and getting suited and booted.
Yeah, there's going to be some driver changes coming here shortly. I think that the pits are going to get busy here in the next 3-4 laps here for P2.
Yeah, Mathieu Vazevier named this week as still a reserve driver for the Alpine Hypercar team, but also involved in a new team coming to the Michelin Le Mans Cup this season. He's the V in VPS in LMP3.
Inside the Nielsen garage there, and the Brains Trust working the numbers. And that'll be for Matt, and it'll be for... We're going to be seeing Nicky the Catsburg getting... I don't know why I said that. Why did I say that?
I finally got you. Do you know what they call him, Nicky? Oh, dear me. Ferrari on Ferrari action and a bit of very expensive carbon fibre goes
It's not the first time the 51's done that, just open the wheel coming off of turn 14. It's like, well, natural, buff. There we go, have some of that.
And this is Matt Bell. Still chasing.
Oh, the 88. Oh, Dragon have had a tough weekend. Oh, my word. Is that turn 16? Yeah. It's just looking for the option just to rejoin safely.
And does so now. There is debris, by the way, on the pit straight. Looks like a mirror.
It does. It is.
It's a yellow mirror.
Cool. And could that be from...
Oh, let me guess which one that might have been. I think it might be that one.
Wow. What are these two doing?
That's...
I mean, come on. That is ridiculous.
Yeah, I think race control might have something to say about that.
I mean, that is
because that was afters, wasn't it?
Oh, just so unnecessary. Dear, oh dear.
So this time it's Matt Bell's turn to be caught up briefly behind traffic, but doesn't hold him up too badly. Only to right there.
Yeah,
engaging battle this.
Yeah, Matt's under a bit of pressure here. Just needs to get by and through Vlad Lonko, but he just can't kind of make it stick. Yeah, if, Nielsen have been working away with this car all weekend, trying to get it a little bit more in the window, and I think this is the most competitive they've had it so far. But
we said about the good run from Naveen Rao. That's going to be work in progress, confidence, building pace, building consistency. But there's clearly changes at Nielsen with that change in the ownership structure that are having an impact.
Yeah.
That bodes well for the latter part of this season here and in Europe.
Yeah, and you know, Matt's confidence is sky high at the moment after such a... he's now maybe going to get a little bit caught out here. Is he going to be? No, he's managed to fend fend off the attack there from the DKR car. But yeah, Matt had an amazing finish at the Rolex 24, delivered the victory there for AWA in their Corvette under huge pressure.
I have to say, I think I've seen Matt Bell drive a lot of races, a lot of different race cars. I don't think I've ever seen him drive as confident a race as that.
Yeah, he was exceptional. And he's, weirdly enough, a lot of people have stopped him and asked him the time this weekend.
Have they really?
Yeah, strange how that works.
7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Full course yellow. Full course yellow. T15 entry, bear right. Bear right until T1. All the way down from entry T15 to T1, bear totally right.
Very clear instructions there.
Reminder, entry T15 until T1, bear right. I can see some cars on the left-hand side on the main straight. All cars instructed to go right-hand side of the track from T15 to T1.
I was about to say, as he was saying it and said it the third time, we saw cars.
Please bear right, bear totally right on the main straight from T15 entry
that's not
to
right.
T1, bear right.
That's left.
Any car which is not following the instruction will be reported to the stewards.
Wow.
And the reason for bearing right is because that young lady needed to come from the left.
Indeed.
Couldn't have been clearer, could he?
No, he was extremely clear. And this is the reason for it, was this bit of afters
entry
here.
T15, bear right, please. Bear right, entry T15. We have marshals on track.
Yeah.
Really quite unnecessary. And the red mist has come down there in both cars, and neither was going to give way, and they've hurt themselves. And this is now going to be a big battle here at the front of GT. Ben Tuck and Joel Stern, nose to tail. And this will be interesting to sort of see how this restart goes once we go back fully green.
One more time from my side. T15 entry, bear right, please. We have marshals exposed collecting debris.
So is there something else? We've seen the mirror collected. But great run to the front from this pair.
Yeah.
Great run to the front. And not easy. They were quick.
Fought and battled it out.
Absolutely.
Had to pass a lot of cars.
And both of them with pretty world-class passes as well.
Yeah, and kept it clean. Cars are in good shape and ready for the last hour to really go racing, because that's where you win the race. You don't win it in hours 1, 2, 3. It's into that final hour and getting it all the way to the checkered flag. That's where you only need to lead one lap, and that's the final one.
Yeah. Still other bits of debris being collected here and there. They'll be doing a little bit of housekeeping, I'm sure. And that's the reason for the bear right.
T15, bear right. We have marshals exposed on track.
Can you see your hotel room from here?
No, it's on the other side of the hotel, unfortunately.
They were sweeping out your room. You
No,
see the
just
straw
raking it out,
Oh,
yes.
yeah.
Evening meal thrown in, usually in a bucket. So Harry King leads the race in the 91 Orica, with Griffin Peebles aboard the Breton Racing car, the number 26, leading LMP3. He's down in 25th position, making way back up the order. And the leader in GT at the moment is Ben Tuck in the number 74.
In less than 30 seconds, we will be removing full course yellow. At 17:07:15, we will be removing full course yellow. You may return to the racing line at turn 15 and main straight.
And this is where the action is going to be.
We will be removing full course yellow in 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Full course yellow has been removed.
And how do you get going again after this? And it looks like Joel is going to try and put the move on Ben immediately. And how do those cars break through turn 10 and into 11? Is Ben going to be able to go around the outside? No, he's not. And he's just got to get everything back under control here. Things nice and warm. And are they going to be able to... Is Ben going to be able to get that another attack on Joel as he comes through turn 12, does that tighter line that he likes? And sometimes on those restarts, the car behind can make the move and it's hard to defend. And race is not over yet. Nice move there by Joel. Just got up the inside, made it stick, and it was pushed Ben out onto that exit curb, and then big black marks you see off the rear Michelins.
One quick development to just bring you up to date with. We did have Matthias Besch down pit lane for a splash of fuel by the look of it. He's dropped from 2nd to 8th, but is fully fueled. Will need to stop again.
Yeah. All of them will need to stop again. There's 2 more stops in this for the P2s.
Valerio Rincella there, as Harry King now stops, as does Rincella, closed pretty dramatically under full course yellow.
Ooh.
So if I'm right, Rincella, as we went into the full course yellow, was about 4 seconds back from Besch. And as we came out the full course yellow, he was 3 seconds down on King.
Whoa.
Don't understand that.
We need to be looking at...
I'm afraid it looks like there might be some bad news coming for Ben Tuck, because under investigation, track limits, that tends to only go one way.
Yeah, that's a tough one. Trying to think where that would be.
I wonder if it was just there in defence of, to the left-hand side with the big black lines.
Yeah, and we're just seeing some driver changes there.
So it's a great stint again from Harry King, by the way, in the pure racing car. Vlad Long currently leads the race. It's Proton 1-2 at the moment. Matthias Besch cycles back round to the lead here. So he has pitted under full course yellow, hasn't he?
Yeah.
For fuel. He's basically... How's that one going to work out for them? Because he's going to have to pit again. But then again, so is pure racing.
Yeah.
Oh, way off.
Whoa. That is a long way off. Coming out of turn 9.
That is the 50?
So 57, 74, 28, 88 and 23, all drive-through penalties for track limits. So that is the 74 Kessel car.
It's both Kessel cars.
Yeah.
28, 88, 23. 88 is Dragon Racing. 23 is the Absolute Racing car. And the 28 is AF Corsa.
That was a big hit there on the 11, I believe, with the RD.
Well, RD up to 2nd place, so James Allen's hands.
But they're still to pit, aren't they?
So hearing from David down in the pits, he's been on the scrounge for information, gone to get speed, electrical problem, not battery, but electrical problem. It's taken them a while to get around that problem, but that car is now back out and running. In the pits now for the new leader, brief leader, Van Lamco. Also on pit lane, for the final stop, is the leader in LMP3, Griffin Peebles. Breton Racing, that'll be the final stop for that car. Car 42. Drive-through penalty, pit exit red light. We'd heard that one before, hadn't we? That was the Prime Speed Sports Lamborghini. Yeah. So that penalty's taken a while to determine, but has now been gone against the Lamborghini. James Allen leads the race for RD Limited, does owe us a pit stop. Matthias Besch right with him. Side by side here between the EBM Aston Martin and trying to work out, is that one of the Climax AMGs? I think it is.
Yeah. This is Breton Racing. Mid lane.
It is. Ultimate go to the lead here.
This must be their final driver change, fuel stop.
No, this is a long stop. Oh, they've got some damage.
Oh, they've got a cheese.
No, it's like the cheese is still there.
Yeah.
So I think they've just relocated some bodywork.
Restart issue. Is that the lollipop there in the front?
Lollipop's up.
Yeah, is that for theirs?
Are they waiting for time? It's time. I think it might have been a long stop.
22 and then 83. So this is Tom Dillman and Matthew Vaxivière.
Battling away. That's Dillman just out of the pits.
Yeah, he's just lost it to Vaxivière.
So James Allen leads the race, owes a pit stop, we believe. Proton Competitions' Matthias Besch, having taken fuel under the full course yellow. That appears to have worked for now. RD Limited pit now, Matthias Besch to the lead. Pure Racing's Julian Landauer is 37.5 seconds back.
Yeah. Still looking at the GT battle here, and still saying that the 74 car driver tuck under investigation track limits. It hasn't served anything yet. Maybe
No, he's
the
not.
team are talking to the organisers.
This is Tristan Vautier, I believe, going aboard the car. It is indeed. So the car will drop down the order.
Not had the same run, have they?
No.
They did.
It's not quite gone their way. There will be all sorts of tales told after this race about the timing of that safety car and red flag, etc. And many of them will be completely true.
Yeah.
There will be strategies that we will never see.
Sure.
Because of that, that them's the brakes, as they say. So Proton, Pure Racing, Algarve Pro Racing's 25 car, DKR Engineering now in the hands of Lawrence Hurd. Algarve Pro Racing's 25, by the way, now with Malte Jacobsen at the wheel. Alex Quinn sits 5th in the 20 Algarve Pro Racing car. Those 4 cars separated by under a minute. It's a big gap, but a gap that's coming down, and coming down fast. Matthias Besch to Julian Andlauer, last time around 5 seconds quicker. Andlauer.
Yeah.
Now that must be traffic for the Swiss driver. But
we don't know who took tyres when.
Yeah, but Andlauer is absolutely flying. Well, we know that Besch didn't, because 53 seconds will not be fuel and tyres.
Yeah.
So if they gambled in going long on those tyres, and is that going to pay off? So it's already come down from 38 seconds to 31. In comes the previous race leader.
Yeah.
Rick, it will.
Just getting himself set in the car.
It's another 151 for Matthias Besch.
No, the ideal. Contact here. Around the outside goes Harry King. And just squeezed off a little bit there, the 57. I don't think there was anything major there.
Julian Andlauer. Oh, he spun.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, Julian Andlauer did spin.
So dropped 5 seconds there. So all that hard work done, I'm afraid, went away in that moment.
Yeah, easily done. The best guys in the world can make mistakes.
And that means that Malte Jacobsen has closed right up on Julian Andlauer. So this is an intriguing battle, isn't it?
Yeah, of all the people you want behind you, Malte Jacobsen.
Not on the list.
He'll be right at the very bottom.
Yeah, Julian Andlauer and Malte Jacobsen, both 2025 hypercar drivers, of course.
Yeah.
Elsewhere, both be in action in a couple of weeks' time in Qatar.
Yeah.
Both be in action this weekend and next weekend here in the UAE as well.
Let's see what how this gap grows or shrinks for Julian Andlauer, Matthias Besch. Apart from the spin, I'm still trying to wrap my head around how that gap's got so big between Pure Racing and Proton.
It's Proton pitted under full course yellow and Pure Racing pitted under green.
Sorry, excuse me.
Yep. So that's what's drawn out the gap, plus the fact that Pure Racing tucked tyres.
Right.
Well, let's go down to the pit lane in just a few moments, because David Addison has caught up with previous leader of the race. He's at Pure Racing, and he's got the end of his microphone, one Mr. Harry King.
Harry, another busy race, and it was going all right.
Yeah, I felt like it went relatively smoothly. Of course, with the compromised race with the red flag, meant our stint time was a little bit shorter, which physically is a bit nicer, but of course you want to race a bit longer and have a few more strategies to play. At the moment, I'm not too sure exactly where we stand, but I think when I came in, we were net leading at the time, so yeah, we just have to see how the race develops.
There are always going to be winners, always going to be losers on that safety car situation. I guess we won't really know until the checkered flag.
Can you repeat that?
there are always going to be winners on a safety car and losers as well, and we won't really know who did what until the end.
No, you're right. The checkered flag will end everything. So at the minute, we keep our head down, focus on our job, focus on hitting our marks, what we need to, and where we end up at the end of that will be what it is.
Now, since we first saw you in an LMP2 car in Malaysia, you've had a lot of running in it, of course, over that weekend, and now here. Do you come here feeling more comfortable with LMP2 machinery?
Gradually, it's getting there. It's not second nature yet. Of course, I spent many years in a 911, a soft car that loves a bit of curb, and this is the complete opposite. So, bit of adaptation, but I'm in a great position, surrounded by great people, with some great teammates to help bring me along the way, and certainly, personally, I feel like I'm making progress every weekend.
And it looks like, fingers crossed, a good result at the end of the race. Fingers crossed.
Thank you. Hopefully.
Well done, Harry.
Yeah, fine job there by Harry. He's again, he seems to be taking to this extremely well in P2, and he just also remarks to the difference between driving a 911 and driving a P2 car. It is quite a step, and he's having to adapt his style to get the most from it.
So two things to look at. Trouble for the Inter-Europol car. That's on pit in, and that's gone in the wall.
We've come in very hot there.
That is the fourth place car.
Yeah.
That's Mikkel Christensen, isn't it? So let's watch what happens here.
Just come in a bit too quick. He's just just got
it.
Yeah, just understeered. Just got off just a little bit offline.
So a couple of quick things. It looks to me like Ben Tuck has served a drive-through.
He has.
Now, we didn't see that called.
I did see it on the very bottom of the screen, but it said it was still under investigation.
It still says under investigation.
Yeah.
So that's one to watch as to what's gone on there. There's the trouble for the 43 car, and that car is done, I think. Certainly in terms of a competitive proposition. Pretty clearly, he's managed to back the car out, but there's heavy damage to the front end of that Ligier.
Yeah, it's going to be a nose and a left front as well.
Pretty clear. What's pit entry is closed, by the way, because of this incident for the moment. Matthias Besch is on old rubber. His lap times are in the 151, 152s. Pretty much everybody chasing him is in the 47, 48, 49s. But it's a big gap. This is a gamble from Proton that he can get to that final splash and still retain the lead.
And this is one of the things that happens in any of these 4-hour or endurance races, where somebody will be just rolling the dice and going, okay, this could work out, this could play out for us. And if we stuck to the plan as it was sort of evolving standard plan, then there was no chance. But this, it gives them a chance, gives Proton, the car 11 with Matthias Besch on board, an opportunity. But 43 does look very second-hand.
Yeah, I think that's done as a competitive proposition. They may, if they get the car back out, it's certainly not going to be a podium sitter, is it? Ultimate have come through this, smelling of roses. It's remarkable. Car that spun off the track is dominant leader here from the 34 Inter-Europol car. They're all still trying to make their way back up through the GTs.
I'm looking forward to this next 48 minutes of these two going at it, Gillian Andler and Malte Jakobsen.
Well, I mean, if they're smart here, they'll allow this to push them forward against Besch for the race win, which could be on. 48 minutes to go.
Yeah.
Besch doesn't still need a splash, as do both of these cars, but he's on older rubber. 153.2 for Besch last time, after a high 152 last time. They're in the 149s. They need to push on, but push on together.
Yep. I'm sure David Leach and Stewie Cox are going to be on the phone to Maltz, just going, be smart about this. If you can get by him quick, do it. If not, let's not slow each other down here. We need to get after the Proton number 11, and then we can fight it out between the two of us.
So keeping an eye on the clock coming down here. Montai lead the race. Montai second in the race in GT, 11th and 12th positions. Joel Sturm and Ricky Perra. Ben Tuck, after taking the drive-through, which I've been shown, was shown on the track on the screens, he sits in third place. 24 seconds separate the top three in GT. Sarah Bovey is through into fourth and is 24 seconds back from that group.
The window here for the GTs is well open,
isn't it?
And they're just waiting before they pit.
Well, they're waiting as long as they possibly can to see if they can do that under some form of caution.
Yeah, exactly.
Into pit lane comes the leader, Montai's Joel Sturm.
Yeah, blink first.
Matthias Besch on pit lane. Now that seems early.
Let me see. Besch, no, he's done 9 laps. Yeah, it is. But are they thinking, okay, can we go to the end here with a bit of fuel save?
Must be tyres.
But they knew that they were cooked.
Yeah, Lawrence Hur, fastest lap of the race, a 1:47.697. He cycles up to third. The top 3 cars separated by under 7 seconds. Andlauer, Jakobsen, Hur. Matthias Besch sits fourth at the moment, but is on pit lane. This one is cooking up nicely.
Yeah.
Now this will not be. He's going to have to be tippy-toed to get home from here in 46 minutes.
Yeah,
if he stays green.
Yeah, but maybe if it get a yellow or a nice bit of fuel save, you could maybe do it.
I think what's happened here is they've looked at the numbers about the rate of closing and knew there is no point in trying to tough this out.
Chance. Yeah.
Black and orange flag for car number 7. That is the draft racing car.
That's not what you want. And how you've got now the number 11 car's got to be fully pushed back before they can get out of the box. And the Iron Dames car there coming in, well, just doing their stops. But sometimes that's how the things roll for you. But now Julian Andlauer then comes into the lead. Molt Jakobsen right there with him.
So apologies, I've just realised exactly what's happened. It's drive time. Jonas Reed's not been in the car.
Right.
It's 45 minutes.
Yep.
It's drive time.
Of course. Somebody would have been screaming at the TV at us two, just going.
There's a lot
going on.
It's a lot going on. So, the lead of the race, it's a whole second between Julian Andlauer and Malte Jakobsen. So no excitement to come yet at all here. 2 of the blindingly bright young talents of sports car racing at the moment.
So the Manthey car, Klaus Backlet is on board that, number 10. And the number 87, Origin car with Lauren Heinrich.
Ben Tuck back
2
to the
C's,
lead.
we've got Ben Barnicoat. The 92 car's got Richard Leeds. So yeah, not much talent out there really.
Tuck, Backler, Heinrich, Barnicoat, Leeds, Lucas Auer, Mara Engel. Oh my gosh.
There's Matthias.
It's like the top trumps of GT racing, isn't it?
Yeah, it looks a bit warm.
Yeah. Pushing hard with that.
Yeah. He needed to come in and hand the car over to Jonas.
So that lead trio gap under 5.5 seconds now. So Lawrence Hur is catching the pair ahead of him. Alex Quinn behind is going quickly. So too is Mathieu Vazevier, Tom Dillman, Nicky Katzberg, Olivier Pla, Tristan Vautier. And I'm afraid that throw of the dice from Proton has not paid off.
No, it hasn't. And I think these two as well are sitting and thinking, okay, we've got to make the tyres last, not quite for 2 stints, but at least to like a stint and a half.
Yeah.
Because it's going to be a splash of fuel.
Well, it was a bold strategy move from Proton Competition and a bold move as well from David Allison, who's put his head inside the door at the team and will be speaking to a very hot Matthias Besch right now.
Matthias, it looked like a short stint. Was that a strategy call?
Yeah, I mean, Jonas, I did actually longer than the others. Jonas has to do at least 45 minutes, so we had to put him in just for the driving time.
And that last stint, were you on old tyres towards the end?
Yeah, I was on pretty old tyres, full fuel, so it was very difficult. We had a small issue, but I mean, it's the same for everybody. The deck here is pretty high, so we just try to manage it. We wanted to box earlier, but the box was closed, so it cost us a bit of time, but at least we didn't have penalties. So, yeah, I mean, not a bad start, to be fair, for our lineup.
And the race is not yet over?
Yeah, no, for sure. I think we are good on strategy. We have 1 less stop than the others. So let's see how it pays off at the end.
Okay, we'll keep watching. Thank you.
Yep, so it's going to be 1 less stop for them if they can actually make it. It's going to be...
I think everybody's still going to stop once.
Yeah, well, I don't think they've got to stop again. I think that's what they're, you know, Jonas will be...
46 minutes?
Yeah, he's going to be driving to a number, that's for sure.
Yeah.
And hoping for a bit of yellow. But yeah, it's going to be a stretch, I get it.
Well, he's absolutely right that these cars will have to stop. They're going to be nose to tail throughout this. Which order remains to be seen. Julian Adler, Malte Jakobsen, Pure Racing, Algar Pro Racing. So TF Sport run Orica versus Algar Pro Racing run Orica, and it's Algar Pro that have got the predominant record in the Asian Le Mans Series. 4 titles now under various subheadings. But TF Sport have carved out quite the niche as well. Alongside their Aston Martin GT, followed by now, of course, with Corvette, naming their European Le Mans Series squad for the first ever Corvette C8 version in the ELMS that will be competing this year. But traffic coming, is this where the young Dane might look to force the error? Well, good luck keeping an eye on. Lawrence Hurt is still catching, now 3.5 seconds back. So something like half a second a lap being carved into this. And he should be in the background. There he is in the DKR car. So 91, the 25 and the 3 now within 2.8 seconds. Alex Quinn can't quite match that pace and is being caught himself by Mathieu Vasrière. Tom Dillman wanted to get into this fight as well. It's a gaggle of traffic here. The first 2 make their way through. That will help them just to fend off Lawrence Hurt for just a little while longer.
Malt's just got that little bit more speed across the apex there, and just the way that he can just carve it across. Oh, a bit of a wiggle there from Julian Anlau. The car just stepped out a little bit. And it's that mid-quarter speed and the rotation that you can pull in these P2 cars. You know, they're tricky cars to get across the apex and all of this slow speed stuff, and Molt just seems to have that natural feel. And is he looking to go around the outside here? Look at him, the high line, trying to see if he can actually box him in, and didn't quite get it done there. But it only seems like a matter of time before Molt will really put a big move on Julian. Julian doesn't seem just that comfortable in the car. It's not quite really there for him.
Something very odd I've just noticed on the timing and scoring, by the way, which is the Ultimate car that leads LMP3, 12th overall, as the second place car from Inter Europol drops back. Ultimates are, at the moment, shown as only having pitted once.
Yeah, I saw that as well.
That can't be correct.
No, it is a bit unusual. And he got on the bottom of the timing screen again, car 74 driver.
That's not left there. I think that's just, he's had his penalty.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. But they're still out leading in GT is Ben Tuck with Kessel Racing, and they must be hoping for a full course yellow.
Have all 3 racers been in that car?
No.
What's the minimum drive time in GT?
I need to look.
That worries me. Car 81, by the way, the Winwood Racing car, has rejoined but is now slow on track. So it's on its outlap in the hands of Gabriele Piana. That is another hour on pit lane for that car. Maybe they're trying something to get ready for tomorrow's race. But here comes side by side for the lead. Malte Jakobsen looking to force the 91 car wide. Tough it through. Here comes Lawrence Hurt as well. The gap between the 3, less than a second now for the lead. 38 minutes to go. Traffic.
Malt's going to go around the outside here.
We know there's great grip there. It's not good enough, but he does a cut back this time. Can he do it again this time to the apex?
Oh, he's got him.
He's got him. There's a big wiggle there, and that's going to be enough. Malte Jakobsen will take the lead of this race. Force the error from Julian Anlau around the outside from Lawrence Hurt.
God, drove him wide there. And it's close coming down.
Side. Not done yet.
Oh, he's pushing him. Lawrence is really pushing him hard. And can Julian just hang him out to dry as they come through turn 1? No.
Don't think he can.
No, he can't. And Lawrence has got it done. Oh.
Young, confident, aggressive, both of them.
Yeah. And that's wheel to wheel. Brilliant racing there in the Asian Le Mans Series. Fantastic stuff. But Molt just absolutely set Julian up into turn 14 with that little bit of slower traffic. He then tried to go around the outside and then undercut him as he came back through to 15 and then undercut him again into 16. You know, it's 3-4 corners that he's working on him. Brilliant stuff.
There is the Ultimate car of Leonardo Colavita. So they had only pitted once by the look of things. That is remarkable stuff. And drops to second place as a result. Breton Racing cycled back to the lead. I want to see the stint records on those cars, because that's the most unusual thing I think I've ever seen in an LMP3 race. We are 37 minutes from the end of the race, and they're pitted for the second time, albeit with a red flag.
Extraordinary.
So Ultimate emerge in second place. High Class Racing, by the way, with Anders Fjord back at the wheel of the car, is cycling up to 4th. So they're on a bit of a recovery drive.
No minimum drive time for the GT if it's a silver, or sorry, gold or platinum.
Let's go down to pit lane with the last half hour looming. David Addison in pit lane with another taker.
Rima Jafali, you look like you were enjoying yourself in a GT3 Aston. Certainly at the start of the race, you had a great battle.
Yeah, it's been lots of fun, a lot of learning. First time in a multi-class sort of ALMS championship, so it's been a big learning curve, but lots of fun. Some close calls in the opening laps. I'm glad I kind of came out in one piece. Unfortunately, we were caught out with a red flag, and I don't know where we're sitting at the moment. But I think, given what we've learned from today, I think good potential for tomorrow.
Johnny Adams said to us earlier on that you got roughed up a bit early on and forced off the track. You lost a lot of time there.
Yeah, I did. I tried as best as I could to try and make up the time. I was a bit of overdriving, a bit of heavy car. I hadn't really experienced it before. But I think, like I said, I've learned from that, and I think for tomorrow I have a good idea what I need to do.
And at one point, at one stage, you got ahead of the Iron Dames, so that must have made you really happy.
It's the same. I think every car pretty much makes me feel the same way. I was annoyed because I was stuck behind a gaggle of cars, and I knew I was quicker than them, and it was just a matter of trying to remember, hit my points, and do my driving. And at that point, I felt like I started overtaking cars, and in that sense, I just felt happy, going past one after the other. So hopefully more of that tomorrow, and stay out of trouble, stay in between the white lines, all those things.
Well done, top work. Thanks, Rima.
Whoa, talk about staying out of trouble.
Absolutely. We'll come back to Rima in a moment, but that was trouble there for the number 91 car in traffic with the 9 and the 10. Now, what happened here, Ollie?
Well, he's looked like he's gone around the outside and he's pinched him off, and so then there's contact and he's spun around, and so then the 9s then got back into the front of the 91. Tiny bit of extra contact there, but that's just, again, multi-class racing here. Turn 12, tricky, tough.
And put him in a range now of Alex Quinn. Also, by the way, dramas for one of the leading cars in GT. The 87 car, the Origine Porsche, with a 10-second time penalty added to its next pit stop or its race time for causing a collision in pit lane. Now, that could have dramatic effects on the overall
second
podium.
at the moment, yeah.
Lucas Auer is hauling, will need to close the gap, but that could make the difference between a podium position or not for that Porsche.
Yeah. Dennis Marshall is now on board the number 74 Kessel Ferrari 296.
But drops back to seventh place now.
They're 7th now. They're some 40 seconds back from Klaus Bachler.
Final stop for DCAR Engineering, and that is the first of the major players to put in the final stop. Lawrence Hurt comes back out. Matthew Jakobsen now 16 seconds to the good as a result of that pit stop and the dramas for Julian Andlauer.
Yeah. Yeah, Julian's had a bit of a tricky one. Tough.
Rule number 1 in sports car racing: stay out the pits, stay out of trouble. And Matthew Jakobsen, to this point, has played that.
Yeah. So
Jakobsen, 16 seconds to the good from Julian Andlauer, who's now under pressure from Alex Quinn in third. So Alco Pro Racing cycled around the first and third. Mathieu Vazevière not so far back, and coming under a little bit of pressure now from Tom Dillman. So the AF Corsa 83 car and the 22 Proton car in that mix. Nicky Katzberg 7 seconds back from that. On the charge now, RD Limited and Tristan Vautier, but he's 53 seconds back off the lead. But fastest man on track at the moment into the 148s, Tristan Vautier. Montage number 10 car in the hands of Klaus Bachler leads the race in GT, 11th overall. Lauren Heinrich in the Origin Motorsport car, but that car carrying a 10-second penalty. So that needs to be taken into account. 2C's Motorsports AMG Ben Barnicoat sits third on track. Richard Leitz fourth on track at the moment, but both of those cars would shuffle forward with that 10-second penalty. So as things stand right now, Ben Barnicoat and Richard Leitz would complete the podium. Climax Racing's Lucas Auer is next up, then Winward Racing's Mara Engel, both in AMGs of course, and then the Kessel Racing car with Dennis Marshall.
Yep.
LMP3, by the way, Breton Racing, Theodore Jensen leads the race from the ultimate car of Matteo Quintarelli, the only one of the three drivers from Sepang to carry over. And as things stand, I think he will be sitting pretty solo as the championship leading driver. Into Europol competitions 34 in the hands of Daniel Ali sits third. And where is Manders Fjordbach? He's almost 30 seconds back from Daniel Ali. Needs... It's going to be difficult to close that gap, isn't it, on pace with 30 minutes to go. But what else is around in terms of strategy that's left available to these teams? Does anybody have to pit? What fuel have they got? What tyres have they got? Remember, with the spanner in the works from that red flag, there's none of the predictability of the top of the hour fuel stops for LMP3.
No, but it's going to be when the P2 leaders will decide to take their stops. Malt's got a nice lead, it's pretty comfortable.
That's the big change came with that mistake with Julian Andlauer, and that's taken a huge amount of pressure off.
Yeah, the turn 12 area we're at right now, it is a tough corner, very tricky, and it's a significant funnel. But it just did look like that Julian just didn't give the 9 car quite enough room, and maybe Julian was expecting him just to breathe a little bit more. Multi-class racing, it's just what happens. And, you know, you get into it and all of a sudden your race has just evaporated. And the chance of the victory, let's say, they've still got a very, very good chance of a podium here. But Alex Quinn is on a tear, so let's see where he gets to.
Just looking to see whether or not the challenger might come from behind for anybody in terms of the potential for a change in podium position. How long can these cars go? Who needs fuel
I
and
reckon
when?
It's about 8 or 9 laps that they've got.
Okay, it's going to be a sprint to the finish, isn't it? So what you need is a faultless pit stop at this point.
Yeah.
Charging right now in the second place LMP3 car is Matteo Quintarelli. Fastest lap for him, 3 seconds quicker than the leader Theo Jensen's last lap. The gap between the two is only 16 seconds.
Yep.
That could change.
It's got a few GT cars to get through.
That is a positional change, should it happen, that could have massive championship implications.
Yeah. So there's a 51 car on the 46, and 51 car's not been shy, and it's using its nose.
Now Riccardo Agostini now aboard the car.
Yeah. And the 46, looking in the mirrors, there's the Ultimate coming through past the 85, the Iron Dames car.
Gani Malali at the wheel of the Qatari Giroud QMMF by Herbeth car. They've had a good steady run. They've figured in the early running with the bronze driver aboard.
Yeah, strong.
But not at the moment in the running for podium position.
It's a bit of a duel here between Maro Engel and Dennis Marshall.
Marshall coming back at Engel.
Yeah. Can he just get the run off there, down and into turn 1? I know the Mercedes has been pretty quick here, but that Kessel car does look hooked up. They seem to be the class of the Ferrari field here. And so they'll be able to get the move on. Oh, it's still waiting to pick his point, and he's going to have to wait now. Can he sort of carve out an opening like Ben did on the Orijan car coming through turns 4, 5 and 6? Can he get up the inside? Doesn't look like it. Just looks a little bit more lively. The rear of the car is just moving around that little bit more with Dennis. Looks like with Dennis aboard.
Yeah, well, this pair certainly quicker than anybody ahead of them, but the gaps are reasonable. I don't think it's going to be closed at this level of closing pace.
No.
But certainly this pair lapping quicker.
Yeah, and Marrow's, I mean, he doesn't get much bigger than that in a Mercedes, does he?
No.
Marrow's just so experienced. Looking to go defensive though into turn 10. Dennis is looking to put a move on him, and can he come up the back up the inside?
Oh, I think he's got it beautifully done.
Nicely done. Very, very smart move there, and made it stick. And Dennis is, yeah, got the bit between his teeth. Great to see.
Yeah, through and up into 6th place. The gap ahead is now 13 seconds, so 4 seconds, my apologies, to Lucas Auer. So that's doable. There is Auer in the distance.
Yeah,
so
another guy that doesn't really know what he's doing in Mercedes. My word.
It's more than speckled with factory talents in both LMP2 with hypercar drivers galore and others, plus the GT class, where the factories, customer racing squads have noticed, I think, this is a place where teams are choosing to build programs. Yes, the teams at the top are looking to win that coveted entry to the 24 Hours of Le Mans, but there's an awful lot of teams here looking to do a lot of learning, and that's been spotted.
Yep, and it's great. It's great for everybody who's coming here to get some absolute top-level racing and competing in multi-class racing at some great tracks, and you know, real high-class teams, drivers, you know, all crews are coming here to cut their teeth and really understand what it is to compete at this very highest level of multi-class racing, really.
Just looking at as we watch this pair battling away at the Iron Dames Porsche, the hands of Michel Gatting now, and it's Elias Sepang in the number 2 Climax racing car. Looking at that LMP3 battles that are developing, Breton Racing's Theo Jensen is being caught by Matteo Quintarelli, not very quickly, but quickly enough. Into Europol's Daniel Ali is being caught by Anders Fjordbach at the required rate to make that a last lap battle, but he needs to continue that. As we've seen, but in both the previous races, that chase back from high-class racing has been a key part of that.
Right.
Up the inside by the AMG, Michel Gatting is going to try and defend and will retain that position.
That's where we're on board here with Klaus Bachler. Coming out down the front straight here into turn 1.
He's got a decent lead here over Lauren Heinrich. Ben Barnicoat, though, is right with Lauren Heinrich for 2nd place. This is the battle.
And Heinrich's got to serve that penalty.
He has.
The 89 car has.
Yeah.
11 and the 20 is this going wheel to wheel, pushed him all the way. Wow. That was tough. Yeah, and he's coming back at him.
That's
He's going to come up the inside.
This is the 25.
Oh, blimey. There's Molt getting pushed out by the 11.
That is, yeah, Malte Jakobsen trying to put a lap on Jonas Reed.
And Jonas was...
not making that easy.
No, he wasn't, and now Molt's just trying to get his tyres cleaned up, and that could have been a race-affecting incident. And here we got the battle for... This is for 2nd and 3rd in GT.
Well, this is about putting 2nd beyond doubt, because the car ahead, the 87 car, is carrying a 10-second time penalty for an unsafe release and causing a collision in pit lane. So that car at the moment is en route, whilst it's running 2nd, to finish 4th.
These two, Ben Barnicoat and Lauren Heinrich, battle away in GTD Pro in IMSA.
Final stop for Julian Landslauer. And more than a splash of fuel required. 22 minutes to go. The gaps, 19 seconds. Malte Jakobsen now to Alex Quinn. So it is currently an Algarve Pro 1-2.
I think Barney was just giving Lauren just a little bit of a, remember I'm here. just giving him a little bit of a tap as he came through turn 12. And I think he might have another little go just here. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, there we are. Yeah, nicely done. And Lauren will be like, yeah, okay, yeah, I can see you.
A carbon fibre peck on the cheek.
Yeah, yeah. These two will know each other inside out on what they can do on track. And it's great to see these two absolutely going at it.
Here's a question with both these drivers, top of their games in the IMSA WeatherTech Sports Car Championship. What's the camaraderie like between the factory squads? Obviously Ben, part of the Lexus, the Toyota setup, and Lauren with Porsche.
I think in the US, I think it generally is good-natured and good fun, and the racing is immense and brilliant, and you just have the best time competing in the IMSA Championship. But it's sometimes there are points where you overstep the mark, and you know that it does get a little bit fraught, and
you don't go windmilling into team hospitality.
Yeah, no. But it is something that everybody enjoys.
Change of lead with Milty Jacobsen on pit lane for his final pit stop. Alex Quinn will go through to lead the race, but will need to stop.
Yeah.
As down pit lane comes the number 22 car of Tom Dillman. He currently sits in 4th place. So Quinn leads from Mathieu Vazevier. Both those cars do require a final pit stop. Here comes Milty Jacobsen after the final splash for the 25, and he will emerge where? I think he'll emerge 4th.
Yeah, after all I've just said about GTD Pro, I'm not sure that the Corvette camps and the BMW camps are really going to be that friendly for a while.
Didn't want to touch that one.
Okay, I thought I'd go there.
Selling thousands of T-shirts there.
Nice work, Tommy.
RD Limited through into 5th place at the moment, in the hands of a charging Tristan Vautier in the low 48s now, Tristan. So Alex Quinn leads from Mathieu Vazevier. Still this goes on.
Barney's going to try and go around the outside here, and Lawrence is just going to ease him out. Yeah, there we go. And then Barney's going to try and go around the outside again, but he's going to come back up the inside.
Meantime, by the
Lauren
way,
just parked it nicely at the apex just to make sure that he couldn't get the run on him.
And Barnico will want to get by here, and that's because, look in the background.
I know.
It's Ricard Leitz, everybody.
Yeah.
Dennis Marshall, by the way, is closing in, but I think too far away to make this count at this stage.
Yeah, he's been very, very quick at that car, and I think it's pretty fired up. You know, trying to get the car back to the spot that they had. Oh, Lauren came off of that curb there. And he was dancing around, using all of his skill to keep it underneath him. But as these guys are driving at the limit, and that's what we love to see. You know, two factory drivers really going at it and using every last inch of racetrack and the Michelin tyres to their absolute maximum, and wringing the neck of these race cars. There's Ben just looking up the inside, just still flashing the lights and just letting him know he's there.
In comes the number 24 car.
Nicky Katzberg, yeah.
Yeah, and that, from 3rd place, so been a good run back up from Nicky.
Ben's going to go for it here.
I think he's got to, because of the closing threat from Ricard Leitz. He's got to try and make this
Lawrence
move.
just got up too deep in there, just had a little bit of wheel.
At that point, let him go. He knew the game was up.
Yeah, I don't know whether he just opened the wheel a little bit there, but Barney he looked pretty confident, and he was just looking for just the opening. And the Origin car has just not quite looked fully hooked like the Manthey car. And they've got some work to do maybe just to get it fully underneath them. But yeah, Barney's done a nice job there, just applying the pressure, little taps here and there, nothing too dirty, just it's pro racing. Absolutely, two full factory drivers just going at it, and expect a little bit of bumping and banging, just sort of leaning on one another here and there. And Barney's just trying to carve out the opening, and he just did that perfectly.
Update on LMP3, by the way, the gap for the lead is still closing at a rate that it might become a thing before the end of the race. The gap for 3rd, with High Class Racing trying to chase down the Inter-Europol number 34, not so much. So that chase seems to be over. If not over, certainly not winnable on pace.
83, heading down pit lane.
2nd place, and this is the final stop for that car, as is Alex Quinn. So this should cycle Milty Jacobsen back up into the lead. These are the final two of the leading group. to have their final splash of fuel.
I think this will put 25, if it finishes like this with Molt in the lead.
In the lead championship?
Will they be in the lead championship?
I think they will. Good run from Lawrence Hurt, by the way. I think he's going to cycle through till second, up on the curb there, up the inside of the 14 from Climax.
Yeah, just before coming in the pit lane, I think.
Yeah, Gilles Anlauer pushing hard to try to get back onto terms here. Back to the lead, confirmed now, 17 minutes to go. Melter Jacobsen aboard the 25 car, pushing hard for a second win in 3 races. Lawrence Hurt does indeed go through to second place.
12.8 seconds, so that's a decent, comfortable gap here. 16 minutes to go, and Molt's just got to be smart here. Done this before. I'm sure David Leach is on the phone, just talking him through it.
Keeping an eye on all the gaps in all the classes here. 16 minutes to go in what has been a red flag interrupted 4 hours. Car 91 gets a drive-through penalty for Pure Racing for causing that collision. That will be with the Bartone car a little earlier.
So that is going to drop that car even further.
That's going to hurt them in their championship chase. Need 3 clean races now.
Yeah, very much so. Very much so.
But what are the dramas? 15 minutes to go.
This is it. This is the contact and the collision. And 91 just comes across the front there of
he
the
made the move. The 9 didn't. The 9 had the Porsche on the inside. Didn't really have anywhere to go.
Yeah. Multi-class. It's inside the Pure Racing with Tom and other crew.
Tom Ferrier. That'll be not a moment to savour, but he's racer enough to understand that that was probably a correct decision.
Yeah. Tom is one of the people in the paddock with an extraordinary amount of racing common sense, and he'll know the deal on what's what.
So Melter Jacobsen looking to just give a steady hand to the end of this race. He'll be prepared to cede a little bit of time and distance to Lawrence Hurt, but keep a gap to the end here. Alex Quinn confirmed in 3rd. So it's been a great run from the Algarve Pro Racing cars.
Yeah, it did look not so flash at the start. They were sort of towards the back, but they've slowly marched forward with the pace of the car and the strategy and some things just going their way. It looks like they're going to have a double podium here.
Proton Competitions, Tom Dillman looks like being the winner from this transaction, doesn't he? He's going to...
Just looking in GT here, 2Cs, Ben Barnicoat is just unlocked some pace there against Klaus Bachler, and he's within 8 seconds.
That is one to watch now then.
Yeah, he's 2 seconds. In the last lap, he was 2 seconds quicker, over 2 seconds quicker. So has Klaus burnt his tyres up, and is Barnicoat able to reel him in the 13 minutes?
With the changes we're seeing at the moment, also worth looking at the gap and the pace of Dennis Marshall, because we should be counting 10 seconds back from 87, and that is getting quite close now.
Yeah, I think he's going to be in that window.
He is going to be in that window. So Lauren Heinrich at the moment has a, what, 1.8, that's 9.
Really doing the maths nicely here, GG. Keep it up.
12 seconds. Wow, that's what I call threading the needle.
57 through 127. Well, not quite, because there's plenty of bodywork flying there. The 27 getting sort of moved out of the way.
This is Theodor Jensen. What is the gap there? Because that's one we've been keeping an eye on. That is 9, 10 and a half seconds. 12, 13 minutes to go.
Yeah.
A second per minute, and you've got a lead battle, and that could be a very significant battle for the championship, because if it's 3 wins for Ultimate, that's going to be a tough one for anybody to overhaul. Meantime, here comes the 91 car for its drive-through penalty, causing the collision, and that reshuffles the order. Tom Dillman goes through into 5th place. Tristan Vautier, I think, may well make it through as well. I think already has.
Yeah, Barney's still eating into that lead that Klaus Bachler's got, and it's now down to 7.3. It's coming down roughly a second lap. It was 2 seconds.
2 seconds last time, wasn't it?
Yeah. So Klaus is going to have that screen that you see in the middle of our screen there with the green and the yellow arrow over the top of it. I think that's going to be AMG Mercedes shape shortly.
Yeah, that's a system, if I recall rightly, it was developed with your team at Le Mans.
Yes, it
Bosch
was.
system?
Yeah, it's a Bosch system that was developed with Pratt & Miller, and then Bosch sort of then put it out to all the other manufacturers. But yes, it was developed from an incident that we had at Le Mans in 2010, which was actually an incident between Manu Collard, who's here this weekend, and the gentleman that you work with in World Endurance Championship.
I couldn't possibly comment. What, Martin Haven?
Martin couldn't have got in that Peugeot.
I don't remember Martin Haven taking out Manu Collard. I don't know what you're talking about. He might make mistakes, but that's a big one to make.
That is a big one to make. But no, it was after that incident that Gary Pratt then said, we have to find a solution here. We have to find a way for GT cars to be able to spot these faster prototypes coming up behind, and for everybody to operate on the track safely. And that's how that was born, that system.
Wow.
So on board here, number 12 car collection. We're down, he's right up behind there. Is it Daniel Serra on board here? And he's looking to come up the inside. You see the way that he's having to work the wheel. The car's walking across the track on the ABS. And he's doing it nicely.
Dennis Marshall's gap, by the way, with that time correction, now down to 10.8 seconds to Lauren Heinrich. He's definitely going to lose a position to Richard Leitz.
Yeah, he is.
But it's then Dennis Marshall is the next one that could profit and potentially move up to 4th place.
Yeah, the 296, the 57 car just doesn't look quite as secure as the 74 has most of the weekend.
Sam Cox.
Yeah.
The co-owners of Algar Pro Racing could not be prouder of her group.
No, she's a lovely lady.
She's ace. She's absolutely ace. Sam and Stu. Some of the characters of this and every other sports car racing paddock.
I had quite a chat with Stu yesterday. It's always great to talk to him. It tells you exactly how it is.
There is literally no filter.
Zero. Yeah, you often sort of walk away, eyes up wide, going, wow.
Wow, okay.
Okay, yeah. Thanks for the update. Again, we're back on board the 12 car collection. The Porsche coming up through the box.
6.5 seconds, Ben Barnicoat to Backlund out. There goes the 91 car through, but their race towards the podium is pretty much done. Down in 7th place.
That's the Databricks car. There we've got Nicky Catsburg looking to make a move, I think, on
right
Julian Andlauer, yeah. Nicky's all over him.
That's why they call him Nicky the Cat, because he can squeeze through the tiniest of spaces.
Quick reactions. There's got to be something there.
He's on it, isn't he, here?
He is. Nicky's really got that thing flying. Yeah, it's good to see Nielsen have managed to get this together and going. And Nicky's, yeah, piling the pressure on here. Julian's got his mirrors full. Is he going to be able to nail this exit here? And I think he has. I think Nicky's going to get him coming down into turn 1. Could get a bit of a draft.
Pretty certain Dennis Marshall has got that place, by the way, at the moment. It's under 10 seconds. I think it's under 9 seconds.
Nicky's going to come to the inside here. And is he going to be able to brake late? Not quite. But has Julian gone in a bit too deep? No, he's good. I think he's just sort of working out where's the best spots can be passed. And can he get it done? He won't be able to get it done, not down here into turn 5 and 6, because it's too narrow. Is he going to be able to cut it back up the inside? No, he's not. Is it going to be a lunge into turn 9 or turn 10? Use this traffic in front of them as a bit of a pick. And if Julian just has a bit of a hesitation, I'm sure Nicky will be right on him.
Late stop, by the way, from the Iron Dames is dropping them back down the order.
Nicky got bulked there with the AMG, and they're sort of scything their way through that GT traffic, but Nicky's not quite close enough here, and I don't think he's going to be able to get it done, not into 10.
Drive-through, well, track limits the 99 car. That is the Herbeth Motorsport car. They've had a very quiet race, down in 23rd.
Been a bit average for them, isn't it?
That's unusually average for the Herbeth Motorsport car.
Yeah, series has moved on a little bit since 2021. Just not been able to hook it up. Nicky does seem to have the 24 car hooked up across the centre of turn 12. It's just whether he can get it done into 14. I'm not sure he's close enough. Extremely bumpy there in a P2 car. I saw a little bit of onboard footage from Nicky on social media as they come into 14. Oh, great drive off there, really opportunistic.
Got him.
Great move
Got
there from Nicky Katzberg. Fantastic stuff. Almost caught him by surprise.
We've got battles developing here in this last 7 minutes of the race, Ollie, because that LMP3 lead battle is not done. Breton Racing, though, are going by GT cars, putting cars between them, and Matteo Quintarelli chasing away in the ultimate car, but the gap is still coming down between the two LMP3 cars. The other gap that's coming down is the final podium position, because Dennis Marshall is not out of this. He's 5.5 seconds back from Ricard Leitz and is catching him at 1.5 to 2 seconds a lap.
Wow.
Could it be a podium snatched at the end by Kestrel Racing?
Yeah, 74 has been really, really quick all day. But I'm looking there at Barney in the 2Cs, and is he going to have quite enough? I'm not sure he is.
Don't think so. I think that gap has stabilised.
Yeah, Klaus has just sort of wound it out and just gone, right, okay, yeah, we've got this.
This is that little group, by the way. There's the Breton Racing car at the lead of that group. The 10, sorry, the 92 going by the 87. That matters less. It matters for Ricard Leitz because it means he can try and get away now from the Kestrel Racing car. But the Ultimate car is the other car in that group, and it's effectively for the final position, podium position in GT, and the win in LMP3 in a group of 5 cars.
Wow. There's a Tsunami car.
Not in that fight.
No. It's a laps down.
So Dennis Marshall has let Quintarelli by in the ultimate car, and I think he's going to try and follow through with that LMP3 car, chasing down the Breton Racing car in the lead. The gap for the lead in LMP3 with 5 minutes to go is 3 seconds. My apologies, it's 4 seconds. Ricard Leitz may have done just enough to fend off Dennis Marshall here, but it's going to be very tight indeed.
Yeah.
Jakobsen, by the way, 11.7 seconds, and that's pretty much stayed stable.
Yeah, I think Molt's just clicking off the laps.
The other one to watch is Mathieu Vazevière coming with a late charge on Alex Quinn. Under 2 seconds between the two for the final podium position overall.
We're just seeing that battle now, aren't we? There's the 12 and the 57 still going at it.
All comes together, doesn't it, in the last few minutes of these races, so often.
Yeah, it looks like the 12 is sizing him up. Is he going to be able to get it done down the inside? Daniel Serra coming in very late on the brakes. Yeah, Nico Menzel there. He's both of them extremely experienced, but Daniel is very much not an old hand, but you know, he's got this Ferrari 296 inside out, and he knows where to place it, what to do with it, what its his strengths are and weaknesses are.
One of only 2 men in history to win GTE Pro races at Le Mans for 2 different factories, Ferrari and Aston Martin. The other one, Jimmy Bruni, Porsche and Ferrari.
Yeah, both of those guys are not bad. Know how to get it done. Fantastic.
So keeping an eye on those gaps still. Quintarelli now with Laurent Heinrich needs to get by the Origin car to have any chance of catching Theodor Jensen. We've got 2 laps ready to go here.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a tall order, isn't it? We'll see. Stranger things have happened.
Yeah. Well, after just dropping off the pace, well, that's a part of this race. And the Fjordback has closed the gap to Daniel Alley for the final podium position by about 10 seconds in the last few laps. But it's not going to be enough, I don't think.
Enough, no. It's on board here with Nico Menzel, again working very hard, trying to get on terms with the 57 car. We've got a glowing exhaust there on the 296. Oh, just losing the rear a little bit there, Menzel was. Rolling the speed on this downhill apex here at turn 16.
Oh, Monto ready for the lead car is ready for a stop.
Really? Did they get their calculations wrong?
Have all three drivers driven that car?
Yeah. Pretty sure they have.
That would be utterly remarkable.
Yes.
So what has gone wrong there?
Well, it could be that it's just maybe precautionary.
He's in.
Oh my word.
He's in. And that is going to mean that the lead of this race goes to Ben Barnicoat and 2C's Motorsport.
How
well,
extraordinary.
Montai at the death.
What has happened here?
And just as that happens, by the way, Theodor Jensen goes ahead of what will be the new GT leader as the last lap starts. The LMP3 car cycles through to lead the GT field. Ben Barnicoat.
Klaus Bachler done 22 laps on that stint. Why have they needed to stop?
I've
Did
no
they
idea.
short fuel it?
Leeds goes through into second.
Wow.
Marshall will be third.
That is crazy.
I genuinely don't understand that at all.
Yeah,
unless there's a problem they short fuel the car.
Yeah. Or did they short fuel it to get track position? But why would you
Possibly.
do that? I mean, it's. We're missing something there for sure.
Yeah, well, we always say, don't we? You're never sure till the very end, and yet again, it delivers. Algopro Racing, 36 seconds to go. And then the completion of whichever lap they're on. So it will be this lap and one more for Malte Jakobsen. 11.5 seconds to good with Alex Quinn still under pressure for Mathieu Vazevière. Sorry, Ollie.
Yeah, I was just going to say, just thinking back to that interview that David did with Anthony McIntosh on the grid there during the red flag, and Anthony was just like, "Yeah, car's going good, and yeah, I feel happy to be here, but I've got two brilliant guys to get in after me, and here we are." Barney's in the car with a lap to go, and they're leading by what, 7 seconds?
Yep.
3.5 seconds or so.
But it's 3.5 seconds for P3 car, so it is 3.5 seconds because Ricard Leeds is right there, isn't he?
But I mean, what a turn up for 2Cs, and yeah, brilliant.
Well, what a topsy-turvy race it's been in GT.
Yeah, it's been
quite
amazing.
Ridiculous. I mean, from seemingly nowhere, 2Cs are going to win this race. Clock has run down. Algar Pro Racing look like having 2 steps to the podium that are all theirs. DCAR Engineering, previous champions here, but in fact it's going to be a podium full of previous champions because DCAR won the Asian Le Mans Series just a couple of years ago, and they look like finishing second.
Yeah, Michael Jensen, he was saying, I saw him earlier on, he was saying, well, Malt's just got off a plane and he hasn't done many laps. He's got to do some laps in qualifying, and it was like, yeah, he'll take 1 lap. 1 lap and this boy's going to be back on it. And yeah, the guy's just driven away from everybody and won the race. Here we go.
Wow.
Yeah.
Malte Jakobsen, Lawrence Herr, Alex Quinn is your 1, 2, 3 at the moment. Breton Racing, 11th place overall. And hearing from David that the 14 car, the Climax Racing car of Lucas Auer, is on pit lane on the final lap from 7th place. So there's some odd fuel numbers here, but let's ignore that for the moment, because coming through to complete 90 laps of this race, Malte Jakobsen takes the checkered flag, and the 25 Algar Pro Racing Orica is the winner here with Michael Jensen, Valerio Rincella. What a win.
Yeah, fantastic performance there from the whole team. Really phenomenal win. And, yeah, they delivered. Completely delivered.
Also through, and second place confirmed for DCAR Engineering. Lawrence Herr brings home the number 3 car, and Algar Pro Racing's Alex Quinn completes the podium.
Yep, very much under the radar, the DKR guys. Yeah, but Lawrence Herr, as always, super fast and delivered, and that's a strong podium for them.
Isn't it just? So Georgios Kolovos and Jon Vanute aboard that car. Here comes the number 26 car to take the win in LMP3 by just 8 seconds. It will be at the flag, but Breton Racing, Theodor Jensen will take the checkered flag. So that's 2 Danes home. Ultimate and Matteo Quintarelli as the GT winning car. Ben Barnicoat brings it home. What a run from him. What extraordinary scenes at the end with Montai.
What a race for 2Cs. Fantastic to see. Great stuff.
Kessel Racing confirmed with the adjustment being made over the line. Dennis Marshall will finish in 3rd place.
Yeah. Good stuff. Fantastic. Great to see.
I think he took on Heinrich before the flag.
Do you?
I think he got by him.
Well, going on the numbers, yes, I'd say he did.
So Marshall on pace did it without the penalty, and oddly enough, the penalty hasn't dropped him any further back.
No.
A remarkable race in all sorts of ways, and yes, we had the disappointment of that interruption, but it barely took anything from what we got at the final hour there.
Yeah, it was a little bit unusual with the strategies right at the end there, with the fueling and everything else.
A little bit of that forced on some of the teams in terms of the drive time side of things that was needed. We needed some drivers in the car for 45 minutes, and that had an effect. But the Montai, I can't explain that.
No, that to me looks like it's somebody's just got their numbers slightly wrong, but there could be something we're missing here, so I don't want to put...
Did they choose to pit under full course yellow, and that just left them short?
No, there were 22 laps into their stint, and they should have been able to go, and then they short fuel. We don't know.
Indeed. So anyway, to complete the story on the podiums, it is Argyle Pro Racing's 25 car that takes the win here in Dubai. Remember, another race to come tomorrow. D-Car Engineering's number 3 finishes 2nd, and the 20 of Argyle Pro Racing finishes 3rd. In LMP3, and cycling through above the GT race for the first time since those pit stops post red flag, the LMP2 battle, both the 2 LMP2 1 and 2 top the GT race leaders, and that's the Breton Racing number 26 car and the number 35 car from Ultimates, our championship leaders. 8 seconds the gap between the two. Into Europol's 34 car in the hands of Daniel Ali is a distant 3rd place. And then this extraordinary battle that went on race long in GT, finally won by the 2Cs Motorsport AMG, the 96 car. There it is in the hands of Ben Barnicoat. Montai, well, bitter disappointment for one car, but 2nd place for the other. And the oldest swinger in town, Richard Leitz, comes through to take the flag. 92 car to the podium. The Ryan Hardwick car with Richard Leitz and Joel Sturm. And Kessel Racing, after leading this race, fighting back. Brilliant stints from all 3 drivers for that Ferrari. But Dennis Marshall, on a tear at the end, grabs back, by a distance, by the way, 3rd place, and didn't even need the penalty that went for the 4th place car from Origin Motorsport to grab that back right at the death. That place, I'm sure, came on the final lap.
Yeah, 26 coming into their spot there to take the victory.
They're going to be elated.
Yeah, that's a fantastic result for them. But Molt brings the 25 in, and again, once again, this guy just keeps producing those stunning world-class performances. And brilliant.
Trouble, I think, for the DKR car. Car seems to stall. It's going to be Julian Givebi from Team Virage, who are service provider for Breton Racing. Correctly so. Soaked up that pressure at the end.
Yep.
And by the way, had to do that whilst making his way through the battling GTs. That should not be underestimated. Melty Jakobsen and his teammates get to him there in the garage just alongside. They'll be utterly delighted. Mrs. Michael Jensen with the yellow phone behind her husband, and she'll be utterly delighted. Pedro the photographer, always the quickest between 2 points. But another great result for Argyle Pro Racing. Jens Reiner Muller. It's the Danish mafia here, isn't it? It's every.
Love a bit of motorsport. Yeah, 2Cs coming in there. These guys are going to be thrilled. I mean, it's a big result for them, and you know, this is fantastic. Barney did a great job there at the end.
Alan McGarity from ORM Sport. He knows this young man well. But in comes the 2Cs Motorsport effort. And as we said at the start of this, there's a lot of UK interest in this this team, but Bahraini, my apologies, interest too. And great to see a team founded in this region coming with a win.
There's that Bahraini flag.
It is indeed. And Ben will be delighted with that.
He will. And it was a very, very controlled, just the right amount of aggression when he was racing against Lauren Heinrich. Did a great job. Fantastic to see. Nice one, Barney. He's happy.
Yes.
Come on, boy. Yes!
You've got to love it. Got to love it. That young man is somebody we're going to be hearing an awful lot about throughout his career.
Absolutely.
Well, let's go down to talk to David Allison, and he will have scooped up, I'm sure, the winners of this fantastic motor race.
Michael Jensen, Valerio Rinicella and Molt Jakobsen are with me. Second win of the season. Who should we talk to? Molt, you had to bring it home. You did the hard work at the end. That was a hard fight.
Yeah, I had an amazing fight on track with Julian. There was a couple of close moments, but in the end it was super cool. And to be able to race a guy like him who has respect for each other, but we race hard, is very, very nice. So thanks for the fight. And then obviously thanks to these two guys for putting the car in such a position for me to just carry over at the end.
Hard work on track, but hard work for the guys with the strategy in the pit lane.
Yes, it came close at the end with the fuel and like who had to stop for fuel, how much did they have to stop for and so on. But I think in the end you just need to focus on your own race and whatever you have to do on your own car, and then you see whatever the result is going to be at the end.
Guys, well done. We'll see you on the podium shortly. Well done.
That's such a nice guy, isn't he, Molt?
I do hate to see a miserable racing driver. it is one of the things about this particular
He's the most polite
sport.
man, isn't he?
Oh. Let's take a look back. It's not quite been the 4 hours. We have been here for 4 hours, but let's take a quick look back at what shapes that extraordinary finish. At the very start, it was Giorgio Roda fending off the snarling, snapping pack of Orekas behind him, trying to get to the apex at turn 1, and watch to the outside here as his teammates in the other Proton car, the 11 car of Alexander Matschel, but it was behind that had all of the drama. And it was Mark Patterson that was turned around, not, I don't think, by the car he thought did it. But it all got a bit close, too close for comfort in turn 1, but no real harm caused. 2-3 wide with Georgios Kolovos in the DKR car running off track. And it was the 22 and the 91, and it's Malikin doing battle with Giorgio Roda throughout the first part of this race. In particular, in traffic, it was the 91 car that made great progress. Side by side between Kolovos and Patrick Byrne, and it was the Greek driver that came off the better of the two. And there's a mix-up behind there with an number 8 car. Took contact. We don't think there was any link between that and the incident that came just later for the Dragon Racing car, but it did give us a lengthy red flag period for barrier repairs. Cost us some time on track. Then a fabulous GT battle, and hats off to Ben Tuck for a run to the front in the 74 Kessel Racing car that included a couple of epic overtaking moves. He'd have been unhappy to be called for track limits later in the race. And then a thoroughly unnecessary incident between two Ferraris, the 88 and the 51. Never did see a penalty for that. Brought out a full course yellow for recovery of, amongst other things, a bright yellow mirror, and then more argy-bargy. 74 and the 10. This is Ben Tuck having to cede the lead to the number 10 Montai car. Yet more action at the front of the race. The 25 car, Melte Jakobsen, going ahead of the 91 of Julian Anlar after a fantastic battle between the two. And then the 3 car of Lawrence Herr, elbows firmly out with both of those cars. And the DKR car going through into second place. Then defining moments as the chasing number 91 car got involved with the number 9. That would give them a drive-through later. The extraordinary moment in the dying minutes of the race that Montai number 10, in a seemingly imperious position, would go for the pits. So Algarve Pro Racing, a second win this season. Are they on their way to a 5th Asian Le Mans Series title. Breton Racing's 26 Ligier takes the win in LMP3, and out of seemingly nowhere, it would be the 2Cs Motorsports 96 AMG in the hands of Ben Barnicoat, completing the 3 winners. Extraordinary stuff. Well, that's the final order. 90 laps completed, 11 seconds to the good, the 25 Algarve Pro Racing Orica, with the 20 car third. D-Car Engineering, the meet in the Algarve Pro Sandwich. And the 11th place car will be our winner in LMP3 from Breton Racing. A great battle there at the end with the Ultimate Team. It will be Inter Europol's 34 to complete the podium. 2Cs Motorsport beat off challenges from Montai, EMA and Kessel, taking third on the final lap as well. Extraordinary stuff for the podium in GT. And then dramas galore as you go down through the order. Some great individual performances, some great team performances, and right at the tail of the field, 1 or 2 sub-stories with 4 retirements here. Optimum Motorsports, number 77, car with braking troubles. Electrics, we think, for Winward Racing's 81, the championship winners coming in here. Cooling for the RLR M Sports 15, and we saw the accident for the number 8 Dragon Racing car. So, as Rickard Leitz pops into the booth by taking the wrong door.
I think he's looking for the podium. We're just next door.
But there you go, Lawrence Hurt explaining, right, if you put the Rolex in the envelope like that, you can send it. No, sorry.
Too soon. That's just too soon. It's been a phenomenal race. I mean, we did have that huge break in the middle there.
What a shame.
Yes, but I mean, looking forward to tomorrow because it's going to be epic again, and it's there's so much spice in this with the format that we've got here, the 3 classes on a track like here by Autodrome, that little bit of the wind direction change and the bit of sand that comes on and makes the surface just that little bit edgy and a bit difficult to work with. But God, it's just, the racing's just been epic.
But the very best thing about it is we get to come back tomorrow and do it all again.
Yeah, I've just got to do it with you.
So some happy faces. And not just amongst the teams that eventually the winners. I think DKR will be very pleased with that result. It was a fighting effort.
I mean, they've been really under the radar at most of this, actually this championship, but they've done a phenomenal performance today and really delivered against some of the heavyweights. You always sort of feel that DKR are a bit of that sort of David and Goliath sort of scenario, and they've got one of the older cars, haven't they? And it sometimes is that they've got some feisty drivers, some great strategy, and they understand this P2 inside out, and they've done a great job. Well done to them.
Well, we're waiting for the overall podium here, and they'll be greeted, I'm sure, by those that are in pit lane from the paddock and the racing family here, and a number of people who've stayed on in the grandstands opposite. And thank you for being with us through what has been a disjointed day, but an exciting one. And of course, there's the opportunity to come back and do it all again tomorrow for another 4 hours of sports car racing. And if you're local here in the region, of course, come next weekend to Yas Marina Circuit as well for 2 more of these. I'm not sure I could take it.
Great stuff.
So, ready for the podium. See Sam Cox there, and she's going to be an enthusiastic supporter of 6 racers in their colours. So there are 3 winning cars. The 25 Orica from Algarve Pro Racing in Portugal, Breton Racing, Czech Republic, their Ligier, and 2Cs Motorsport that carry the flag of the Kingdom of Bahrain. Just a brief pause while they do the hardest job in the world, which is herding cats, racing drivers. Apologies about the PA. That's not the way I sound normally. with apologies for that brief break, while we sort out what's happening for the podium. Waiting now for drivers to come from the green room, just over to our right. And about to hear, I think, the dulcet tones of David Addison on that podium. Here come the drivers from the number 20 car. And indeed the number 3, Georges Kolovas, with John Fonutet and Laurence Hur. Next up are going to be the winning trio. Malte Jakobsen and Michael Jensen, and they're utterly delighted with a second win this season in the Asia Le Mans Series. And that was also involved, Ollie Gavin. I've not even begun to think about what the numbers are in this championship, but it's going to be exciting. It's going to be close.
It is, extremely, and great to see.
We pause for the anthem of Portugal.
So then, to make the presentations, can I please ask Jerome Capuano, the Motorsport Engineering Coordinator for Total Energies, Additives and Fuel Solutions, please to step forward onto the podium and to make the presentations of the trophies for our 3 victorious combinations of drivers and to the winning team as well. Jerome makes his way to the far end of the podium to do third place. Another 1-1-3 for Argyle Pro Racing, and a fantastic result for the team. Applause for our drivers as the trophies are presented. And then please everybody, trophies in the air for the photographers. Big cheers from the teams. So we ask the drivers to make their way from the podium. Congratulations.
So as they make their way from the podium, we can confirm it's 62 points and the lead of the championship for the 25 crew, Malte Jakobsen, Michael Jensen, Valerio Rincella. It's the RD Limited trio of Fred Pordad, James Allen, Tristan Vautier, 11 points back, and then a further 13 points back for the 83 crew, equal on points with the 20 crew, Ollie Caldwell, Alex Quinn, and Crichton and Tudis. So it's pretty close, and we're still, by the way, only halfway there.
Yeah, it is, and there's still all to play for, and many teams still in with a shout.
You know, good points being scored amongst others there by the DKR team, by Nielsen Racing, and indeed by the now chasing number 91 crew, or 2 of them, Harry King and Alex Malikin. So a lot still to be done. Argyle Pro Racing lead in the team's trophy, 62 points from RD Limited. With 51, AF Quarters 83 car with 38, same as the 20 from Argyle Pro Racing, and then that little gaggle in the 20s. Anything could happen. That could turn upside down. We're straight to the LMP3 podium, by the way. Cracking race there. 3rd place for the 34 crew from Inter Europol. Daniel Ali, Tim Kresic, and Due de Decker. The ultimate team, the 35 crew, and it's a new look team here this weekend with Leonardo Colavita, Louis Stern, and the returning Matteo Quintarelli. But an excellent win this time around for Breton Racing. Griffin Peebles with Jens Reino Moller and Theodor Jensen, who brought the car home. That's a win they can be proud of, and it will be the Czech national anthem that we hear on the podium. Mistaken, to the right there, with the winning team is Dan Scostapola, who raced in Sepang, of course. Family-owned effort. Great race in LMP3, bit of an odd one because of the way it all happened with the red flag, but a race to finish for all the podium positions. Just looking at what the gap was at the end for Anders Fjordbach, it was 9 seconds to the podium.
Yeah, it's very, very close. And might have enough, but
yeah, what might have been had there not been the dramas at turn 1.
Fairly busy start with contact at the first
seemed to shape their race, didn't it?
Racing survived all
did,
the drama and come through to win for Jens Reino Moller, for Griffin Peebles, new to LMP3, and for Theodor Jensen.
Partners there from Michelin.
Indeed. Ultimate should have a healthy lead here. Let's see those points. There is the LMP3 Teams Trophy, and it is indeed 21 points for the good over High Class Racing and Breton Racing, now equal on second place. RLR, M Sport into Europol in 34, or 25 points apiece. Let's go down to talk to Griffin Peebles, part of that winning team. Excellent result from the Breton Racing crew.
So our LMP3 winners, Jens Müller, Theodor Jensen and Griffin Peebles. Jens, we spoke to you earlier on. Griffin, not a bad debut in LMP3, well done.
Yeah, it was good. Red flag a little bit interrupted or just moved a bit the strategy. Went in for about 40 minutes, which was around what we decided to do, and the strategy worked out well. Jensen did a great job to bring the car home, and Müller did a great job with the start, so I'm very happy with this.
Fantastic, well done guys, congratulations.
Nicely drifting across the apex at turn 12 there, the 26 car, the Breton Racing LMP3.
International team that debuted last year here in the Asia Le Mans Series. Great to see them back with success. They've had a win in Europe in their first year as well. And now the GT podium, and what a race that doled up. Third place for Kessel Racing and the number 74 car. And
Ben was trying to find his way to the right spot.
Then the Montai EMA crew. All another cracking run from them.
Yeah.
Without a shadow of a doubt. So 2C's Motorsport it's going to be that take the top step here. I'm not sure we've seen a better GT race than the Asia Le Mans Series.
Yeah, it was very, very good. And high class all the way through.
Tony McIntosh, Parker Thompson and
Ben Barnicoat.
Ben Barnicoat. There is the winning car, nicely framed there.
Yeah, excellent work by all.
Congratulations to
and the national anthem of Bahrain, of course. A second place there. It's Richard Leitz, Ryan Hardwick and Ricky Perra, and then Dennis Marshall, Ben Tuck and Dustin Blattner in the 74 Kessel Racing car. It is going to be Stefan Rattel that presents the trophies here. Pretty special stuff. It had a bit of everything, didn't it? That, you know, it had real drama, incident and accident, and some fantastic wheel-to-wheel racing.
Yeah.
There was unexpected strategic drama.
Definitely some drama at the end there.
And some wonderful pack racing throughout that.
Yeah, highest class, absolute pros competing at the very highest level. Great machinery, good teams. And yeah, great to see someone like 2Cs getting a result like this today, up against the heavyweights at Kessel and Manthai.
Well, they've taken the win of the Golf 12 Hours at Yas Marina. Or was it the year they went to Bahrain? It might have been Bahrain that year. And now take a win, their first win in multi-class sports car racing rather than GT racing. Yep. That is the team's trophy. Remarkably, Winward Racing still lead the way despite not finishing today. 2Cs Motorsport second now, equal with Montai EMA and the 10 car despite their disasters, fourth with equal points with AF Corsa. Then there's 51-26, Car Guy 25, Kessel Racing 24. That is literally anybody's to play for. Yeah. Origine on 22.
Yeah, I mean,
the top 9, there's nothing in it.
Yeah, any one of those teams could still take this trophy. Absolutely.
And go to Le Mans.
Exactly.
Well, let's go back down with David Addison, who's caught up with the victorious GT winning crew from 2Cs Motorsport. Extraordinary race, extraordinary results. Down to you, David.
Tony McIntosh, Parker Thompson, Ben Barnicoat, our GT winners. Ben, you had to do all the hard work at the end. Well done.
That's not true. I had two great teammates and a fantastic team who set me up nicely there. I must say the last stint was just one of those stints, you know, where it all kind of feels like it clicks. The car was flying, awesome to drive it to the front and get the first win in Asian Le Mans Series for the team. And I've done it before, but great to be joined by these two guys up here. You know, yeah, great effort.
Hard work for all of you, hard work for the guys in the pit bunker trying to work out the strategy.
Oh yeah, that was pretty well. I mean, Asian Le Mans is always pretty tough on strategy, to be honest. At Sepang, the first race, there was a lot of stuff going on behind the scenes, and today with all that red flag and stuff, and that first pit stop was hard for everyone up and down the pit lane, really, but we did a great job. Parker jumped quite a few cars there, and like I said, they just set me up and only had to overtake one car, so it was a nice day's work.
Head for the podium. Well done, guys.
Well, there we are. That's the end of the first of 2 4-hour races here at Dubai Autodrome. Extraordinary results, extraordinary race at the end, particularly in GT, but all the podium battles going really down to the wire. Ollie, just the last few thoughts about today.
Yeah, brilliant racing, fantastic. It was just wheel to wheel in so many of the classes. And, you know, that last little bit there in GT was exceptional, and great win there for 2Cs. Manthai coming out at second, and the Kessel Racing closing out the podium there. So, yeah, fantastic stuff. Really looking forward to tomorrow. It's going to be very, very similar. Let's wait and see what these teams and drivers can do.
And that's the best news of all. If you've been with us through this afternoon, apologies for the delay, but I think it was worth it for the second half of that race. We get to do it all again tomorrow, again live and free. For now, from me, Graham Goodwin, from him, Ollie Gavin, and from David Addison and the whole of the crew here at Dubai Autodrome, we hope to see you tomorrow for the next round of the Asian Le Mans Series 2024-2025. Good night.